The younger ones are fine. The families I spoke to are the 16-year-old.
Our studios in Orlando, Florida. We are tracking some top stories here on Live Now from Fox. We, of course, want to bring you up to speed on everything that we are following this morning. First, coming out of New York City, as we first reported to you yesterday, we broke the news to you on Live Now from Fox that NYPD is currently looking for a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway shooting. We broke this story to you yesterday. They have identified a man that detectives, again, are looking for, who they believe may be connected to the mass shooting that unfolded on a crowded subway train in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, at the height of morning rush hour yesterday. The manhunt for the suspect again continues. You can see the suspect right there on your screen. Frank James is who NYPD are looking for. And coming up in about 45 minutes, we will be speaking with a retired NYPD officer about that ongoing manhunt and what police are having to deal with. Also, President Joe Biden officially calling Putin's war in Ukraine genocide. And the White House is also expected to announce later today that the Biden administration will be sending more weapons to Ukraine. Also, we are tracking another round of severe weather. Storms are expected to impact Texas all the way up through Minnesota. The threat, again, is shifting east into the Mississippi Valley and southeast, with rain and storms continuing, but conditions do not look favorable for some areas. We are talking potentially historic, life-threatening winter storms impacting the northern plains. Whiteout conditions and snowdrifts measured in feet will make travel nearly impossible across much of North Dakota and Montana. So several systems we are monitoring here. Also, power outages will be possible as well. We will have an update from our team at Fox Weather coming up later today. But first, we do want to get back to news coming out of New York City, where we did tell you New York City police are on the manhunt for a person of interest in that subway attack. We do want to get you some video of the person that they are looking for this morning. This is that man. Again, this is the man that New York City police believe carried out the attack on that subway yesterday morning. The NYPD is calling 62-year-old Frank James a person of interest. They say that he is responsible for shooting at least 10 people and causing injuries to more than a dozen others on a Manhattan-bound train in Brooklyn yesterday morning. Now, police say James rented a U-Haul tied to the attack. The key to the van was actually found at the crime scene, along with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, extended magazines, and other items as well. Now, a credit card used to rent the vehicle was also found. Multiple federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies are working to track James down. We also have this video coming into our desk. The U-Haul reportedly connected to the subway shooting in Brooklyn was removed from the scene. A tow truck can be seen driving off with the U-Haul, reportedly rented by Frank James, that person of interest in the shooting. Authorities, again, found those keys to the vehicle at the scene and later located the vehicle just miles away. The van was rented from a U-Haul depot in Philadelphia by James. Authorities, again, are looking to see if there is a link between this situation. And while the act is not being ruled out as a terror attack, residents and tourists are now questioning their safety on board public transit in New York City. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Brooklyn, New York, as the manhunt continues.
It was a scene of panic and chaos as New York City subway commuters headed to work Tuesday morning. Riders pouring out of this packed subway train in Brooklyn after a gunman opened fire inside the car during the morning commute.
Witnesses state the male opened up 2 smoke grenades, tossed them on the subway floor, brandishes a Glock 9mm handgun. He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
Authorities recovered a gun at the scene along with multiple high-capacity magazines.
Clearly, this individual boarded the train and was intent on violence. We will use every resource we can to bring those to justice who continue to prey on the citizens of New York.
Police also found a key to a U-Haul van at the scene, which they traced to an individual they describe as a person of interest, 62-year-old Frank R. James, with ties to Philadelphia and Wisconsin. The van James rented was found a short distance away from where the shooting took place. President Biden praising the work of first responders and passengers who jumped into action.
Civilians who didn't hesitate to help their fellow passengers and try to shield them. Jill and I, my wife Jill and I, are praying for those who are injured and all those touched by that trauma.
Authorities have doubled the number of police patrolling New York City's subways as the manhunt continues. In Brooklyn, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
David, thank you so much for that report. We do now want to get to Lauren's package again about this manhunt that is underway for a person who shot 10 people on a Brooklyn subway yesterday.
Fears remain the day after a violent Brooklyn subway attack with the alleged gunman still at large.
Hey, good morning.
There is still concern in the Big Apple after police say a man wearing a worker's vest and a gas mask threw smoke grenades or
Thank you.
fire inside a crowded New York City subway train. Tuesday's morning attack happening in Brooklyn during the height of the morning commute with several children on board.
He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
But more harm could have been done. Law enforcement say the suspect's gun jammed during the shootings, preventing him from firing more rounds. Besides recovering a firearm and high-capacity magazines, police say the alleged gunman also left behind 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, gasoline, and a hatchet. But one of the main discoveries was a U-Haul key, which police tracked down to a van roughly 5 miles from the site of the shooting. That van is being linked to 62-year-old Frank James, who police are calling a person of interest.
This was a sick act on innocent New Yorkers.
Police say security cameras at the 36th Street station were not working properly at the time of the shooting. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect. Police say James, the person of interest, has addresses in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and had posted videos criticizing the policies of New York Mayor Eric Adams. In Brooklyn, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you so much for that report. We do want to take you out live to New York City. You're looking at the sunrise right now, where we do know New York City police are busy looking for that person in connection to that disturbing shooting on a Brooklyn subway that happened yesterday morning. They again have named a person of interest after finding some key evidence near the crime scene. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses is live in Sunset Park, Brooklyn this morning with the very latest. Robert, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us?
Mackenzie, police tell us that the shooter boarded the N train 8 subway stops away. So we are at the 36th Street station. We're told the shooter got on just to our south, 8 stops away, which is Kings Highway. That is also where they recovered a U-Haul van the person of interest rented. This morning, authorities desperately want to find the shooter who terrorized commuters on a Manhattan-bound N train nearly 24 hours ago as it pulled into the 36th Street station in Sunset Park. Police say the man, described as heavy-set, wearing an orange and green construction vest, gray hoodie, surgical mask, and neon green construction helmet, was sitting in the train's second car.
As the train approached the 36th Street station, witnesses state the male opened up 2 smoke grenades, tossed them on the subway floor, brandishes a Glock 9mm handgun. He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
At least 19 other people were also injured in the frantic rush to escape. In all of the chaos and the subterranean fog of war, the shooter got away, but police say he left behind a 9mm Glock, 3 extended magazines, a hatchet, gasoline, fireworks, a fuse, 2 undetonated smoke grenades, and a key.
The U-Haul key at the scene led us to the recovery of a U-Haul van a short while ago in Brooklyn.
Police know that 62-year-old Frank James, who has addresses in Philadelphia and Wisconsin, rented the van in Philadelphia, which is why they're calling him a person of interest. They caution they don't yet know if James is the shooter. Authorities have been poring over his social media postings. In one rambling YouTube video, a man who appears to be James references the subway system with pictures of Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul behind him.
Their plan is doomed for failure.
Police Commissioner Keishant Sewell says the content of the postings, including references to Adams, led the department to tighten the mayor's security detail. The mayor remains in isolation following his COVID diagnosis on Sunday. He appeared at last night's news conference virtually from Gracie Mansion to discuss yet another mass shooting.
This is not only a New York City problem. This rage, this violence, these guns, these relentless shooters are an American problem. And it's going to take all levels of government to solve it.
Complicating this investigation is the fact that police say at least some cameras were not working.
We know that there were 3 stations that the video wasn't working. We're still investigating that to see why.
We have 600 cameras just on the section of the N line in Brooklyn. Premature to say which cameras were exactly right.
Police are offering a $50,000 reward in this case. Normal subway service has been restored here in Brooklyn, and indeed this morning as the morning rush hour begins, we have seen plenty of people descending these stairs and heading wherever they're going on the subway. So it seems like New Yorkers are undeterred, albeit perhaps a bit apprehensive as they board the subway today. Mackenzie?
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses reporting live in Brooklyn and, of course, covering this story from the beginning. Robert, thank you so much for that report. We, of course, appreciate it. And we do want to take you out to New York again. This beautiful shot of the city skyline right now. We are expecting a press conference, an update from New York City Police in just a little bit. We, of course, will bring that to you as soon as we get it. It is about 6:18 in the morning here on the East Coast. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a live feed coming into our desk right now that we do want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. This is the EU Commission happening right now in Brussels, Belgium, of course, discussing this ongoing war in Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Your questions. So that is the information that I believe would be relevant for you regarding our permanence for the following days. With that, I'm ready to open the floor for your questions. So please raise your hand in the room or in the system if you have any questions for us today. Thomas, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Oui, merci. C'est une question concernant... Donc le Conseil fédéral a transmis au Parlement suisse un message dans lequel il dit viser la participation suisse à 6 réseaux européens d'infrastructures et de recherche. Je te passe la liste car je te l'ai déjà envoyée et en plus je l'ai mis sur la chat si quelqu'un est intéressé. Alors je sais qu'écrire au Parlement c'est pas comme écrire à la Commission européenne, mais ma question est, est-ce que cette approche de dire on voudrait prendre ça, ça, ça et ça, c'est quelque chose sur lequel on peut discuter ou c'est une illusion? Et puisqu'on est déjà là, le Conseil fédéral parmelan a rencontré lundi la commissaire Maria Gabriela à Sofia. Ils ont parlé de recherche, ils ont aussi ouvert un laboratoire sur l'intelligence artificielle. Je voudrais savoir si on peut savoir plus de leur rencontre et de leur discussion. J'imagine que la question a certainement dû être approchée avec la commissaire lors de cet entretien bilatéral à Sofia. Je te remercie.
Merci beaucoup Thomas. Effectivement, tu as envoyé cela, mais tu as envoyé à 12h08 quand on était en train de...
It does appear as though we did lose this English translation of the European Union Commission holding a meeting and, of course, taking questions about the ongoing war in Ukraine. So as soon as we get that, we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as possible. In the meantime, we do want to head out to the White House this morning, where we do know relief from the U.S. is heading to Ukraine as Russia's invasion enters day 49. Now, President Biden does plan to expand the type of weapons being sent to Ukraine, which could include M117 helicopters. And in addition to hardware, the Biden administration will announce today their plans to send an additional $750 million in assistance to Ukraine. And this does come as Russian President Vladimir Putin says that he will continue the offensive, adding things are going according to plan despite major losses for Putin's troops. So that is the latest information coming in from the Biden administration. President Biden also using some of his harshest language yet for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, specifically calling it genocide. This happened yesterday as the president was in Iowa. He was also saying again that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a genocide. Let's listen in.
The family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide half a word away.
And again, that was President Joe Biden with some harsh words for Russian President Vladimir Putin. And as Putin says, reports of Russian atrocities in Bucha are fake. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has been through the devastated city near the Ukrainian capital. He reports from Kyiv, but we do want to warn you, some of the images in his story may be disturbing.
Right now, war crimes prosecutors and police are digging up the grave sites of Ukrainian civilians who were killed by Russian forces when those forces controlled this town.
The Kyiv suburb of Bucha is one large crime scene. Officials say more than 400 civilians were killed there before Russian forces retreated 2 weeks ago. The burned bodies of 2 Ukrainian children were pulled from a shallow grave this afternoon. Their grandmother, Valentina, looking on, trying to make sense of the horror. They couldn't take the explosions anymore. They wanted to evacuate, she says. Valentina's son and daughter-in-law were evacuating Bucha with their young boys when their car was hit by Russian fire. Our cameras captured this family's grave outside of the Church of St. Andrew, though Russian President Putin spoke today, claiming without evidence that suspected war crimes in Bucha are fabricated. He also said ceasefire negotiations with Ukraine have hit a dead end.
Such an incoherence on major issues creates non-problems to achieve final agreements acceptable for everyone on the negotiating track.
The remarks come as fighting continues to escalate in the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine. In the besieged port city of Mariupol, Russian-backed separatists say they're in active combat with Ukrainian Marines who have been fighting for more than a month without a resupply of weapons or ammunition. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country is running out of time to get the weapons they need to defeat the Russians in this war. There are concerns that what happened in Bucha is only a fraction of the atrocities committed. Back in the suburb of Kyiv, Irina and her husband spent days at a time inside the house, sitting in a small dark room during the Russian occupation of her town.
She says that there's no heating or electricity, so they've had to take bottles of hot water and put them underneath the bed to keep them warm at night. While the Russians were shelling this neighborhood, she describes a scene of horror, having to put her daughter and granddaughter underneath a mattress, worried that they were going to be killed by these Russian shells.
Air raid sirens have sounded multiple times today across Kyiv as the capital city remains under threat. In Kyiv, Trey Yates, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some other video that we have coming into our desk. This is new satellite imagery released by Maxar Technologies. It shows Russian ground forces continuing to redeploy and move into eastern Ukraine. These images show a number of military deployments observed along the 14K-34 highway and the corridor that leads from Soloti and Valuki in western Russia towards the border with Ukraine. Now, across the border and into eastern Ukraine, several convoys of military equipment were seen traveling along this area. We also have some other video, but we do want to warn you, it may be disturbing. Ukrainian officials said that they found the bodies of a family that was trying to evacuate when Russian military fired on their car draped in white flags inscribed with the words children. Kyiv Regional Police said that the incident took place in mid-March as Russian armed forces occupied areas northwest of Kyiv. In this video released by the chief of police of the Kyiv region, police can be seen surveying a wrecked car riddled with bullet holes and smashed windows. Police said that among those killed were a 2-year-old boy, a 14-year-old boy, a grandmother, and 2 other women. The driver was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. And the bodies of the victims shown in this video with close-up images blurred. The shoes of the victims can be seen, and also bloody and torn clothes also seen in this footage. And as of just a few days ago, Makariv's mayor said that at least 132 dead bodies have been discovered in the town. And the death toll is climbing in cities being hammered by the Russian military as Ukrainian forces prepare to repel a major Russian offensive in the east. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Lviv.
Ukraine's southeast, paving the way for what's expected to be a major offensive aimed at taking over the entire Donbass region. There's been heavy fighting reported around Izium, with Russian forces now about 12 miles outside of the city. Russian combat power has been reduced by at least 20% since the start of the war. But Russian President Vladimir Putin claims the invasion is going according to plan, and he plans to press on.
The operation will continue until its full completion and the fulfillment of the tasks that have been set.
The hardest hit city so far, Mariupol, where the civilian death toll could be as high as 20,000. Ukrainian officials say shelling is happening virtually around the clock, and Russian troops are not allowing civilians to leave.
Every day, mass graves are found, thousands of victims, hundreds of cases of cruel torture. The bodies of bound people are found in manholes and basements.
Meanwhile, both sides are admitting the peace talks remain stalled as the fighting intensifies. And experts say as more evidence emerges of alleged Russian war crimes, it will be difficult for Ukraine's president to make a deal.
He wants to stop those atrocities by driving them out. He's not looking for a deal at this time. He's looking to remove the Russians from his territory.
Some Ukrainian soldiers are reporting a possible chemical attacks outside of Mariupol, but the Pentagon cannot confirm these reports. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. We are going to take you back out live to Brussels, Belgium, where we do have an English translation, we believe, and this is the EU Commission holding a meeting about the ongoing war in Ukraine. Let's listen in.
In fact, a growth strategy for the European Union as well, and therefore will continue to act very swiftly to implement it.
Thank you very much, Adalbert. Are there any additional questions on Adalbert on this matter and on the Green Deal specifically? I see that Nabil has his hand up, so perhaps a follow-up. Go ahead, Nabil.
Last question. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is the EU now engaged with OPEC in negotiations in Vienna on maybe increasing their production of oil? Can you give us some maybe information about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil. Adalbert.
Thank you. I would not necessarily call the discussions we have negotiations as such. However, we did, Commissioner Simpson, in fact, the Energy Commissioner, had a meeting in Vienna with OPEC, and I believe it was yesterday that I had an opportunity to give a short readout of that meeting here in the press room, and we also published a daily news item which gives you a little bit more detail, so please do not hesitate to refer to that.
Thank you, Adalbert. Any additional questions for Adalbert on Green Deal related measures, or energy for that matter? I do not see any. Any other questions for Adalbert on the other files that he covers? Not the case either, so thank you. I will now open the floor for other questions you may have today on other matters. Mose, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks again for giving me the floor. You mentioned talks in Vienna, and that brings me to the ongoing talks on a deal with Iran, on a nuclear deal. And one of the issues is that perhaps the question of whether the so-called Iranian Revolutionary Guards should be sanctioned and put on a list of terrorist organizations. And this seems to have, let's say, delayed the deal until now. I wonder, what is going on there, and what does EU have any position on this, and has EU, as a coordinator of the talks, tried, let's say, to find a compromise in order to enable the deal to go through? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mose. I will now invite Nabila to provide you an answer.
Hi, Mose, and thank you for your question. What I can tell you is what we are doing in terms of the negotiations in Vienna. As you know, we are at the final stages of the deal. Everything is ongoing. The HRVP said it in margin of the Doha forum that we are close to a deal, that there are still issues that are pending, and that
And we apologize. It does look like that feed unfortunately cut out from our desk. But again, that was the EU Commission talking about the ongoing war in Ukraine. So as soon as we get that feed, we of course will bring that back to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, it is 6:35 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. Hopefully get that feed back up, and we'll bring it to you when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears and bring you some updates on inflation, which yesterday we first reported to you. Inflation has risen 8.5%, now reaching a new 40-year high. So we do want to bring you some video of President Biden here right now, where he was in Iowa, of course, discussing his infrastructure law, but also discussing the economy and inflation. President Biden is also lifting summer restrictions on ethanol in an effort to bring down gas prices and ease people's pockets at the gas pump. Now, in an announcement yesterday, the president says that the EPA will be issuing an emergency waiver permitting year-round sales of E15 gasoline, which contains a 15% ethanol blend. Now, it's corn-based and it's about 10 cents cheaper on average, but not as good for the environment. So typically it is banned during the summer months. But as we mentioned, the EPA is expected to issue an emergency waiver allowing that sale to happen year round. President Biden telling the American people that the rising fuel costs is tied directly to Russian President Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine. And the economy, though, is what many Americans might consider uncharted territory. We did learn yesterday that inflation jumped the figure from a year earlier, and it's the highest number since December of 1981. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich explains.
Hours before the Labor Department dropped yet another eye-popping inflation report with prices in March up 8.5% compared with a year ago, the White House announced an emergency waiver on what environmentalists call dirty gas sales to help bring down prices. The president went to the country's largest corn ethanol producer in Iowa to talk about it.
It gives you a choice at the pump. When you have a choice, you have competition. When you have competition, you have better prices.
The Clean Air Act bans E15 gasoline made up of 15% ethanol in most of the U.S. during the summer months because of smog concerns. But with gas prices now averaging $4.10 a gallon, The White House is telling the EPA to look away. But less than 2% of the country's fueling stations even have it.
There's about 2,300 stations in the Midwest that sell E15, and this addition, this waiver to allow that sale and production will increase the supply of gasoline between June and mid-September, probably lowering the price of the gallon by about another 10 cents per gallon.
It's not just gas draining Americans' bank accounts. Today's report marks the 5th straight month with inflation at a 40-year high. Among the biggest increases, beef up 16%, pork and poultry not far behind, up more than 15% and 13% respectively. The White House notes core inflation was cooler than expected, 6.5%. Still, the largest 12-month increase since August 1982. A big culprit was housing.
My rent is absolutely ridiculous. I'll probably be just another one of these hundreds of thousands of people who's moving out of California.
Team Biden says they have a plan.
We have an aggressive set of agenda items, including helping families with child care, elder care costs, prescription drugs, the cost of health insurance.
But critics say this kind of spending caused problems in the first place. Democrat Senator Joe Manchin writing, "Here is the truth. We cannot spend our way to a balanced, healthy economy and continue adding to our $30 trillion national debt." The White House is rejecting warnings that the U.S. is headed for a recession, like former Obama-era economic advisor Larry Summers and Wall Street firm Deutsche Bank have projected. The White House pointing to job creation and unemployment numbers as signs of recovery. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you so much for that report. The ongoing inflation does keep hitting Americans' daily lives, making people's budgets crumble. A report by the Labor Department showed an increase, as you heard in Lauren's report, of 8.5% in the Consumer Price Index compared to a year ago. The agency said that this is the fastest pace since 1981. So what price increases are hitting Americans the most? Well, we've learned energy prices rose about 11% in March alone compared to the prior month, while gas prices, as you know, are pretty high, costing an average 48% more than they did last year. And the prices of groceries, cars, and rent are also among the top items costing people more. Now, Americans are feeling the squeeze, as we mentioned, on those everyday goods. Again, inflation rising about 8.5%, and as more jobs remained empty, the supply chain front drove some of those prices up. Economists say this inflation won't be fully solved this year, so we will have to deal with it for the next few months. They say that the supply chain, as the supply chain improves and more people spend money, demand for products will eventually decrease and prices will follow the same direction. And the Biden administration is chalking high gas prices up to what they're calling the price hike. That's what the White House says. The new Bureau of Labor Statistics confirms what most Americans are feeling. Everything, not just fuel, is costing more. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington.
Inflation is rising at the fastest pace in more than 40 years. The March report from the Labor Department showed an increase of 8.5%.
I'm doing everything within my power by executive orders to bring down the price and address the Putin price hike.
Inflation has been on a rapid rise over the last year.
I've seen inflation that's doubled, tripled sometimes.
Something most Americans are painfully aware of when they check their bank accounts.
Everything's going up at least $1, which, adds up, of course, especially when, you have kids and gotta get groceries.
The Biden administration argues Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a major factor for rising prices, but not everyone agrees. Moderate Senator Joe Manchin saying, quote, "Instead of acting boldly, our elected leaders and the Federal Reserve continue to respond with half measures and rhetorical failures, searching for where to lay the blame." President Biden trying to ease some of the sticker shock, especially at the gas pump. Gas showed a 48% increase in the March report. He is easing restrictions on E15 gas, the fuel with a 15% ethanol blend, usually cannot be sold in most places during the summer months. But the Environmental Protection Agency is going to lift that restriction to allow for more fuel options at lower prices.
All we have to do is open up North America to crude production, etc., and the problem would be solved in 90 days.
The EPA's order on E15 gas goes into effect in June. The White House estimates it will save drivers about 10 cents a gallon. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to this live shot of the White House today, where, as we do now know, inflation is now at 8.5%, hitting a new 40-year high. We also want to take you out to New York City today, where we do know the manhunt is underway for a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway shooting. So coming up in about 2 minutes, we are going to be speaking to a retired New York City police officer about this situation in Brooklyn, where, as we just mentioned, NYPD currently looking for a person of interest involved with that deadly Brooklyn subway shooting. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. As promised, we do want to bring you an update on this ongoing situation in Brooklyn, New York, where we do know that the manhunt for a person of interest in this Brooklyn subway shooting is underway. So again, police are looking for a specific person of interest. They are ramping up their search to find somebody who is connected to that disturbing shooting on a Brooklyn subway. We do want to head out to a report from our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, who has more from Brooklyn as that manhunt continues.
Fears remain the day after a violent Brooklyn subway attack with the alleged gunman still at large.
I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still.
There is still concern in the Big Apple after police say a man wearing a worker's vest and a gas mask threw smoke grenades before opening fire inside a crowded New York City subway train. Tuesday's morning attack happening in Brooklyn during the height of the morning commute with several children on board.
He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
But more harm could have been done. Law enforcement say the suspect's gun jammed during the shootings, preventing him from firing more rounds. Besides recovering a firearm and high-capacity magazines, police say the alleged gunman also left behind 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, gasoline, and a hatchet. But one of the main discoveries was a U-Haul key, which police tracked down to a van roughly 5 miles from the site of the shooting. That van is being linked to 62-year-old Frank James, who police are calling a person of interest.
This was a sick act on innocent New Yorkers.
Police say security cameras at the 36th Street station were not working properly at the time of the shooting. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect. Police say James, the person of interest, has addresses in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and had posted videos criticizing the policies of New York Mayor Eric Adams. In Brooklyn, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you some graphic video of this situation, recorded minutes after a gunman opened fire on a train in Brooklyn, showing one of the victims being tended to on a separate subway that carried passengers away from the scene of the attack. So again, this is new video coming into our desk. As we mentioned, a New York City Police Department commissioner saying that shortly before 8:24 in the morning, a man in a construction vest threw a canister inside of a Manhattan-bound train as it entered Brooklyn's 36th Street station. The subway filled with smoke, and the man opened fire, striking multiple passengers. Now, as of yesterday afternoon and this morning, the suspect and people of interest are currently still at large. The New York City Police and Fire Department said that the attack resulted in at least 16 injuries, including 10 people who suffered gunshot wounds. Officials said that 5 people, again, were also injured in this attack. This footage shows those several victims lying in a subway car. So, again, we are learning new information every day as we get more information on this subway attack, again, in Brooklyn. And we do want to bring in Michael Weiss. He is a retired NYPD detective from the Counterterrorism Unit. So, again, we are going to bring on Michael as an expert to bring us some more information and perspective on this Brooklyn subway shooting. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This is just a crazy situation in Brooklyn yesterday. As a retired NYPD detective, take me what's going through your mind when you saw all of this happen and your brothers in blue, what they have to deal with as this manhunt continues.
Immediately back to some of the unfortunate incidents that you worked when you were an active New York City police officer. I remember responding to the terror attack in 2017 on Halloween. It immediately brings you back. You see on TV some of the people that you worked with, the professionals that are still doing the job that you left and that you loved. And your heart goes out to them and to the victims, and you hope that they get through it and that you hope that none of these victims lose their life. Thank God in this situation, no one's lost their life, miraculously.
Yeah, and Michael, I did want to ask you, as somebody who's retired from the Counterterrorism Unit, we have learned NYPD officials there saying that they are not investigating this as a potential act of terrorism. So I do want to ask you, with your experience and with your background, tell us your take on that. Are they actually ruling out terrorism? Tell us more.
Well, listen, the police department is not going to tip their hand and tell you everything that they're doing. They're going to keep things pretty quiet on their side. I'm sure the detectives in the Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with the FBI, and I believe the ATF is also involved in this investigation also. They're going to move in a direction of crime, which is what they are saying publicly. But trust me, they will find a motive. And once they figure out a motive, they can also alter the trajectory of that investigation. If it does have to go back to the domestic terrorism, background, they will. And, trust me, they're ruling nothing out. These are the greatest detectives in the world. Some of the greatest investigators in the world work in that bureau. And they're currently working on this case. And I have the absolute utmost confidence that they will get to a motive very soon.
And Michael, we do know that they are looking for a person of interest. We do want to be clear, the person that they are looking for, they have identified him as 62-year-old Frank James, again, specifically just as a person of interest. And right now we're actually showing some video where they believe he rented a U-Haul in Philadelphia. That U-Haul was taken from the scene. So, Michael, I did want to ask you, we have learned about a person of interest. Can you you tell us more about possible suspects and what NYPD officers and detectives have to go through now that this investigation is not only stretching in Brooklyn, but it's also, you know, they're investigating some stuff in Philadelphia as well. So tell us more about that.
Right. So yesterday, this gentleman left a bag on the train that they found. The keys to this U-Haul that they did find, they did track back to this individual that is a person of interest. They believe the key belongs to him, that he was the one who rented this U-Haul. So within hours, they immediately figure this out, and then they expand on their investigation into what this individual's involvement with this incident may have been. He might have just been someone that rented the U-Haul for the shooter. They're not, like you said, they're not saying he is the shooter or that he is the actual suspect that they're looking for, but he's definitely someone that they want to get, you know, in custody so they could debrief him, possibly figure out a motive. I know they have pulled some social media posts of this individual, and there has been some messages of self-despair, some rants against the government and things like that. So we'll see where the investigation goes in that direction. Whether or not there's other suspects, I really don't know, but I can guarantee you that this gentleman will be brought into, you know, he'll be brought into custody here pretty soon, and we'll have a better idea of where the investigation goes once they get him into debrief.
And Michael, as a retired NYPD detective, you know, crime on the subway, we do know just this year alone, just doing my own research, there have really been dozens of attacks, specifically a man stabbed on the Wall Street subway last Tuesday, a teen attacked with brass knuckles in the Manhattan subway station, and a woman slashed in the face at the Bronx station earlier this month. So a lot of crime happening on the subways. With your experience, is this, you know, becoming more of a concern, or is this something that has been ongoing in New York City?
Well, I just retired last year, and I can tell you before I retired, I was going down. I was doing a lot of subway sweeps before I retired. We would go down, we do radiation sweeps. We just did regular routine patrols. Crime in the subway was going up for the last 2 years. I mean, COVID was really a catalyst, and it really, really took off after the COVID-19 and the George Floyd incident, after the riots and all. But I got to tell you, crime in New York City as a whole is going up, not just in the transit system, also in the street. People aren't even talking this morning. 15 people shot in New York City last night, 3 DOA, which means 3 were victim of homicide. So it's not just in the subway systems. Crime is on the rise in New York City as a whole, but in transit in particular, I do have family that work in the Transit Bureau and the New York City Police Department, and I know for a fact crime is going in the wrong direction, unfortunately. And, you know, the New York City Police Department's in a very, very tough time right now. And coming out of COVID-19, when people are trying to get back to normal, you know, ridership is going to take a hit, especially after yesterday's incident. I'm sure people aren't going to want to ride the trains as much now. You match that up with rising crime in the transit system, and it's just a recipe for disaster, unfortunately.
And Michael, we did learn that yesterday, LAPD, that they were ramping up patrols specifically for their public transportation. Is this something that you think we'll see other major large cities do as police continue to search for this person of interest and possible suspects?
I do. The NYPD Intelligence Bureau has a liaison unit, and they're in touch with detectives that we have overseas. They're in touch with law enforcement agencies all across the country. They'll get any information out that they feel could be useful to those, you know, specific communities. They could call the Los Angeles Police Department and say, listen, tighten up on your security posture in your transit systems. You know, they may have threats that people don't know about. So I do believe, I know Washington, D.C. also, their metro took some steps yesterday to broaden their security scope in the transit systems. So you'll definitely see it around the country. Not necessarily that there's threats to those communities, but just out of an abundance of caution.
All right, Michael Weiss, a retired NYPD detective. Michael, any final thoughts on the situation, again, as this manhunt continues?
Well, I will say that watching the videos yesterday that came out of the transit system, you know, there were some heroes on that subway platform yesterday that stayed and helped some of the wounded. I would tend to tell your listening public that if you're ever on a train or you're ever in the area of a gentleman who puts on a gas mask, sets off gas canisters or smoke containers and starts to open up fire, sticking around to cell phone video is not the thing to do. That was a very, very scary situation. If there was a nerve agent or some type of biological agent in the air, a lot of people would have lost their lives yesterday. And, you know, we live in a time now where social media is so important to everybody, but safety is really, 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 really paramount. And I always try to tell people to get out of those situations. You know, losing your life to get something on TikTok is not worth it. And just for people to be safe, be vigilant. If you do see something, say something. Don't be afraid of it. And thank God no one lost their lives yesterday. It really is a miracle.
All right, Michael Weiss, thank you so much. That's a really good point because, you know, the cell phone video that we are showing right now does show people standing around. Of course, you know, thankfully helping some of those victims, getting them carried away. But also, if somebody does put on a gas mask, that is a good indicator to move away. And we did see some people actually filming through that gas, whatever that canister was, that person, that the suspect I guess, broke open. People were standing around. So Michael Weiss, and retired NYPD detective with the Counterterrorism Unit, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and of course, offering your perspective on this ongoing manhunt.
Thank you for having me. Have a great, great day. Good to be with you.
Of course, Michael. Thank you. You as well. And again, we do, of course, appreciate your perspective. And right now, we do want to take you out to New York City, where, as we mentioned, the manhunt for a person of interest is underway today in New York City. We did hear from our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses on the latest information coming out of Brooklyn as this investigation does continue. We will hear from him coming up later in the hour. Our Regina Gonzalez and Rain Augustine will be interviewing him with an update. We are also expected to get an update from New York City Police as this investigation continues. It is 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. It is just past 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We do want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories that we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. So we do want to bring you an update on the situation in Brooklyn, New York. The New York City Police Department has named this man, Frank James as a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway shooting. So they are currently looking for him, and we are expected to get an update from NYPD coming up this morning. We'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. Also, we do know that the White House is going to be sending more weapons to Ukraine. President Joe Biden also officially calling Putin's war in Ukraine genocide. He said that yesterday during his trip to Iowa. Something else we are tracking, severe weather. Another round of severe weather and storms are expected to impact Texas all the way through Minnesota. So again, those conditions are moving their way, as you can see on our XRAD weather radar. We are talking potentially historic, life-threatening winter storms as well, impacting the northern plains. Whiteout conditions and snowdrifts measured in feet will make travel nearly impossible across much of North Dakota and Montana. Our Fox weather team saying power outages will be possible and any unprotected livestock will likely be killed. So again, that is the latest update from Fox Weather. But we do want to bring you back out to New York City, where again, we are tracking those updates with the Brooklyn subway shooting and that manhunt continuing today for a person of interest. We do want to bring you that video right here on the screen. This is 62-year-old Frank James, and this is who New York City police are looking for. They have named him a person of interest, saying that he rented a U-Haul tied to the attack. The key to the van was found at the crime scene in Brooklyn yesterday, along with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, extended magazines, and other items. We have also learned that a credit card used to rent the vehicle was also found. Multiple federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies are working as we speak to track James down. Now, that U-Haul that he allegedly rented actually was in Philadelphia. That is where police say James rented that. A tow truck was seen driving off with the U-Haul reportedly rented by Frank James, who again is a person of interest in that subway shooting on the Manhattan-bound N train in Brooklyn. Again, that van was rented from a U-Haul depot in Philadelphia. NYPD saying it was rented by James, so they are working to see if there is a link between James and that shooting. And while the act is not being ruled as a terror attack, residents and tourists are now questioning their safety on board public transit in New York City. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Brooklyn, New York, as the manhunt for that person of interest continues.
After a violent Brooklyn subway attack with the alleged gunman still at large.
I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still.
There is still concern in the Big Apple after police say a man wearing a worker's vest and a gas mask threw smoke grenades before opening fire inside a crowded New York City subway train. Tuesday's morning attack happening in Brooklyn during the height of the morning commute with several children on board.
He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
But more harm could have been done. Law enforcement say the suspect's gun jammed during the shootings, preventing him from firing more rounds. Besides recovering a firearm and high-capacity magazines, police say the alleged gunman also left behind 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, gasoline, and a hatchet. But one of the main discoveries was a U-Haul key, which police tracked down to a van roughly 5 miles from the site of the shooting. That van is being linked to 62-year-old Frank James, who police are calling a person of interest.
This was a sick act on innocent New Yorkers.
Police say security cameras at the 36th Street station were not working properly at the time of the shooting. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect. Police say James, the person of interest, has addresses in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and had posted videos criticizing the policies of New York Mayor Eric Adams. In Brooklyn, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
There's more gloves right here.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We do want to show you this video coming into our desk. It's graphic footage recorded minutes after a gunman opened fire on that train in Brooklyn. It shows victims being tended to on a separate subway that carried passengers away from the scene of the attack. NYPD Commissioner Keechant Sewell said that shortly before 8:24 yesterday morning, a man in a construction vest threw a canister inside of a Manhattan-bound train as it entered Brooklyn's 36th Street station. The subway, as you can see in this video, filled with smoke, and then the man, according to police, opened fire, striking multiple passengers. The suspect and person of interest in the situation still at large this morning. Now, the New York City Fire Department said that the attack resulted in 16 injuries, including 10 people who suffered gunshot wounds. So again, that is the latest information coming from New York City. This is some other video, a different vantage point. Again, taken inside of that subway. You can see passengers there pulling their sweatshirts and hoodies over their nose and their mouths, trying to cover themselves from that gas, whatever it is that the suspect apparently opened and threw on the subway. So again, this is the latest video we have. And as we mentioned, we are expecting an update from NYPD and New York City officials later on this morning. And we, of course, will also be touching base with our Fox 5 New York team, Robert Moses, who is a reporter there. He has been covering this story from the get-go since it broke yesterday morning. We will be getting an update and a live shot from him coming up later on here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears and take you out to the White House right now, where we do know more relief from the United States is heading to Ukraine. We have learned that the Biden administration is, looks like this video cut out for you here. Let's see if we can get it back. All right, it looks like that video. Okay, the White House is back, everybody. That's what happens here on Live Now from Fox as we bring you these live feeds. But back to the story at hand. Again, we have learned more relief from the United States is heading to Ukraine as Russia's invasion now enters day 49. President Biden says he plans to expand the type of weapons being sent to Ukraine, which could include helicopters. In addition to hardware, the Biden administration will be announcing today their plans to send an additional $750 million in assistance to Ukraine. And this, of course, comes as Russian President Vladimir Putin says that that he will continue the offensive, adding that things to him are going according to plan, despite major troop losses and changes in strategy. So again, that is the latest information coming from the White House. The U.S. sending an additional $750 million in assistance to Ukraine. And President Biden using some of his harshest language yet for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, calling it genocide, outright calling it genocide. He spoke in Des Moines, Iowa yesterday, where President Biden also linked the rise in prices here in the United States to Russia's actions.
Your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide in half a world away.
Again, that was President Biden, of course, using some harsh language for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, Putin says reports of Russian atrocities in Bucha are fake. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is debunking that and has been through the devastated city near the Ukrainian capital. He's reporting from Kyiv, Ukraine, but we do want to warn you, some of the images in his story are disturbing.
Right now, war crimes prosecutors and police are digging up the grave sites of Ukrainian civilians who were killed by Russian forces when those forces controlled this town.
The Kyiv suburb of Bucha is one large crime scene. Officials say more than 400 civilians were killed there before Russian forces retreated 2 weeks ago. The burned bodies of 2 Ukrainian children were pulled from a shallow grave this afternoon. Their grandmother, Valentina, looking on, trying to make sense of the horror. They couldn't take the explosions anymore. They wanted to evacuate, she says. Valentina's son and daughter-in-law were evacuating Bucha with their young boys when their car was hit by Russian fire. Our cameras captured this family's grave outside of the Church of St. Andrew, though Russian President Putin spoke today, claiming without evidence that suspected war crimes in Bucha are fabricated. He also said ceasefire negotiations with Ukraine have hit a dead end.
Such an incoherence on major issues creates non-problems to achieve final agreements acceptable for everyone on the negotiating track.
The remarks come as fighting continues to escalate in the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine. In the besieged port city of Mariupol, Russian-backed separatists say they're in active combat with Ukrainian Marines who have been fighting for more than a month without a resupply of weapons or ammunition. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country is running out of time to get the weapons they need to defeat the Russians in this war. There are concerns that what happened in Bucha is only a fraction of the atrocities committed. Back in the suburb of Kyiv, Irina and her husband spent days at a time inside the house, sitting in a small dark room during the Russian occupation of her town.
She says that there's no heating or electricity, so they've had to take bottles of hot water and put them underneath the bed to keep them warm at night. While the Russians were shelling this neighborhood, she describes a scene of horror, having to put her daughter and granddaughter underneath a mattress, worried that they were going to be killed by these Russian shells. Air raid sirens have sounded multiple times today across Kyiv as the capital city remains under threat. In Kyiv, Trey Yangst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some new satellite imagery released by Maxar Technologies showing Russian ground forces continuing to redeploy and move into eastern Ukraine. Images are showing a number of military deployments observed along the 14K 34 highway in Ukraine and the corridor that leads from Soloti and Velyuki in western Russia towards the border of Ukraine. So that is the latest image coming in from Maxar Technologies, which has been continuing to bring us these images here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring you a live feed that we are getting into our desk right now. This is coming in from Kyiv, Ukraine, Ukraine's media center, at this very moment, where we do have the head of the state agency
even establish
of Ukraine,
everything, because we don't allow
right
all,
we
cannot,
so we are going to go ahead and listen.
If all our staff would enter there, they would look, and they say an accountant would check what is missing from her workplace, and those living in the hostels would see what is missing there. Now we can't even fully understand. Thank you. Dear journalists, you are welcome to ask your questions, but please use the microphone.
Hi, thanks very much. It's Luke Harding from The Guardian newspaper. A couple of questions. Can you describe what life was like under Russian occupation? How did the Russian soldiers and your staff live side by side for nearly a month? That's question one. Question two, do you have any information about what happened to the 169 members of the Ukraine National Guard who were taken away by Russian forces and who have disappeared? And lastly, I was part of a group of journalists on a press tour who went to the exclusion zone yesterday, and we were not allowed inside. We spent all day waiting at the control point. Do you know why that happened?
Let me start with your last question. You are not allowed, although it was agreed upon with the armed forces, with the central command of the armed forces, but there locally it turned out that troops were moving there, and there locally they prohibited right there on that day to visit the exclusion zone. Currently we have been maintaining communication with Ministry of Defense, and we'll do it in such a way that next time is in the exclusion zone. Well, first of all, we would split them into two categories. First of those is staff of nuclear power plant, Chernobyl nuclear power plant, maintaining security at the nuclear site. They stayed there for a long time. The first shift was 25 days, and the second one was more than 2 weeks under occupation. And that's about... it was difficult psychologically because, their shift had to be 1 day, not not such a long time. They were prohibited from leaving their workplaces, and they were residing there, or they were sleeping under supervision. They had to get permission to move. About physical violence, I haven't heard about any physical violence, although now law enforcement speaks with them in the city of Slavutich in order to see the whole picture, so it may be that something will be found, but I haven't heard. What about access to food, whether those employees had access to food? Yes, there was access to food. Chernobyl nuclear power plant provides food to its employees independently, and by that time there were some reserves of food previously purchased, and we were providing food to them, and there were cooks who were cooking there. So, you know, Chernobyl power plant provided food to the personnel, and there was enough food for that time. Second category of employees is those employees of our other entities other than Chernobyl nuclear power plant, those who remained in the city of Chernobyl, and also there was a unit of the main Directorate of State Emergency Service for Kyiv Oblast, and all of them continued to work there during all that time. They were allowed to extinguish fires in the exclusion zone under Russian supervision. That stuff, those employees of other entities did not operate. They were prohibited from leaving the city of Chernobyl. They were checked, and those employees, they were lacking food. Although in a centralized way, you know, that centralized radioactive waste management entity provided food for their employees. There was food in that exclusion zone, but after some period of time, there was a shortage of that food. There were some facts. Now again, the law enforcement agencies have been investigating. There were some facts where not our employees, but those from other organizations, our contractors were scorned. There was some derision, some torture. Now about the National Guard. Yeah, National Guard. When there was the first duty shift, after 25 days of staying in their workplaces under occupation, there were 46 volunteers, 46 employees who volunteered to replace their colleagues, and one of them was a woman who was a woman and a mother. She was a wife of a National Guard member and mother of another National Guard member, and both those National Guard members were there at Chernobyl power plant. And we were told by employees that on the 31st, about lunchtime, they were all gathered in the conference room. They were counted. They tied somehow their hands, not by handcuffs, but in some other way. They were put into cars and they were taken from there, and we are unaware of their current location. You better ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who may have information. Thank you. Any more questions? Friends, you're welcome.
Thank you. Last question. Can you just be clear as to whether the crazy radioactive dust caused by Russian soldiers, by Russian occupation, is now a health hazard to people living on the edge of the exclusion zone, to the civilian population? Are they at any risk? Yes or no?
First of all, we have to check the whole exclusion zone to investigate, but the dust raised there, you know, they were breathing, those Russians were breathing that dust, and after some short time, the dust would come down, and it's still there in the exclusion zone. But we'll investigate into this issue after complete renewal of our activities in the exclusion zone. Thank you. Thank you, Evgen. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for finding time to answer all those important questions raised here, dear friends. Thank you for staying with us. I'd like to remind you that at 3 p.m. in our studio, we will have the spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, Alexander Matysyanuk. Colonel Matysyanuk will tell us about the situation on the front lines at the moment. Please stay with us. Thank you.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we did just get an update there, live, raw, and unfiltered, coming out live from Kyiv, Ukraine, on the situation on the ground. Primarily, this press conference was about the situation at Chernobyl. We do know that very early on in this conflict, Russian forces were able to take control of Chernobyl, and those employees were unfortunately working far beyond their shifts. There were reports that the same group of employees were working there for more than a week, 2 weeks even, some of them, and we did just get an update on their condition. That representative highlighting that obviously those work conditions were less than ideal. We are expecting an update from the mayor of Mariupol later on today. We're also taking a live look here at the White House because President Joe Biden is in the headlines today as he has referred to Putin's war in Ukraine as a genocide. The White House is expected to send more weapons to Ukraine. We are expecting that announcement at some point today. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break and get you up to speed on all of our breaking news right after this quick break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Wednesday. Today is April 13th, 2022. And if you are just joining us, we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at your top stories. Here's a triple box look of everything that we are monitoring this morning. We can confirm that the NYPD has named a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway shooting that we were able to break to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. The NYPD has named Frank James as this person of interest, and the manhunt for him continues today. We'll get you up to speed on all of the video that has come into our newsroom of this incident and also everything that we know about Frank James, that photograph that you see on your screens. We're also taking a live look this morning at the White House. The sun is rising in the nation's capital as President Joe Biden has made headlines overnight after calling Putin's war in Ukraine a genocide. It is the first time that he has referred to all that is happening on the ground in Ukraine as a genocide. He did so in Iowa. We'll play a little clip of that speech on a day that we are expecting the White House to send more weapons to Ukraine as they continue to defend themselves and prepare themselves for a big Russian offensive in the eastern portion of that country. We also are keeping a very close eye on yet another round of severe weather and storms, this time expected to impact Texas through Minnesota. We are expecting numerous severe thunderstorms that are likely today on Wednesday across a large area. And there you're seeing on the map there on the lower right-hand portion of your screens that massive system or various systems that are expected to impact millions of people today. Destructive winds, including some gusts over 75 miles per hour, several tornadoes, and large to very large hail. All of that is expected at some point today. We're going to touch base with our Fox weather team throughout the morning to get the latest update on all of that and make sure that if you are tuning in from those areas, you are prepared for potentially what is to come this morning. We do want to begin first and foremost with the bigger box on your screen, a massive story that broke yesterday at around this time, in about an hour's time, is when this situation broke coming out of Brooklyn. And we do want to play for you all of the video coming into our newsroom of this situation. Here is one piece of video that we can bring to you, and we'll bring down the volume here so that I can walk you through precisely what it is that went down yesterday in Brooklyn. The NYPD has identified a man that detectives are looking for who may be connected to the mass shooting that unfolded on a very crowded subway train in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. And here's a look at inside of the train here in the aftermath of what has happened. This is during rush hour. This is when this incident happened yesterday. And of course, this was a time where the trains are very packed. The subway is the heart and soul of New York City. We can confirm today that the NYPD has confirmed that this man on your screen is a person of interest in connection with this incident yesterday. This man's name is Frank James, 62 years old. The chief of detectives, James Essig, has called him, quote, a person of interest. Once again, this man is still not in police custody. He is heavyset. He was last seen wearing an orange-green nylon-type construction vest. He also had on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. We can confirm also that this investigation is very much underway and that police have also identified a U-Haul truck via a credit card that was found on the scene that was used to purchase a U-Haul truck that was found just a couple of miles away from the scene. The U-Haul truck was first picked up in Pennsylvania, and so in Philadelphia more precisely. So the male who we believe is the renter of this U-Haul truck in Philadelphia is Frank James. So once again, for all of you tuning in to understand the connection here, Frank James is the individual who rented the U-Haul truck out of Philadelphia. That U-Haul truck was found in Brooklyn, and a credit card belonging to Frank James was found at the scene. So those are all of the connections, and police are still actively looking for, once again, I'll pull up the picture so that all of you can take this in. There is a massive police manhunt for the man on your screens who is a person of interest in this subway shooting. What we do here on Live Now from Fox is we send you out live to any feeds coming into our newsroom, and I am getting word that we have received the latest update from the mayor of Mariupol. This is the gentleman on your screens. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Our efforts. Meanwhile, our residents attempted evacuation on their private vehicles, and the armed forces did relieve them outside the city, but they would only travel to the first checkpoints with a Russian flag flying over it, and they'd be told the following: we haven't received an order to allow passage for any residents of Mariupol. They would have to take a U-turn, and this Russian propaganda would add to the message that you've been abandoned, they've left you. And only on the 13th of April, when the whole world coalesced around evacuation from Mariupol, the evacuation was enabled with private vehicles when the enemy troops opened the passage through their checkpoints, and people have been able to leave the city, traveling to Berdansk, Zaporizhia, and from Berdansk, they've traveled onwards. So this has finally happened then, and now about 150,000 people have been able to leave Mariupol into Ukraine-controlled territories. There are over 100,000 people staying in Mariupol, but 120,000 people are staying in Mariupol. There are also people in the outskirts wanting to evacuate. That's another 60,000 people. So we keep urging every day, every morning, to the entire global community that we need to stand together to liberate Mariupol, to evacuate together to liberate Mariupol, to evacuate the innocent civilians from Mariupol. The Mariupol stands, and as long as it stands, our country shall stand. Earlier, some negotiations with France, Greece, Turkey were in progress about the international humanitarian missions to Mariupol. Has any progress been made in these negotiations? What came out of these negotiations about the international humanitarian missions? We have to make it clear that the Russian Federation does not seek to support any international mission, and we know clearly why that is so. Either Red Cross or a Turkish mission or any other mission like a French mission that tried to intervene, they would come to the city and witness firsthand the atrocities abominably created by the Russian troops, the destroyed hospitals, dozens of dead corpses, the razed drama theater, hospital burned to ashes, with heavily injured residents of Mariupol who stayed inside at that point. This is a war. This is a genocide of the Russian-speaking population of Mariupol. This is the war that was launched by a war criminal, Putin, against our society, our nation. And the only he has succeeded in his special operation is razing the city of Mariupol, destroying the Ukrainian population of Mariupol. That he succeeded in. We lost the connection with Mr. Boychenko. Please go on. We can hear you now. We're trying to regain the connection. We lost the signal, unfortunately. Let's wait. We hear the tragic news from Mariupol, as we heard from Vice Prime Minister Vereshchuk. There'll be no humanitarian corridors operating in Ukraine today. And let us test out the connection. Okay, we can hear you fine. Please carry on. And we have more questions for you in store. We have lost that signal again. We are working to reconnect. The Vice Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk reported that there will be no evacuation corridors in operation today, as the mayor of Mariupol has told us earlier that people have not been able to leave Mariupol driving their own cars. I'm passing the floor to the journalist. We have a question in here. You will hear it interpreted. Over to you.
Greek national television, ERT. Do you have evidence that Russian forces dropped chemicals on Mariupol? And is it true that they brought mobile crematoriums?
Firstly, about the war crimes that have been evidenced in Mariupol. The first crime committed on the 9th of March, when the Russian warplane dropped 2 bombs on a maternity ward in Mariupol, where the residents died, women and children. The second war crime was committed on the 16th of March in Mariupol, when another enemy plane dropped 2 bombs on the Mariupol drama theater, and there are many such war crimes that have been documented. We documented the fact of razing our town. 40% of the multi-story building have been reduced to rubble. They're past any repair, and this is pertaining to the majority of people in Mariupol. We have the video records, photographic evidence that are now collected by the relevant agencies of our country. And these are war crimes. The day before yesterday, the Russian troops attempted to strike our city with a chemical attack. They tried to drop the chemical agent on our defenders. The agent did affect our defenders. A few people in the outskirts of Mariupol were also affected. They sensed the sweet taste in their mouth. This warned them in the towns and villages around Mariupol, and people started fleeing from these outskirts of Mariupol because they sensed danger. There's no way to collect evidence of that. A lab would need to do the analysis to make the finding, but the enemy troops and the Donetsk proxies of Russia have stated that they intend to deploy the chemical agents because they cannot defeat our defenders who are defending the city. And they were the first to allege that they had committed the crime. Before that, information was available that there are allegedly some chemical labs in the city developing some chemical agents or weapons. And we knew that they were planning to launch this attack, and this unfortunately has happened.
Is it true that they brought mobile crematoriums?
Look, 1st of April, the official government of Mariupol, the utility company, recorded the fatalities. At that time, we recorded over 5,000 civilians who died resulting from the impact of the shelling bombings by the enemy of aviation. From the 21st of March, we haven't been able to record the fatalities because the troops of the Russian Federation advanced in depth into the city and the street fighting commenced. At that time, thousands more remained dead in the streets of our town. According to our estimates, it's over 20,000 people who were killed by the enemy troops of the Russian Federation. An enemy plane would bombard the city starting with the 9th of March incessantly. Now they've shut down the city to disguise the evidence of these atrocities. They're trying to sweep them under the carpet. We know the records that they're uploading in YouTube or some other channels, that the bodies have disappeared. Where did they go? Did they get up and go? They're trying to bury them and hide the traces of their crimes. They are collecting the bodies, and there are 3 scenarios that they have already deployed. Our intelligence have confirmed that 13 crematoria have arrived in the city and are preparing to eliminate the evidence of the war crimes committed by the Russian Federation. We'll take one more question.
Polish radio. How many civilians died in Mariupol, and do you see there is war crimes there?
What has happened in Mariupol? The fact that 90% of infrastructure has been razed by the Russian Federation, that the hospitals were bombed, the bomb shelters were bombed, that the innocent civilians were killed in Mariupol. 21,000 plus is the number of fatalities in Mariupol. These are the fatalities of the shelling, of the bombing. And we believe this to be war crimes, atrocity crimes. This is a genocide of the Ukrainian nation by the Russian Federation in our city and in our country. Thank you. And one last question to you. As a mayor of Mariupol, which 2 months ago used to live a regular life, and now day by day is falling heavier into ruin and despair, what do you personally feel? I feel the following. This is a revenge for the determination of the city we showed in 2014 when they offered the Russian peace for us, the Russian world for us. And the city did not buy that. We went on to develop a modern city. We built infrastructure, hospitals, schools, kindergartens. The city blossomed, becoming a European city, a city for the future, a dream city. A lot of labor went into that. A lot of people committed themselves to make that happen, whilst no positive change happened in Donetsk. This was done because of rancor, because of envy. They destroyed the city for others not to see its rebirth, becoming the European city of the future. As for me personally, my heart was torn out because for 8 years I went to make it happen, and it will stay that way. The city of Mariupol shall always be a Ukrainian city. Thank you for your answers. We've unfortunately run out of time, so we have to conclude this third briefing. Mr. Boychenko, we pray for the rescue of Mariupol. This concludes our third briefing about this heroic city of Mariupol. We'd like to thank the journalists who.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. You are listening in to an update from the mayor of Mariupol that has just concluded. We've heard from this mayor quite a few times since the beginning of this invasion 49 days ago, and he did just release and reveal some really stark information. He estimates that more than 21,000 of his people in Mariupol alone have been killed in the first 49 days of this invasion. He says, and he has said this before, that 90% of the city's infrastructure has been destroyed. Once again, just a couple of days ago, he had actually estimated that only 10,000 had been killed. That number is now up to 21,000. And once again, this is a situation that we have been monitoring since the very beginning. We'll head back out live to the White House because this is information that the White House is going to use when they look ahead to how they respond, how they continue to call, and actually for the first time ever, President Biden referring to this war in Ukraine as a genocide just 24 hours ago. This is why this type of escalation in this language is being seen at the highest level from the words of President Biden himself, because of the information that we are getting on the ground from Officials such as the mayor of Mariupol, who once again, the big news out of that press conference is that he estimates that more than 21,000 of his civilians have been killed. He actually alluded to a bit of history there. He says that he believes that the city of Mariupol was hit so hard and continues to be hit so profoundly because it's a bit of retaliation from what happened back in 2014. We know that the annexation of Crimea really, to many Ukrainians, to Zelensky himself, was the start of this war. And Mariupol really held firm. They went on to grow into a modern city, a dream city, the words of the mayor of Mariupol there. He says that they became a European city. They built schools, hospitals, and now all of that has been destroyed. And he believes a bit of retaliation is at the heart of this attack on his city. But once again, the big news coming out of that press conference that we just brought you live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, is that an estimated 21,000 Ukrainian civilians have lost their lives in Mariupol. Speaking of the lives of these innocent Ukrainian civilians, here's a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border as, of course, we continue to monitor the humanitarian crisis that has grown as a result of this. We also did just hear from the mayor of Mariupol on evacuation corridors. He says that there will be no evacuation corridors today. There had been Ukrainian officials earlier this morning reporting the same. Russia not upholding their end of the deal, so there is no safe way to evacuate some of these innocent civilians. We do have an update from the United Nations on the refugee count. That count is now at 4.6 million refugees. So just a day ago, it was at 4.5 million. Well, the United Nations has confirmed today that that number is now at 4.6 million people who have fled Ukraine since the very start of this invasion 49 days ago. We do know that over half of that number have come to where you are seeing right now live on your screens. They have made their way to Poland for safety. And once again, this is a humanitarian crisis that is impacting neighboring countries. It is really impacting the world. The United States also opening its doors to Ukrainian refugees. So it really is a group effort. And these people are fleeing the atrocities in Ukraine because, as we once again just heard from the mayor of Mariupol, in that city alone, he estimates that 21,000 individuals have lost their lives. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll get you up to speed on all of our top stories, including the NYPD manhunt for Frank James, who is a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway shooting yesterday. We're also later on in the morning going to touch base with our Fox weather team because yet another round of severe weather and storms is expected to impact millions today. All of that news on the other side of this break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios just before the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, happy Wednesday. We do want to get you out the door this morning with your top stories. And we did just get a bit of breaking news out of Ukraine. We just heard from the mayor of Mariupol, who confirmed that 21,000 people have lost their lives since the start of this war in Ukraine 49 days ago, according to his estimations. He also outlined how Russian forces have been trying to hide the evidence of war crimes. All of this coming just one day after President Joe Biden has amped up his language when it comes to the situation in Ukraine. He has officially called this war in Ukraine a genocide. He used that word for the first time in an official capacity in Iowa in a speech that he gave yesterday. This coming on a day where the White House is expected to send more weapons to Ukraine. Here is a look at everything that we are monitoring this morning on Live Now from Fox, and we'll begin with the big one. A manhunt continues today for the person of interest in the subway shooting. The NYPD has named Frank James as a person of interest in the Brooklyn subway shooting that we broke to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. That manhunt is continuing. We'll take you through all of the video that we've gotten to our newsroom, all of the details that we have on Frank James in just a moment. We also are on the upper right-hand corner of your screens. We have a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border. The United Nations has confirmed that the refugee count is now at 4.6 million. Yes, 4.6 million people have fled Ukraine in just 49 days. Really astronomical numbers that continue to rise by the day. This is a humanitarian crisis of the highest caliber. We did just hear from the mayor of Mariupol, who confirmed that evacuation corridors will not take place today, as the humanitarian crisis, both in Ukraine and in surrounding countries as well, as countries such as Poland, Romania, Slovakia, try and provide these refugees with supplies, with basic humanitarian needs. It really is an all-out group effort. We'll get you up to speed on all of the humanitarian latest news that we have as well. And of course, we are tracking severe weather today. It feels like another day, another multi and massive system that we are monitoring here, along with our Fox weather team. And today, we are keeping a close eye on another round of thunderstorms that are likely across a large area from lower and mid-Mississippi Valley all the way up to the Midwest. And into the lower Ohio Valley. There, if you take a close look at your screens, you'll see that massive system that really spans across over a dozen states. It's expected to impact millions. Destructive winds, including some gusts over 75 miles per hour, are expected. Like I said, our Fox weather team has been all over this, as they always are. It feels like every week we've been covering a massive system. And once again, they are on the ground to give us the latest. We'll be touching base with them a little bit later on in the show. But for now, let's begin in Brooklyn, where we are monitoring a massive manhunt that is underway for the man connected, and now being referred to as a person of interest in connection with the subway shooting that took place. This is raw video coming into our newsroom of one of the subway cars. For those of you that are not familiar with precisely what happened, yesterday at around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, a man aboard the northbound N train tossed 2 smoke bombs onto the floor and opened fire inside of the train as it approached the 36th Street station. For those of you that are not familiar, this is the Sunset Park station in Brooklyn. The gunman fired at least 33 times, striking 10 people. We do have more video coming into our newsroom of the situation, and here you see that smoke that the gunman used to kind of cause, well, complete and utter chaos. He then opened fire, once again striking 10 people. Dozens were injured. And we do have some information on the gunman. He is heavy set, wearing an orange-green nylon type construction vest. This is information coming into our newsroom. As per the chief of detectives James Essig. He says that this gentleman is heavyset, last seen wearing an orange-green nylon type construction vest. He also has on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. He did flee the scene. I do want to bring up the image of the person of interest that the NYPD are after. We are learning that this gentleman's name is Frank James. So he is 62 years old, and he is a person of interest in connection with this subway shooting. So a manhunt is underway to locate this gentleman in connection with the subway shooting in which 10 people were shot. 5 gunshot victims are said to be in critical but stable condition, according to our Fox 5 New York team. More than a dozen other people were hurt in the chaos. And we do have a bit of details on how police have kind of pieced together this individual as a person of interest. There was a credit card found at the scene. That credit card was used to purchase a U-Haul truck that was picked up in Philadelphia. Police and detectives found that U-Haul truck in Brooklyn. And so that is how they've kind of pieced this all together. The gentleman whose credit card was found and who rented that U-Haul truck that was picked up in Philadelphia, that is Frank James. And that is why he is known as a person of interest in this shooting. The investigation continues following Tuesday's mass shooting aboard that crowded New York City train. And we do have our Fox News correspondent on the ground covering this story. Lauren Blanchard has more from Brooklyn, New York. Let's take a listen to her report.
In the day after a violent Brooklyn subway attack with the alleged gunman still at large.
I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still.
There is still concern in the Big Apple after police say a man wearing a worker's vest and a gas mask threw smoke grenades before opening fire inside a crowded New York City subway train. Tuesday's morning attack happening in Brooklyn during the height of the morning commute with several children on board.
He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
But more harm could have been done. Law enforcement say the suspect's gun jammed during the shootings, preventing him from firing more rounds. Besides recovering a firearm and high-capacity magazines, police say the alleged gunman also left behind 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, gasoline, and a hatchet. But one of the main discoveries was a U-Haul key, which police tracked down to a van roughly 5 miles from the site of the shooting. That van is being linked to 62-year-old Frank James, who police are calling a person of interest.
This was a sick act on innocent New Yorkers.
Police say security cameras at the 36th Street station were not working properly at the time of the shooting. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect. Police say James, the person of interest, has addresses in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and had posted videos criticizing the policies of New York Mayor Eric Adams. In Brooklyn, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We want to pull up Frank James's image once again. And there you are seeing the NYPD Crime Stoppers tips line, 1-800-577-8477. We do want all of you tuning in to call this number if you do have any information on perhaps this man's whereabouts or on the shooting itself. We do have a bit more information on precisely what happened in this incident. Police believe that the gunman's pistol jammed, preventing him from firing even more shots. We did just hear in that police update that, like I had reported, 33 rounds were fired. The van that police found was rented in Philadelphia. Officers investigating the scene recovered a Glock 17 9mm semi-automatic pistol, 3 extended capacity magazines, 2 detonated smoke grenades, 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, a hatchet, a container of gasoline, a backpack, a garbage can, a rolling crate cart, and various other things. But amongst those belongings was that key to a U-Haul rented van. That van was rented in Philadelphia. And we can confirm that is how detectives pieced this story together. Police said the U-Haul van was found parked on a Kings Highway Tuesday evening. It is worth noting that is where the suspect entered the train at the Kings Highway stop. So once again, this is what we know. Frank James is a person of interest, and there is a manhunt that continues today. If you do have information, please call the number that you see there below that Crime Stoppers label as, once again, investigators begin to piece what precisely happened and what led to the shooting that injured dozens yesterday as 10 people were shot. We are going to shift gears and get you back out to our triple box view as we are monitoring, like I said, quite a few stories this morning. We will shift gears and head out to Ukraine as we keep a close eye on the latest coming out on day 49 of this war. It's hard to believe that we are almost at the 7-week mark, just one day shy of 7 weeks into this conflict. And we have entered a new chapter as we can confirm that Russia are changing their tactics. Ukraine are prepared to defend the east and the southern portions of this country. And we are actually getting in satellite imagery that shows just this. I do want to pull up our latest satellite imagery provided to us by Maxar Technologies. This is showing you what we have been reporting for quite some time now. Russian ground forces continue to redeploy and move into the eastern portion of Ukraine. Images show a large number of military deployments observed along the 14K34 highway and the corridor that leads from western Ukraine towards eastern Ukraine. Across the border and into eastern Ukraine is where these forces are currently going. Several convoys of military equipment were seen traveling along this highway, and this once again supports the claims that Russia are prepared to launch a full-scale offensive in the east. That President Zelensky and his officials are adamant that Ukrainian officials and their military personnel are prepared to defend. We do have our reporters on the ground covering this story from all angles. Russian President Vladimir Putin says reports of Russian atrocities in Bucha are fake news. Those are some of the war crimes that we have seen emerge as Russian forces have retreated from those areas and as they are heading east. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, he's been through the devastated city of Bucha near the Ukrainian capital, and he reports. We do want to let you know that some of the images in this piece may be disturbing, but these are war times, and this is very important stories that need to be told. So let's take a listen to his latest report.
Right now, war crimes prosecutors and police are digging up the grave sites of Ukrainian civilians who were killed by Russian forces when those forces controlled this town.
The Kyiv suburb of Bucha is one large crime scene. Officials say more than 400 civilians were killed there before Russian forces retreated 2 weeks ago. The burned bodies of 2 Ukrainian children were pulled from a shallow grave this afternoon. Their grandmother, Valentina, looking on, trying to make sense of the horror. They couldn't take the explosions anymore. They wanted to evacuate, she says. Valentina's son and daughter-in-law were evacuating Bucha with their young boys when their car was hit by Russian fire. Our cameras captured this family's grave outside of the Church of St. Andrew. Though Russian President Putin spoke today, claiming without evidence that suspected war crimes in Bucha are fabricated. He also said ceasefire negotiations with Ukraine have hit a dead end.
Such an incoherence on major issues creates non-problems to achieve final agreements acceptable for everyone on the negotiating track.
The remarks come as fighting continues to escalate in the southern and eastern parts of Ukraine. In the besieged port city of Mariupol, Russian-backed separatists say they're in active combat with Ukrainian Marines who have been fighting for more than a month without a resupply of weapons or ammunition. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country is running out of time to get the weapons they need to defeat the Russians in this war. There are concerns that what happened in Bucha is only a fraction of the atrocities committed. Back in the suburb of Kyiv, Irina and her husband spent days at a time inside the house, sitting in a small dark room during the Russian occupation of her town.
She says that there's no heating or electricity, so they've had to take bottles of hot water and put them underneath the bed to keep them warm at night. While the Russians were shelling this neighborhood, she describes a scene of horror, having to put her daughter and granddaughter underneath a mattress, worried that they were going to be killed by these Russian shells. Air raid sirens have sounded multiple times today across Kyiv as the capital city remains under threat. In Kyiv, Trey Yangst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. He has done excellent reporting since the very beginning of this invasion, and we'll be touching base with him throughout the day. We also want to touch in with our Fox News correspondent, Alex Hogan, who has more from Lviv, Ukraine, as the death toll is climbing in cities being hammered by the Russian military. Let's take a listen to her latest report.
The Russian military ramping up attacks on cities in Ukraine's southeast, paving the way for what's expected to be a major offensive aimed at taking over the entire Donbass region. There's been heavy fighting reported around Izium, with Russian forces now about 12 miles outside of the city. Russian combat power has been reduced by at least 20% since the start of the war. But Russian President Vladimir Putin claims the invasion is going according to plan, and he plans to press on.
The operation will continue until its full completion and the fulfillment of the tasks that have been set.
The hardest hit city so far, Mariupol, where the civilian death toll could be as high as 20,000. Ukrainian officials say shelling is happening virtually around the clock, and Russian troops are not allowing civilians to leave.
Every day, mass graves are found, thousands of victims, hundreds of cases of cruel torture. The bodies of bound people are found in manholes and basements.
Meanwhile, both sides are admitting the peace talks remain stalled as the fighting intensifies. And experts say as more evidence emerges of alleged Russian war crimes, it will be difficult for Ukraine's president to make a deal.
He wants to stop those atrocities by driving them out. He's not looking for a deal at this time. He's looking to remove the Russians from his territory.
Some Ukrainian soldiers are reporting a possible chemical attacks outside of Mariupol, but the Pentagon cannot confirm these reports. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex Hogan for that report from Lviv. We are, of course, monitoring a slew of breaking news this morning. And if you are just joining us, it's 8:11 here on the East Coast, and we want to get you up to speed on all of our top stories. A manhunt is underway for Frank James. We want to bring up our side panel here so that you can fully understand who Frank James is and why the NYPD have named him as a person of interest in connection with the Brooklyn subway shooting that occurred yesterday morning. Frank James has been identified once again simply as a person of interest in connection with this shooting that happened at Sunset Park Station in Brooklyn. Frank James is 62 years old. This is a description sent to us by the NYPD. He is heavy set, wearing an orange-green nylon type construction vest. He also had on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. Now, Frank James is connected with and is named a person of interest in this shooting because he was the individual who rented a U-Haul truck that was found at King's Cross Station, King's Highway Station, that is in connection with this situation. He is the individual who rented that U-Haul that was found in Brooklyn that once again is connected with this subway shooting. So Frank James, the manhunt is underway for this person of interest. We are also keeping a very close eye on a massive severe weather system that is expected to impact Texas through Minnesota today. Our Fox Weather team is working on a report for us, and we'll be touching touching base with them a little bit later on in the day. But if you are just joining us, that is, on this Wednesday, we were getting you up to speed on the latest news coming out of Ukraine. President Biden has called the war in Ukraine a genocide for the very first time on a day that the White House is expected to send more weapons to Ukraine. We are expecting a detailed outline of that latest batch of aid to Ukraine. As soon as we get that, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to play that excerpt where President Biden does, for the very first time since the beginning of this invasion 49 days ago, refer to this situation as, once again, as a genocide. Let's listen to President Biden's words.
Your family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide half a world away.
And there you had it, the words of President Biden in his latest visit to Iowa. He did use the term genocide for the first time. He was asked about that word choice by reporters, and he said, yes, that was deliberate. He does believe, in his opinion, that genocide is what the situation currently is on the ground. He said, quote, "We'll let the lawyers decide internationally whether or not it qualifies, but it sure seems that way to me." Those were the words of President Biden just yesterday. I do want to bring us back out to this triple box view as we keep you up to speed on how the world is aiding Ukraine during this time. Israel has established a civilian field hospital in Ukraine's war zone, making it the only foreign country to do so. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul, he reports from Lviv, Ukraine, on this latest update. Let's take a listen.
Patients to check, charts to read, diagnoses to make. But this somewhat ordinary day in the medical world is far from normal. Built on school grounds in the far stretches of western Ukraine, now sits a well-staffed field hospital set up by the Israeli government.
Well, unfortunately, there are some similarities. The Israeli people are, people who know how it is to live at times of war and know how to practice medicine at times of war. We have everything we need.
Tel Aviv-based Dr. Azaf Vivante says on an average day, they see more than 200 in need. Some of these people escaped war-torn areas of Ukraine, traveling hours by car, hundreds of miles just to get here. And if it wasn't for places like this Israeli field hospital, they too might become a casualty of this war. One of those people is 62-year-old Vasily Anatolovich. Joined by his son Nikolai, the two escaped the bombardments and missile strikes that devastated Mykolaiv in southern Ukraine. The hospital there, one of the many targets of Russian shelling. Bedridden and unable to move due to multiple fractures stemming from a car crash, his son and this hospital are now his saving grace.
When you build your house for 30 years and have to leave it not knowing what will be there, I have nothing to tell. I am shocked.
Wiping back the tears, Vasily still can't understand why this war is happening.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what they want and why they do it.
The only thing healing both his broken bones and broken heart, his son and these doctors from a foreign land who now feel so familiar.
We came to do good, just as simple as that.
Since setting up a few weeks ago here in western Ukraine, that Israeli field hospital has helped heal more than 4,000 patients. That's 4,000 people who otherwise would have likely gone untreated. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that report. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at our weather radar and take a very in-depth view of if you could potentially be in this storm's path that we are monitoring today. We'll also get you up to speed on some other top stories, including that big inflation report that came out yesterday and how that could impact you this year and really in the coming weeks. All of that on the other side of this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And it is Wednesday, April 13th, 2022. And a quick look on your screens. We'll keep you up to date on all of the stories that we are monitoring this morning on Live Now from Fox. We'll begin with the big one. NYPD has named Frank James as a person of interest in connection with the Brooklyn subway shooting. A manhunt for this gentleman on your screen continues today. We have learned that this gentleman is connected to a U-Haul truck that was found in Brooklyn that is once again connected with this shooting. And so this man has been named a person of interest as per the chief of detectives, James Essig, and there is a manhunt underway to locate him. He is, quote, heavy set, last seen wearing an orange-green nylon type construction vest. He also has on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. That is the latest news that we have coming into our newsroom. As soon as we have an update on this manhunt, we will be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are also keeping a close eye on the situation on the ground in Ukraine as we enter day 49 of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine are, quote, ready for a Russian offensive expected in the east. And expected to begin really any day now. We did get satellite imagery of Russian military forces heading east. The United Nations has said that the refugee count is at 4.6 million, just a day after President Joe Biden referred to this war in Ukraine as a genocide for the first time. It was the first time in an official capacity that he used that word. He was asked to clarify the use of that word by reporters, and he said, quote, to him, that's what it looks like. We are expecting the White House to announce more weapons are to be sent to Ukraine. So as soon as we get an outline of that, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to bring up our XRAD weather cam here. And bring it up in big for you so that you can take a look at the massive weather system that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, it spans quite literally from the northern portion of our country all the way down to the south. Over a dozen, that is, states are expected to be impacted by this system. And we are expecting another round of rain and thunderstorms to impact millions today. We are going to be touching base with our Fox weather team later on in the morning to get a breakdown of what the people who are within this oval here that you're seeing on your screens can expect. But once again, numerous severe thunderstorms are likely today across a large area from the lower and mid Mississippi Valley to the Midwest and the lower Ohio Valley. We are expecting destructive winds, including some gusts over 75 miles per hour, several tornadoes, and large to very large hail. All of these things are significant threats that are expecting to impact millions. This has been a multi-day system that we've been monitoring along with our Fox weather team for a couple of days now. It did hit in certain portions yesterday, and today we are expecting millions more to be impacted. So once again, stay tuned because we are going to touch base with our Fox weather team who are on the ground covering this story. Let's head out live right now to the White House where we are waking up in the nation's capital here. A beautiful morning in Washington, D.C., 8:23 here on the East Coast. And a major development surrounding inflation in the United States was that March Consumer Price Index report that revealed that inflation has hit a new high, the highest jump in more than 40 years at 8.5%. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more details from Washington, D.C. Let's take a listen.
Speaking to a crowd at an ethanol plant in Iowa, President Biden reacted to the latest inflation report, which revealed consumer prices in March rose 8.5% compared to a year ago.
Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world.
The Biden administration announced Tuesday a suspension of a ban on higher ethanol gasoline blends to lower prices at the pump. It won't take effect until June, but the White House believes it will make a difference.
This waiver to allow that sale and production will increase the supply of gasoline.
It's not just energy prices that saw an increase. Grocery prices soared as well. Americans are paying more for meats, eggs, and milk. And in the transportation sector, used car prices soared 35%.
It gets pretty hard. You have to figure out, how much money you've got.
Republicans in Congress have criticized the response from the administration, arguing the president and Democrats are trying to shift the blame for rising costs on the war overseas and not the policies they've implemented here at home.
They have no idea of how they're just fueling the inflation fire.
Democratic Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia says the administration and the Fed, for that matter, simply haven't done enough to deal with inflation, and he's now calling on the administration to expand U.S. energy. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And thank you to Kevin for that report. Kevin was live in Washington, and we are as well, as we continue to look at the impact that these very high inflation numbers will have on all of us. Our Fox 13 team takes a closer look. Let's take a listen.
Tonight, inflation. The price of everything is up. And tonight, a new report shows we are living through the largest jolt in inflation in more than 40 years. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the price of household goods and services, rose 8.5% over the past year, and it shows no signs of slowing. Let's go now to our political editor, Craig Patrick, to explain the problem and what the government is trying to do to fix it. Craig?
Well, in terms of remedies to at least address it and ease the sting somewhat, the president just announced that they're lifting restrictions, summertime restrictions on higher ethanol gasoline. Those restrictions exist to try to control smog. While there are concerns about the environmental impacts of it, they're much more concerned about the scourge of inflation at this point. That's something that maybe can reduce the price we pay for gasoline, perhaps 10 cents per gallon this summer. The administration says every little bit helps, but overall, the challenge here for so many, most working class families, is that prices, the rate of what we're paying continues to rise faster than the rate of our paychecks. Overall, the cost of consumer goods rose 8.5% the past 12 months, which is the highest we've seen since the great inflation of 1981. And in going through the charts, it's the rising cost of energy that leaps off the page. It's collectively all forms of energy going up 32% combined the past year, and gasoline up 48%.
And of course, this is being, greatly exacerbated by Putin's war in Ukraine that has led to higher energy prices.
It started with oil producers cutting back on supply when people cut back on travel during the pandemic. When the pandemic eased, demand for travel shot way up while supply was still down. That drove up prices through 2021. And then early this year, they shot up more in the run-up to Russia's invasion on the fear that it could disrupt the global oil market. And then it shot up after the invasion when it did disrupt the market. And those rising gas prices get rolled into the cost of making and transporting other products, which is fueling rising prices across the board. For example, new car prices are up 12.5% the past year. And with the reduced supply of new cars due to the supply chain and production snags, used cars are up 35%. The cost of food has gone up 10% the past year. And look at this, the cost of buying at the grocery store has gone up at a higher rate than the cost of eating out. It still generally costs more to eat out than it does to buy and cook your own food at home, but the gap is closing somewhat. And meats are the highest riser among the groceries, going up nearly 14%. While the president has tapped the strategic oil reserve to increase consumer supply and is lifting seasonal restrictions on higher ethanol gasoline, his power to control inflation is limited. At this point, the Federal Reserve has the most impact on inflation because it controls interest rates. When you raise interest rates, you increase the cost of borrowing money, and that makes it harder and more expensive to borrow, which weighs down demand to buy stuff, which tames inflation. The problem here is that raising interest rates can also weigh down the housing market and the job market. And if raised too much or too often, that can drive us into a recession. Which is exactly what happened some 40 years ago when the feds raised interest rates and indeed did tame inflation and ended the great inflation, but in so doing created the recession of the early 1980s. So right now, the Federal Reserve is facing a very challenging and tricky balancing act to raise interest rates, as they already have and plan to again next month, raise them enough to curb inflation, but not too much in order to trigger a recession, which brings us to some critical decisions, of course, in the coming months.
So, Craig, what additional steps can the president or Congress take to tame these rising prices? And when do the projections show it finally easing?
Well, there are several proposals. One of the most popular would be gas tax relief to differing degrees. For example, Florida's already moved in that direction, but timed it to October of this year in alignment with the upcoming election. There are calls in Congress to do something similar, other forms of tax relief. The challenge is that when you provide tax relief, you have the effect of giving people more buying power, and therefore that in itself can fuel inflation, as can additional government spending, which has chilled components of the president's Build Back Better plan that he's been trying to pass. There also are efforts to try to spur production. That is occurring among the oil producers as we speak, but it's going to take a lot of time. And the single biggest variable in all of this, certainly, again, is interest rates.
All right, Craig, thank you. Well, the other big story.
And thank you to our Fox 13 team for that report. This is a story that we're going to keep a very close eye on because we do know that it affects all of us, including all of you at home. So we'll be covering this inflation and the latest on the economy in the coming weeks. Most definitely. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to play you the latest police update from the NYPD on the Brooklyn subway shooting that happened just yesterday morning. That update, the latest one, while we are expecting another one at some point this morning, will get you up to speed on what the NYPD knew in their latest update right after this break.
We're here to provide an update on the ongoing investigation into the shooting that occurred earlier today in Brooklyn. We're going to hear from Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Keechant Sewell, Chief of Department Ken Corey, we have First Deputy Commissioner Ed Caban here, Chief of Detectives James Essig will update us on the investigation. We also have Assistant Director in charge of the FBI, in charge of the New York office, Mike Driscoll, and the JTTF efforts with the NYPD that are ongoing, as well as the Special Agent in charge of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, John DeVito. But we'll begin with word from Gracie Mansion from the Mayor of the City of New York, Eric Adams.
He's talking, but we cannot hear the man. Thank you all for your patience.
We're having an audio difficulty, so what we're going to do is regroup here. We're going to cut to the police commissioner, and when we resolve the audio problem, we'll bring the mayor back in progress.
Okay. Thank you all for attending this evening and helping us get this information out to the public. It's so important. We are truly fortunate that this was not significantly worse than it is. As we reported this afternoon, a man who was traveling on a Manhattan-bound N train opened 2 canisters that dispensed smoke throughout the subway car. He then shot multiple passengers as the train pulled into the 36th Street station in Sunset Park. 10 people were injured by gunfire, and an additional 13 were either injured as they rushed to get out of the train station or they suffered smoke inhalation. Some good news is that none of the injuries appear to be life-threatening. As detectives processed the crime scene, they recovered a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, extended magazines, and a hatchet. Also found is a liquid we believe to be gasoline and a bag containing consumer-grade fireworks and a hobby fuse. About an hour ago, detectives located a U-Haul van in Brooklyn that we believe is connected to the suspect. At this time, we still do not know the suspect's motivation. Clearly, this individual boarded the train and was intent on violence. We are conducting a highly coordinated investigation that includes NYPD detectives, the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the ATF, who have been instrumental in tracing the firearm and ballistics. The suspect is a dark-skinned male and was wearing a neon orange vest and a gray-colored sweatshirt. We do have a person of interest in this investigation, but we need the public's assistance with additional information. We're asking anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS. We know this incident is of grave concern to New Yorkers. We cannot lose sight of victims in this city. We will use every resource we can to bring those to justice who continue to prey on the citizens of New York. I'll ask Chief James Essig to come in and give details of the investigation.
Good evening, everybody. Today at 8:24 a.m., aboard a Manhattan-bound N train, 10 people were shot, 7 males, 3 females, and they were removed to area hospitals. An additional 13 people suffered injuries related to smoke inhalation, falling down, or a panic attack. The information I'm about to give you is preliminary, and it's subject to change right now. As that N train was between stations 59th Street and the 36th Street stations, seated in the second car in the rear corner was a dark-skinned male. Various descriptions of his height are given. He is heavy-set, wearing an orange-green nylon-type construction vest. He also had on a gray hoodie, a surgical mask, and a neon green construction helmet. As the train approached the 36th Street station, witnesses stated the male opened up 2 smoke grenades, tossed them on the subway floor, brandishes a Glock 9mm handgun. He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people. The male then fled the scene, and detectives are actively trying to determine his whereabouts. Recovered at that scene was a Glock 17 9mm handgun, 3 extended Glock-type magazines. One was still in the weapon, one under a seat, and one in a backpack. We had 33 discharged shell casings, 15 bullets, 5 bullet fragments, 2 detonated smoke grenades, 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, a hatchet, a black garbage can, a black milk-type style rolling cart, the gasoline, and a U-Haul key. The U-Haul key at the scene led us to the recovery of a U-Haul van a short while ago in Brooklyn. The male, who we believe is the renter of this U-Haul in Philadelphia, is a Frank R. James, male, 62 years old, with addresses in Wisconsin and Philadelphia. We are endeavoring to locate him to determine his connection to the subway shooting, if any. The 2 crime scenes, the subway and the van, are very active and are still being processed. We are asking for anyone's help with information, cell phone video, witness information, or if they can identify the perpetrator or the renter of this vehicle, to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. There is a $50,000 reward out right now, $25,000 from the New York City Police Foundation, $12,500 from the MTA, and $12,500 from the TWA Local 100. I just want to assure everyone that we in the NYPD have all our resources working this, along with our partners in the FBI and the ATF, to find this perpetrator. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mike Driscoll.
We're
Oh,
going to
the
go
mayor?
back to
Okay.
the mayor.
Okay.
We'll resolve that issue.
Mr. Mayor, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chief. As we indicated, today was a difficult day for New York. And days like these are playing out too often in cities across America. As mentioned this morning, we witnessed an act of violence and evil in the heart of Brooklyn, where a shooter attacked a subway car full of innocent people at the 36th Street station. We saw a quiet Tuesday morning turn the N train into a war zone as a smoke bomb was detonated and multiple shots rang out. We witnessed 20 individuals have been injured so far, as it was mentioned. And thanks to the quick thinking of the MTA crew and the bravery and cooperation of passengers, lives were saved. And thanks to our first responders, the injured were quickly taken to area hospitals, and all of them are expected to recover. You know, I have been realistic and outspoken about my commitment to protecting public safety. I stand by that and will continue to do everything in my power to dam the rivers that feed the sea of violence. But this is not only a New York City problem. This rage, this violence, these guns, these relentless shooters are an American problem. It is going to take all levels of government to solve it. It is going to take the entire nation to speak out and push back against the cult of death that has taken hold in this nation. A cult that allows innocents to be sacrificed on a daily basis. A country where buying weapons of mass destruction is as easy as picking up a piece of plywood or a garden shovel. A country where there are more guns than people. There are over 400 million guns in this country alone. The U.S. gun homicide rate is 26 times that of other high-income countries, where over 100 people die in gun violence every day. Guns are the leading cause of death for American children and teens, like the 16-year-old baby we lost in the Bronx. From schools in Columbine, Sandy Hook, and Virginia, to music festivals in Las Vegas, to nightclubs in Orlando, to movie theaters and yoga classes across the nation. These killers have used weapons of mass destruction to massacre innocent people. They control no armies or military forces, yet these individual killers terrorize our nation. I have often said that this city is not going to adapt to dysfunction. Ending gun violence means changing gun laws. We cannot clean up a flood when the water is still pouring into the basement. And we can never stop the killing if we cannot stop the guns. To be clear, we will not surrender our city to the violent few, and we will not surrender all of America to this cult of death. The sea of violence comes from many rivers. We must dam every river that feeds the greater crisis. That is the work of my life, this administration, and this police department. I will not stop until the peace we deserve becomes the reality we experience. You have my word as a former police officer, a fellow New Yorker, and your mayor, that we will end this epidemic, and that will capture the individual responsible for today's attack. We will capture him and prosecute him to the full extent of the law. Thank you, NYPD, FDNY, our first responders, and the collaboration from the federal government, the state, the city agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to turn it over to Assistant Special Agent in charge at the FBI New York office, Michael Driscoll.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start by expressing our hopes and prayers that the victims of this event will enjoy a quick recovery. They are our primary focus right now. I also want to echo the thanks for the partnership to the NYPD, the ATF, and all the partners who are contributing to this investigation. Right now, the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force is fully engaged with this investigation, providing assistance through manpower, technical assistance, and basically everything we can throw at it. We expect the process to be a long one as we gather all possible information to track down all possible leads. And I would encourage you, as it was mentioned earlier, to please reach out to the NYPD tip line at 1-800-577-TIPS. And I would also add, as frequently the case in many of our current investigations, everyone's got a cell phone in their pocket. There's a lot of video out there. If you have digital information that you'd like to share with us in connection with this investigation, please visit fbi.gov/Brooklyn shooting, where you can upload that information. So we are seeking the public's help. You heard mentioned before of a name of possible interest. Videos would be particularly helpful, or any other additional witnesses who have yet to come forward that can provide information that might help this investigation. So thank you for your participation, and I thank everyone for their partnership in the course of the investigation. Thank you.
Take a couple of questions. We are not sure where he went at this point. That is subject to investigation. We have a number of resources that are combing on foot and doing video canvases as well to determine where he went.
Videos online talking about being a victim of the mayor's mental health program. Can you talk to us about this? Do you know about that?
So based on some preliminary information, there were some postings possibly connected to our person of interest where he mentions homelessness, he mentions New York, and he does mention Mayor Adams. And as a result of that, in an abundance of caution, we're going to heighten the mayor's security detail.
Just to be clear, so this person, Frank James, he's not the person of interest that is in custody at this moment?
We have no one in custody at this time. No. We are looking for Frank James. We know he rented this U-Haul van. The key of that U-Haul van was found at the crime scene in the subway.
And Mr. James made those social media posts?
We're pouring through that, but yes, correct.
And you believe he was the one in the train? Is that correct?
We are looking to determine if he has any connection to the train. We know Mr. James rented that U-Haul truck in Philadelphia.
Mr. James made those threats online?
So we're not calling them threats. He made some concerning posts, or someone made some concerning posts. We cannot attribute it to that individual yet. That's under investigation. But again, in an abundance of caution, we're going to tighten the mayor's security detail. That's all.
Taco Daily News.
Does he have any connection at all to the transit system? Is he a TA worker and any connection whatsoever to that subway station?
That is subject to investigation. We don't have that information yet.
Does he have a criminal record?
Does he have a criminal record? What is his exact connection to you?
Mr. James is just a person of interest we know right now who rented that U-Haul van in Philadelphia. The keys to that U-Haul van were found in the subway in our shooter's possessions. We don't know right now if Mr. James has any connection to the subway. That's still under investigation.
Chief Essex, do you have any what we call robust DNA evidence from the crime scene or the van?
The crime scene's still being processed now. The van is being processed, and the subway crime scene is being processed. But it's too early right now to tell.
City, Kenny?
Can you explain where this U-Haul was located? Was it nearby? And also, I know you said you're investigating the videos, but can you confirm that it was him in the video or people that he knows? We're just trying to make that connection.
The video, the YouTube videos and the videos on there's a man who posted there, Frank James. We're still working to see if that's our person who rented the video.
And where was the U-Haul located?
Kings Highway in Brooklyn.
Kings Highway, what intersection?
30 West 4th and Kings Highway.
Anything more you can tell us about the content of the posts? And I know you said it wasn't a direct threat against the mayor. Can you tell us anything you said about the mayor that caused you to do
There were general topics of concern, and I don't want to go into too many details about the mayor's security detail. We're just doing it just to be on the safe side. Complaints about homelessness, complaints about New York, nothing in general. I'm sorry, just general comments that cause us some concern that are subject to investigation at this point.
Why were there no working surveillance cameras in the station? Why did police radios not work in the station? And how much did those factors hamper this investigation?
Yeah, we know that there were 3 stations that the video wasn't working. We're still investigating that to see why or how those, whether it was a mechanical problem, electrical issue, why those videos weren't up. There was no issues with police radios.
Reports that one of the first officers on scene said his radio was working and he told one of the teenagers there to call 911.
Yeah, so patrol officers, officers who work topside, if you will, in patrol precincts, when they go down the station, they have to switch frequencies. It's a UHF versus VHF. So if they didn't switch the radio over to the VHF frequency, they would not be able to transmit down in the subway station. So it's user error. It wasn't a problem with the actual radio.
Bloomberg News. How many officers are assigned to the 36th Street station, and were there any officers in the station at all?
So we don't typically assign officers to subway stations. Officers patrol on a rotating basis. They ride trains. They come out. They patrol the stations. Patrol officers from the precincts stop, go down. They do station inspections. We've been doing that since January. So that station was patrolled several times today. There were no officers present in the station at the time of the shooting, but it had been patrolled several times on this calendar date prior to the shooting in the early morning hours.
Next question. What do we know about Mr. James and his local ties to New York City?
We know Mr. James has addresses in Wisconsin and Philadelphia. As far as New York, it's still under investigation, but he's just a person of interest right now in this case.
Is it clear when he entered the station, and is he on video anywhere after the fact?
We know the shooter was entered the station on Kings Highway. So we're asking for anybody who knows from Kings Highway to 35th Street is 8 stops. Anybody who sees him with any information, please call Crime Stoppers.
And when was James last seen? Is that clear? Is he on video at all?
We literally have hundreds of detectives out in the field right now pouring through video at train stations, the egresses, the recovery sites of the vehicle. So we hope to have clearer pictures of who we believe is the shooter.
Two more questions. CNN.
About the weapon that was recovered, has that been traced back to Mr. James at all? Is there any likelihood that, or how popular that
That's As far as pulling the trigger, that's still under investigation. As far as the firearm is concerned, we know it's not part of a multi-sale. We know it's not stolen. We're working with our partners in the ATF to track back to the point of sale and then move forward on that gun.
Okay, last question.
Your physical description of James, does it match the description that's already put out today?
Again, as I said, there was 2 smoke grenades thrown. We have various descriptions of height. I gave the description out of the man with the vest. We're looking through all possible leads on our person of interest.
I think if you look at our social media, you'll see 2 photos of the person of interest posted. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A lot of moving parts this morning. We're paying very close attention to several top stories, including the chaos that ensued just yesterday when it comes to the alleged shooter at that New York City subway station. We're also bringing you the most recent developments when it comes to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine and, of course, severe weather, another round of severe weather taking place across the southeast. So, of course, we'll have live conversations on all 3 topics. But first, we know that tax deadlines, it is fast approaching. So let's welcome in Fox 4 Dallas's Steve Noviello. Steve, thank you so much for joining. So there are 2 key lines on this year's tax returns that may give the IRS some headache, could possibly delay tax returns. What are those, and how can people help to make sure the process goes smoothly?
Yeah, good morning to you. You know, what we don't want is to make sure that you don't have any headaches. The IRS, they could probably stand a couple of them, but there are 2 things that I want to draw your attention to because they're a little bit different for this year. The first one is the child tax credit. We've got some video for you to take a look at. Remember, you know, when it comes to the rules about the child tax credit, it was a little bit different because the advance payments were issued at the end of last year. So that kind of free money that people enjoyed as we headed toward the holidays last year isn't really free at all. It was an advanced payment of the child tax credit that you're owed. So what you now need to do when prepping your 2021 tax return is taking the amount that you already received and reconciling it against the amount that you are actually entitled to. So if you're over, you may actually owe the government money. If you are still entitled to more, of course, you will be issued that credit and refunded the difference. The IRS should have sent you a letter telling you exactly the amount that you've already received. So really all you have to do is the calculations, but they are saying it really is important to make sure that you do them correctly.
And but Steve, before we let you go, one last thing. There's also something called a recovery rebate credit, which the IRS says could also cause a few delays this year. What exactly is this?
So you'll remember this started back in 2020. The recovery rebate credit was designed to give people who did not receive part or all of their first or second stimulus check that amount back come tax time, right? It's a way of reconciling the amount that was due for people. In 2021, the tax year reconciles the third stimulus check. So if you did not receive part or all of your third stimulus check, now is the time where you can claim that credit on your tax return. A couple of nuances here, right? It could very well leave you with a zero credit, right? So if you got everything you're entitled to, you're not going to get anything more. The silver lining here, though, if for some reason the IRS, the government rather, paid you more in stimulus money than you were actually entitled to, the government says, you know what, it's on us, don't worry about it, you go ahead and keep the difference.
All right, Fox 4 Dallas' Steve Noviello, thank you so much for the tips, and good luck for those who have not yet filed their taxes. April 18th.
Time is ticking. Always good to see you.
Good to see you. All right. I'll be your host for the next hour or so, covering top stories and breaking news here. As you can see, we are monitoring several top stories, major news headlines this morning. First and foremost, of course, we are closely following that investigation into the mass shooting that took place on a Brooklyn subway train. The investigation is continuing. If you are unfamiliar with the story, here's a quick update. After a gunman launched a smoke grenade and opened fire, striking at least 10 people and injuring several others. Again, this took place on a Brooklyn subway station. Now, the act is not yet being ruled a terrorist attack. However, as you can imagine, many residents and tourists are now questioning their safety when it comes to public transit. Commuters continue to use the subway just a day after this violent incident occurred. However, Brooklyn say that the alleged gunman is still at large. Let's take a look at our screens. I'm showing you a picture of the person of interest turned suspect. I'm learning here at LiveNOW from Fox. Again, Tuesday morning attack happened in Brooklyn at the height of the morning commute. Now stay with us, because in about 10 minutes or so, we will have a live update from Fox 5 New York. Robert Moses will be joining the show to give us the latest information. He's there on the scene, continuing to talk to witnesses and gather information from local officials. So he will bring us the latest updates in about 10 minutes or so. If you take a look at the right-hand corner of your screen, we are also closely following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And we've learned for the first time ever, President Biden actually accusing Russia of genocide. Of course, this is coming as the Pentagon is looking for new ways to support Ukrainian forces. We've learned also Pentagon officials meeting today with defense contractors. They're looking for new ways to help Ukraine stand up to Russian offensive. Of course, President Biden again using that word genocide. We'll have more updates later on in the show, and we are still paying attention to severe weather. This is now a multiple day severe thunderstorm outbreak that's continuing throughout the Mississippi Valley well into the southeast. So we'll check in with our colleagues over at Fox Weather, who will bring us the latest on that severe weather situation. For now, we just reported that tax deadlines are fast approaching. Let's check in with Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us an update.
Through the largest jolt in inflation in more than 40 years. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the price of household goods and services, rose 8.5% over the past year, and it shows no signs of slowing. Let's go now to our political editor, Craig Patrick, to explain the problem and what the government is trying to do to fix it. Craig?
Well, in terms of remedies to at least address it and ease the sting somewhat, the president just announced that they're lifting restrictions, summertime restrictions on higher ethanol gasoline. Those restrictions exist to try to control smog. While there are concerns about the environmental impacts of it, they're much more concerned about the scourge of inflation at this point. That's something that maybe can reduce the price we pay for gasoline, perhaps 10 cents per gallon this summer. The administration says every little bit helps, but overall, the challenge here for so many, most working class families, is that prices, the rate of what we're paying continues to rise faster than the rate of our paychecks. Overall, the cost of consumer goods rose 8.5% the past 12 months, which is the highest we've seen since the great inflation of 1981. And in going through the charts, it's the rising cost of energy that leaps off the page. It's collectively all forms of energy going up 32% combined the past year, and gasoline up 48%.
And of course, this is being, greatly exacerbated by Putin's war in Ukraine that has led to higher energy prices.
It started with oil producers cutting back on supply when people cut back on travel during the pandemic. When the pandemic eased, demand for travel shot way up while supply was still down. That drove up prices through 2021. And then early this year, they shot up more in the run-up to Russia's invasion on the fear that it could disrupt the global oil market. And then it shot up after the invasion when it did disrupt the market. And those rising gas prices get rolled into the cost of making and transporting other products, which is fueling rising prices across the board. For example, new car prices are up 12.5% the past year. And with the reduced supply of new cars due to the supply chain and production snags, used cars are up 35%. The cost of food has gone up 10% the past year. And look at this, the cost of buying at the grocery store has gone up at a higher rate than the cost of eating out. It still generally costs more to eat out than it does to buy and cook your own food at home, but the gap is closing somewhat. And meats are the highest riser among the groceries, going up nearly 14%. While the president has tapped the strategic oil reserve to increase consumer supply and is lifting seasonal restrictions on higher ethanol gasoline, his power to control inflation is limited. At this point, the Federal Reserve has the most impact on inflation because it controls interest rates. When you raise interest rates, you increase the cost of borrowing money, and that makes it harder and more expensive to borrow, which weighs down demand to buy stuff, which tames inflation. The problem here is that raising interest rates can also weigh down the housing market and the job market. And if raised too much or too often, that can drive us into a recession. Which is exactly what happened some 40 years ago when the Feds raised interest rates and indeed did tame inflation and ended the Great Inflation, but in so doing created the recession of the early 1980s. So right now, the Federal Reserve is facing a very challenging and tricky balancing act to raise interest rates, as they already have and plan to again next month, raise them enough to curb inflation, but not too much in order to trigger a recession, which brings us to some critical decisions, of course, in the coming months.
So, Craig, what additional steps can the president or Congress take to tame these rising prices? And when do the projections show it finally easing?
Well, there are several proposals. One of the most popular would be gas tax relief to differing degrees. For example, Florida's already moved in that direction, but timed it to October of this year in alignment with the upcoming election. There are calls in Congress to do something similar, other forms of tax relief. The challenge is that when you provide tax relief, you have the effect of giving people more buying power, and therefore that in itself can fuel inflation, as can additional government spending, which has chilled components of the president's Build Back Better plan that he's been trying to pass. There also are efforts to try to spur production. That is occurring among the oil producers as we speak, but it's going to take a lot of time. And the single biggest variable in all of this, certainly, again, is interest rates.
All right, Craig. Thank you. Well, the other big story tonight, inflation. The price of everything is up. And tonight, a new report shows we are living through the largest jolt in inflation in more than 40 years. The Consumer Price Index, which measures the price of household goods and services, rose 8.5% over the past year, and it shows no signs of slowing. Let's go now to our political editor, Craig Patrick, to explain the problem and what the government is trying to do to fix it. Craig?
All right, guys, currently listening into this report from Fox 13 Tampa when it comes to inflation reaching yet another record high. As you know, here we are powered by Fox-owned and operated stations across the country. That's how we're able to bring you all these live updates. So let's head out now live to New York. Joining us now is Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. Robert, we know that this manhunt for the Brooklyn subway shooter is continuing, and you just received a very important update. What can you tell us?
Yeah, major development, Rain. First of all, subway service running normally here in Brooklyn. We've seen people coming in and out of the subway under the watchful eye of these NYPD officers who have blanketed this area. But the major development in just the last few minutes, police are now calling 62-year-old Frank James a suspect. They had been calling him a person of interest. Now he is considered to be a suspect. He has addresses in Philadelphia and Wisconsin. Police say he is the one who rented a U-Haul van in Philadelphia that police found here in Brooklyn yesterday near the Kings Highway subway station. That's the same station where the shooter then boarded and rode 8 stops, almost got all the way here to the 36th Street station in Brooklyn. As the train was pulling in, that is when the gunman opened fire, hit 10 people. 19 others were injured as they rushed to escape the mayhem. Fortunately, we're told none of the injuries is... Development in just the last few minutes is that Frank James, 62 years old, who was considered to be a person of interest, is now a suspect in this case. According to the mayor, the lone suspect. Authorities believe that he acted by himself, and the manhunt continues this morning. Rain?
Robert, now there's been a little bit of confusion when it comes to person of interest, suspects. Can you break down exactly the difference between the two and exactly how New York City Police came to this conclusion?
Sure. A person of interest is exactly that. It's someone who police believe might have knowledge about a crime, might not be the perpetrator of the crime, but might have knowledge about it. So that's where we thought Frank James was. At least that's where he was until a few minutes ago. A suspect is who police believe perpetrated that crime. In this case, the suspect is the gunman, the one who fired those 33 shots, hitting 10 people underground and leading to all of those injuries. So that's the difference between a person of interest and a suspect, and it's a key difference. And now police know that Frank James, 62 years old, is the person they're looking for.
Robert, thank you for making that distinction. Also, police are really doing some fascinating work when it comes to the evidence gathering there at the scene. What can you tell us about the credit card that was found there and exactly how they linked that to other places that the now suspect has been?
Yeah, there are hundreds of detectives who have been doing old-fashioned sleuth work, scouring surveillance cameras, some of which actually weren't working, which is another issue complicating this investigation. But you mentioned those objects that were recovered here at the scene. One of the things that was recovered was a credit card, the credit card that police believe Frank James platform as well.
And one last question before I send you off, Robert. We know you're working very hard there from the scene. Just moments ago, we heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Can you elaborate on exactly what he had to say?
Yeah, Eric Adams came into office pledging to fight crime, and he was just diagnosed with COVID. He tested positive on Sunday, and knowing Eric Adams, he would be out here. He says he'd be riding the subway today. He'd be talking to passengers. He'd be visiting these command posts, sort of getting his hands dirty, if you will, in this investigation, but he can't. He is in isolation for another couple days at Gracie Mansion, where the mayor lives. And so he is having to orchestrate all of this from behind closed doors, literally by himself. And so he's been doing a series of media interviews, and he did speak about the fact that Frank James has now become the suspect and the lone suspect in this case. He says police believe that he acted by himself in carrying out this terrifying act.
All right, Fox 5's Robert Moses, thank you for your time. And we will have more nonstop news right after this quick break. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, guys. We are just 18 minutes past the 9 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. Let's get all caught up when it comes to the latest, when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Here is our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft speaking with Hal Kemper.
First up, I wanted to get your opinion on President Biden's comments Today, he stood by his comments saying that Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine, but he said lawyers would make that ultimate determination. He said, quote, "Yes, I called it genocide because it has become very clear the evidence is mounting." This is significant for the President of the United States to say this.
Andrew, it really is. It's interesting how political leaders kind of sneak that into the conversation. I don't mean sneak in a bad way. I mean, there's a way that you start introducing that terminology. And he's absolutely right. It's going to be international lawyers who are going to make the final determination. Ultimately, the International Court of The Hague will make that determination. But it's a way to start changing the conversation. And what's become clear with what happened in Bucha and what's being unraveled or uncovered where the Russians were throughout is a series of war crimes, just the methodology that the Russians are using in targeting the Ukrainian population that really is getting into the area covered under the term genocide. And I think that's his way of kind of pushing the lexicon into that. And I think that behind closed doors, they're looking at this and probably saying, you know, at the end of this thing, genocide may become one of the charges or may become one of the things that we accuse Russians of doing. And also, it's not just Putin. It's the Russian soldiers, the conduct of the soldiers themselves, and the way that the Russian soldiers are being told on the radio, and certainly what we're going to find out that they were told in person by their chain of command, the way they're reviewing the Ukrainians. And when you're putting out a command that just says, kill all the civilians, kill all the Ukrainians, it makes no difference. Well, that's really the language of genocide. You're attacking entire people in that regard. And I think that's his way of introducing that into the lexicon without making a formal charge per se. If you look at the way that he brought it in there, it's a way of just putting it forward without making that formal charge, as it would be if he was doing a formal press conference or something like that.
Hal, let's follow up on a topic we were discussing yesterday, and that, of course, was the potential evidence or use of chemical munitions in Mariupol. A Pentagon spokesman says the United States could not confirm that. Now, that was yesterday. Have we seen any more credible evidence to suggest that that happened?
Well, there's no scientific evidence. I haven't seen anything that comes out that says they've taken samples, and I don't know how they would get samples out and test them at this point anyway. Just more reports the same. It's not quite clear. You know, this could have been something, within warfare, we'll use things on the order of things you would consider, like in civilian lexicon, pepper spray. Okay, we would say CS, tear gas would be another term. That could have been used as well. The white phosphorus thing that he was talking about, that's a little bit different. And white phosphorus, yes, it burns, but it's different. White phosphorus burns extremely hot. That's a very different thing. And that's used for a different purpose within warfare. It has been used against civilians. And yes, that is a war crime if they were to use it that way, but it doesn't fit at least what little we know of the attack. Could have been something lower key. You know, they talk about choking, their eyes burning, things like that. Wouldn't necessarily have to be a higher level agent. I'd be surprised if it was chlorine. Usually chlorine gas, you have to deliver a certain amount of quantity in order to get the effects. It's a horrific formula, but the effects that they would want, and it just doesn't sound consistent with that. I'm not ruling it out, but I would say that would be rather surprising. The idea that they would use chemical weapons as a means of reducing that dug-in, entrenched Ukrainian resistance, that sadly does not shock me. I don't think crossing that threshold is a big ethical issue for them. It's certainly not something they're concerned about from a legal standpoint, and I don't think that's something that they would worry about. And they may just see as an expedient way to ultimately defeat the Ukrainian resistance within Mariupol.
Hal, let's talk about what the United States is doing ever more to assist the Ukrainian war effort. There was a Washington Post report today saying that the administration is going to dramatically expand the scope of weapons it's providing to Ukraine. We also got word of this meeting that's going to be taking place on Wednesday with, some of the highest profile defense contractors and their representatives kind of talking about more they can do, more they can provide to the Ukrainian war effort. Some U.S. officials say potentially sending Mi-17 helicopters. And so what do you think about that? Do you think that is the right move? And when do you think that's going to happen?
Well, I think it is the right move. They need to vastly expand, and they need to increase the amount of weapons going over there. The Mi-17 thing is fascinating. We have some of those, and of course, certainly in terms of Russian helicopters, our East European NATO allies have some of those as well. But that's getting into moving aircraft. As you know, we've been very reluctant to allow aircraft to go over there.
Yeah.
That's that threshold thing. We talked about they're moving S-300 anti-air systems, T-72 tanks, BMP armored personnel carriers. The next move would be to look at aircraft, and here they are. Now they're talking Mi-17 helicopters. That's not a big jump from rotor aircraft to fixed wing like those MiG-29. So they're kind of moving down that road. The other thing is, if you look at the contractors coming in, these are major contractors. I mean, General Atomics, Raytheon, these are big contractors that do things, for example, advanced drone systems. The drone systems that can launch anti-tank missiles. Now, nobody's saying that they're going to put a Predator or something like that over there, but Predator technology has been around for a long time, and there may be some discussion of could they do that. I will say this: if they could get Predators over there with some sort of anti-tank weaponry, whatever that would be, all right, that they could launch, that could really change the tenor and tone of what they're doing. They're also looking at the Donbass region. This is a different theater. This is a different part of the theater. It's not heavily forested, a lot of wide open spaces. There's not that urban terrain that we've talked about where they lose their advantage with mechanized warfare with tanks and armor and things like this. This is wide open space. This is where that armor, this is where those mechanized, that mechanized infantry is going to have an advantage. So they're having to look at a different way of fighting this. And one of the ways they overcome that armor advantage the Russians have is by increasing the amount of stuff, anti-armor weaponry that they can introduce from the air. That's one thing where they are vulnerable. Because of that wide open space, if they can get something up high, they can shoot down those weapons. I mean, shoot down those anti-armor missiles. They can turn the tide of that what would seem like an advantage for the Russians. And I think one of the advantages they're going to have is the Russians have shown time and again that they are rather inept at tactically speaking on the battlefield. They throw a lot of stuff out there. I mean, they throw a lot of armor and stuff, but their operational planning, their execution has been rather sloppy. So one of the ways you overcome that is you just do a much better job with what you have. And I think they're doing that. And now they're looking at these other weapons that could make them do that better job. They're not going to match them tank for tank, but they can put stuff on the battlefield which offsets that advantage the Russians have in tanks, as an example.
Hal, we heard and saw from Vladimir Putin today, who essentially was asked about where talks stand, where negotiations stand with Ukrainian officials, to which he responded that they've reached a dead end. And we can talk about some of the other kind of outlandish statements that he made today when he visited a spaceport. This was in Russia's Far East. But what did you make of these comments, some of which include that he called the atrocities in Bucha that we have all seen, he called them fake. He also said that the main goal is to help people in the Donbas. A lot of these statements you really can't listen to with a straight face.
I got to tell you, listening to him, in the 90s, I spent a lot of time in what's called the war on drugs. I worked very closely with DEA and a lot of other agencies. And sometimes they catch these drug traffickers and they come in and they tell these preposterous stories to try and explain what they're doing. And there's a famous saying in law enforcement, which is, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. And knowing they've been caught, red-handed doing something, that kind of that same thinking, that criminal sort of thinking, is what I hear when I was listening to Putin. You know, he's caught cold. You know, I mean, the idea that's so preposterous to throw out there that this is some staged war crime thing in Bucha. These other war crimes are staged. You know, that all these what's showing up, you know, all the video and stuff is something that's out there. He puts that out there, and he just keeps sticking to that same story over and over again.
Yeah.
And it's completely preposterous, and the world knows it's preposterous. One thing we did very well, though, is we, and I got to tell you, it's a very controversial thing. We took high-grade intelligence, sanitized it as best we could, and then we got out there firstest with the mostest in terms of information operations.
Right.
So a lot of this preposterous stuff that they're used to doing, we would literally pull the information rug out from under them by putting it out there first. Now, I say it's controversial because within the intelligence community, there's a lot of concern. In fact, there was a number of headlines today, but a lot of concern. Did we compromise sources and methods in doing that? Nobody doubts the value that was received or the value that was gained by putting that out there first in such a proactive manner.
Yeah.
But, you know, some of those sources are very sensitive, whether they're technical means or they're human sources, which means there's somebody's life is on the line right there. So they're looking at that, and that's going to be an ongoing discussion. That's not going to go away. And
Completely.
we got a methodology, but there is a downside to doing it that way. So we're looking at that.
Yeah, and then some would say in the intelligence community that we are finally winning the information war with Russia after so many years of lagging behind. I just want to go over some more of these remarks for our viewers. Putin said, quote, "What we are doing is helping people and saving people on the one hand, and on the other hand, we are simply taking measures to ensure the security of Russia itself." He said, "It is obvious that we had no other choice." He then went on to say, he was speaking alongside the Belarusian president, President Lukashenko. He said, "We're not going to isolate ourselves. It is generally impossible to isolate anyone in the modern world, and most certainly not as huge a country as Russia." To me, hearing this is a leader on the world stage that is deluded.
At the very least, deluded. There's an interesting thing that probably didn't get the attention, I think, by all the press. You know, there's ethnic Russians in the Donbass region. In fact, if you look at a map and you look at where's the heaviest concentration of Russian speakers and ethnic Russians, it's the Donbass region and Crimea on the map of those. You know, if you have it like red, you know, kind of pink or whatever, and then yellow for, you know, dominant Ukrainian, the dark red places are those particular areas. And what he talked about today was he used a term, and maybe it was mistranslated, but it was Russian-speaking people. And I just thought that was an interesting way he looks at it. You know, if they speak Russian, then he feels that they're part of the greater Russian Empire or the Russian Federation. And I just found that was fascinating because, well, frankly, in all those former republics, they all speak Russian to some degree. But he used that as a delineator in where he thinks he should go. And, you know, when you put a yardstick that big out there, you know, you're basically saying, hey, we're all in, we're going to take all these former republics back. And I got to tell you, that phrase, I'm sure, was heard much more loudly in Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, and Georgia. They're all listening to that and going, okay, yeah. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Hell, lastly, it's a perfect segue because I think the fact that before the war began and even during, that inside of Ukraine, there was a large bloc, a political bloc, cultural bloc that has pro-Russian sympathies. And we've kind of seen all of this play out today. Zelensky announced on his Facebook, Ukraine has recaptured Putin's main man in Ukraine. Now, that is former Ukrainian parliament member, his name, Viktor Medvedchuk. He escaped house arrest during the early days of the Russian invasion, and he has now been arrested, his arrest being done by Ukrainian intelligence officials. What do we know about this? Why is it significant? And what does this say about the nature of the war?
Well, what it says is he was still there. It's widely believed, because it's probably true, that he was Putin's designated puppet president, if you will. He was kind of waiting in the wings, and when they went down there and did that big decapitation strike in Kyiv, he was suddenly going to be on the world stage as either the number one or number two. All right. And he's been, the chief of staff before at the presidential level. So, prior to 2014. So he's been at the, that rarefied era, as we like to call it. He's been there before. So he was a very logical person. That's why prior to this, he had been put under house arrest. Of course, right after the invasion, he disappears. He leaves house arrest and he's on the run. I have to say one thing. One thing I've been watching and has been the quality of the work done by the Ukrainian intelligence services and the Ukrainian security services. Pretty darn good. And the fact that there wasn't that decapitation strike, the fact that they were able to stop all those Russian operatives that went into Kyiv and elsewhere to do these things, I have to tell you, it's the unsung part of this entire campaign, if you will, is how well they've done protecting Kyiv, protecting the president, protecting all these senior leaders, and doing things like tracking this guy down and getting him back in custody. He looked a little disheveled and very disheartened in the photo I saw, and I imagine he is. And he knows that his future is looking pretty bleak at this point. Yeah. And there is no Russian Spetsnaz force that's probably going to come in and try and rescue him. That's pretty much out of the question at this point. So I hand it to them. They're doing a good job. By the way, putting him out there like that, it's part of that information operation.
Right.
Putting something like that out there just says, hey, Putin, your big plan or whatever you're thinking, we're 2 steps ahead of you. And they are 2 steps ahead of them, from what I can tell. Although with that said, look, I'm not going to take away from what's going on in the East. You can do all these things in Kyiv, but over in the East, there's going to be a slugfest. And Zelensky's trying to prepare the Ukrainian people for the fact that there's a different, really almost a different war that's going to kick off in the East simply because of the terrain and also what Russia's throwing at it.
Yeah.
So,
Hal, just a few more points on that arrest today. Apparently, Medvedchuk was captured while he was attempting to flee abroad. And also, we know, he's not just close to Putin. He is the godfather to one of Putin's daughters and has long been rumored as one of Putin's wallets, if you will. And also, Zelensky suggested in an address about the arrest today that maybe he could be exchanged for Ukrainian prisoners of war. So that all is going to play out, and it's really fascinating to watch. Final point tonight, Hal.
The final point I would make is that I would love to be part of that negotiation with the prisoner exchange. I would get a high return on investment if I was going to exchange him. I will tell you this, from intelligence value, I don't think the guy has a whole lot of value, period. I think they're going to squeeze him for what he's worth. My thing is, what I'd say, final point is watch to the East, watch what's coming up. Whatever little we get out of this discussion in the Pentagon with these defense contractors, we're changing what we're sending over there. We're now entering a new phase of what we will supply the Ukrainians. And I think philosophically, if I could tie back to the use of the word genocide, when the president uses the word genocide, that tells me that he's thinking about this war in much broader terms. When you say genocide, you're looking at a level of engagement to stop this thing. And I have to go back to the Balkans. I have to go back to the missed opportunity to intervene in Rwanda, which haunted Clinton during, it still haunts him today. And even going back to World War II, the world knew kind of what was going on, but they really weren't stepping up to the plate until literally, the Nazis are running across Europe. And I think that philosophically, all of that's come together. It's changing the terminology, but it's not just the terminology. It's changing what we're going to provide the Ukrainians to deal with this threat. I'm seeing a different type of war, a different level of conflict that's before us. And I see a different level of engagement by the U.S. and NATO as well. Also, if I could leave with this.
Sure.
Concerns in Europe. Serbia, and Hungary elected Putin allies. All right, that's very disturbing, especially with Hungary being a NATO a key NATO member. The other thing is Macron and Le Pen in France are in a head-to-head matchup. We don't know which way that's going to go. And if you're familiar with Le Pen, and certainly the way she has cozied up to Putin in the past, that's very discomforting across. I think that's part of the reason why you saw Boris Johnson go to Kyiv. It might be the U.S. and the U.K. and Germany really leading this thing, and France under Macron has been a very strong proponent of engagement and trying to work through this stuff. But under Le Pen, we may have a little bit different makeup in terms of where everybody's oriented in NATO. So I think that's part of what's driving the Pentagon thing, is we're going to have to engage in ways, because we may see some discontinuity with some of our NATO partners, shall we say.
Yeah, of course, and we'll be watching all of those stories. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time and insight. We'll talk to you again.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. Stay with us, because right after this break, we'll have the latest as the manhunt is continuing for that suspect in the Brooklyn subway shooting, Frank James. We'll have more right after this break.
The rest of the world may be condemning him, but Russian President Vladimir Putin has nothing but praise for himself for attacking Ukraine, and as his troops converge on the Donbass region. U.S. intelligence warns the attacks on civilians are about to get a lot worse. Fox 15 political editor Craig Patrick is following new developments, including reports that Russia may be attacking civilians with a chemical agent. Craig, it just seems he has no limits.
He does not have limits based on what we've seen in the past as well, which is raising concerns of chemical weapons. Now, those reports of chemical weapons have not been confirmed, but there is enough there that it is sounding alarms and investigations by the United States, by the United Kingdom, by Australia, and of course, the government of Ukraine itself. Based on the early reports and what we're hearing about this, it's possible that Russia may be using a chemical agent in attacking civilians, but one that is not officially listed as a chemical weapon under the International Convention. But to give you context on where we're going here and where this may be leading, let's start with a closer look at the map of the coming battle. This is the Donbass region in southeastern Ukraine. It's made up of Luhansk and Donetsk. Pro-Russian rebels control this part, but not all of the area. And that's why the Russian invaders are moving in as we speak, with tens of thousands of additional troops and hundreds of tanks, as we see in this 8-mile convoy tracking east. Now notice Mariupol is at the southern tip of Donetsk. This makes it strategically important in terms of access to the seaports and in connecting Russia to Crimea, which it conquered in 2014, and in the surrounding communities they're invading now. Most of Mariupol is already destroyed. Russia cut off the flow of food, water, and heat for weeks, with reports of killing some and rounding up and sending others to camps in Russia. And unlike Bucha, Russia is reportedly using mobile crematoriums to get rid of the bodies and dispose of the evidence, making it difficult to determine how many may be either dead or sent away.
It is unclear how many people were killed.
And despite all of that, the resistance has still kept Russia from seizing all of Mariupol. And for weeks, the United States has warned that Russia may use chemical weapons to break a resistance it cannot defeat by other means. And that's the context which brings us to these reports of Russia now using a chemical agent on the survivors of Mariupol. Again, this has not been confirmed and is now the subject of international investigations. For background here, Russia has used a range of chemical weapons in league with Syria, including chlorine gas in Syria, which is banned under international agreement. And in Syria, they also used white phosphorus, which does burn people exposed to it, but is not banned under the Chemical Weapon Convention. Based on the early reports at this point, there appear to be some similarities, perhaps some hallmarks of a phosphorus attack on civilians, but again, it bears further investigation at this point. And militaries have used phosphorus as a means of lighting up a target, a military target, which is one application.
9:45 a.m. You are streaming live now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the most recent developments when it comes to the manhunt that is still underway for the suspected gunman in the Brooklyn subway shooting incident. Let's go out now live to New York City. There, Fox's Lauren Blanchard joins us with the latest developments. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning, Rain. Yeah, this morning, what we are learning from the mayor here in New York, Eric Adams, as well as police, is that there was a person of interest, Frank R. James. They have now upgraded him to a suspect in the case of the shooting. The NYPD putting out a number of photos of James just a few moments ago, saying they believe he is the one who opened fire on that crowded subway train just about 24 hours ago. Now, this morning, though, this area, we're just about a half a block or so from that 36th Street station. The commuters here continuing about their daily lives, and the mayor here in New York saying he hopes people gets on the subway today. They're trying to make sure that this doesn't instill a lot of fear, but because this suspected gunman has not been apprehended, he is still at large. That obviously causing a lot of concerns for many this morning. Rain?
Obviously causing a lot of concerns for many, especially during their morning commutes. Lauren, what can you tell us about how police came to the conclusion, making the difference between James being a person of interest to now a suspect?
Right. So yesterday, what we knew is they had called James a person of interest because of some keys that were found within the possession or within the gunman's possessions that were left behind on that subway train. They connected that van about 5 miles away from the scene of the attack to James's name rented out of a Philly U-Haul. But today, based on what they say was an abundance of cell phone data, witness accounts, as well as cell phone videos, they were able to change James from a person of interest, meaning they just want to get some more information from him, to now a suspect, meaning the NYPD believes he had something to do with this attack. They, in a tweet, were calling him the gunman. Obviously, they are looking for him in a very intense manhunt underway at this point. U.S. Marshals now involved because they consider James to be dangerous and obviously on the run at this point.
A very intense manhunt, as you mentioned. Multiple agencies are involved. Now, what can you tell us about New York City Mayor Eric Adams? We know that he's been doing a slew of live interviews this morning, giving updates. What are his sentiments this morning?
Yeah, exactly. So yesterday we were not able to see Adams, at least here on the ground, because he is COVID-19 positive at this time. Instead, this morning he has been doing the rounds on many local stations, networks as well, basically trying to get the information out, what we know publicly about Frank James. Also, of course, asking anyone with any information to come forward. There is a $50,000 reward available with anyone that has information that leads to the arrest of any of James or the suspected gunman. Mayor Adams has also been saying that he is going to be making a priority to make riders feel safer on subway systems. Obviously, a lot of fear today as people again go into these subway stations. This one behind me, just 24 hours ago was the scene, a very bloody scene. So they are saying they are increasing patrols, increasing the number of police on the ground, all in an effort to make New Yorkers feel at least a little bit safer.
All right, Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we are going to stay on this topic as that manhunt continues. Just a few hours ago, our very own Mackenzie Stasko caught up with a retired New York City detective.
Okay.
So let's check in with that segment so we can learn exactly how this process, how this investigation is underway. Michael Weiss, he is a retired NYPD detective from the counterterrorism unit. So again, we are going to bring on Michael as an expert to bring us some more information and perspective on this Brooklyn subway shooting. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This is just a crazy situation in Brooklyn yesterday. As a retired NYPD detective, take me what's going through your mind when you saw all of this happen and your brothers in blue, what they have to deal with as this manhunt continues.
Immediately back to some of the unfortunate incidents that you worked when you were an active New York City police officer. I remember responding to the terror attack in 2017 on Halloween. It immediately brings you back. You see on TV some of the people that you worked with, the professionals that are still doing the job that you left and that you loved. And your heart goes out to them and to the victims, and you hope that they get through it and that you hope that none of these victims lose their life. Thank God in this situation, no one's lost their life, miraculously.
Yeah, and Michael, I did want to ask you, as somebody who's retired from the counterterrorism unit, we have learned NYPD officials there saying that they are not investigating this as a potential act of terrorism. So I do want to ask you, with your experience and with your background, tell us your take on that. Are they actually ruling out terrorism? Tell us more.
Well, listen, the police department is not going to tip their hand and tell you everything that they're doing. They're going to keep things pretty quiet on their side. I'm sure the detectives in the Joint Terrorism Task Force, along with the FBI, and I believe the ATF is also involved in this investigation also. They're going to move in a direction of crime, which is what they are saying publicly. But trust me, they will find a motive. And once they figure out a motive, they can also alter the trajectory of that investigation. If it does have to go back to the domestic terrorism, background, they will. And, trust me, they're ruling nothing out. These are the greatest detectives in the world. Some of the greatest investigators in the world work in that bureau. And they're currently working on this case. And I have the absolute utmost confidence that they will get to a motive very soon.
And Michael, we do know that they are looking for a person of interest. We do want to be clear, the person that they are looking for, they have identified him as 62-year-old Frank James, again, specifically just as a person of interest. And right now we're actually showing some video where they believe he rented a U-Haul in Philadelphia. That U-Haul was taken from the scene. So, Michael, I did want to ask you, we have learned about a person of interest. Can you tell us more about possible suspects and what NYPD officers and detectives have to go through now that this investigation is not only stretching in Brooklyn, but it's also, they're investigating some stuff in Philadelphia as well. So tell us more about that.
Right. So yesterday, this gentleman left a bag on the train that they found, the keys to this U-Haul that they did find. They did track back to this individual that is a person of interest. They believe the key belongs to him, that he was the one who rented this U-Haul. So within hours, they immediately figure this out, and then they expand on their investigation into what this individual's involvement with this incident may have been. He might have just been someone that rented the U-Haul for the shooter. They're not, like you said, they're not saying he is the shooter or that he is the actual suspect that they're looking for, but he's definitely someone that they want to get, in custody so they could debrief him, possibly figure out a motive. I know they have pulled some social media posts of this individual, and there has been some messages of self-despair, some rants against the government and things like that. So we'll see where the investigation goes in that direction. Whether or not there's other suspects, I really don't know, but I can guarantee you that this gentleman will be brought into, he'll be brought into custody here pretty soon, and we'll have a better idea of where the investigation goes once they get him into debrief.
And Michael, as a retired NYPD detective, crime on the subway, we do know just this year alone, just doing my own research, there have really been dozens of attacks, specifically a man stabbed on the Wall Street subway last Tuesday, a teen attacked with brass knuckles in the Manhattan subway station, and a woman slashed in the face at the Bronx station earlier this month. So a lot of crime happening on the subways. With your experience, is this becoming more of a concern, or is this something that has been ongoing in New York City?
Well, I just retired last year, and I can tell you before I retired, I was going down. I was doing a lot of subway sweeps before I retired. We would go down, we do radiation sweeps, we just did regular routine patrols. Crime in the subway was going up for the last 2 years. I mean, COVID was really a catalyst, and it really, really took off after the COVID-19 and the George Floyd incident, after the riots and all. But I got to tell you, crime in New York City as a whole is going up, not just in the transit system, also in the street. People aren't even talking this morning. 15 people shot in New York City last night, 3 DOA, which means 3 were victim of homicide. So it's not just in the subway systems. Crime is on the rise in New York City as a whole, but in transit in particular, I do have family that work in the Transit Bureau and the New York City Police Department, and I know for a fact crime is going in the wrong direction, unfortunately. And, the New York City Police Department's in a very, very tough time right now. And coming out of COVID-19, when people are trying to get back to normal, ridership is going to take a hit, especially after yesterday's incident. I'm sure people aren't going to want to ride the trains as much now. You match that up with rising crime in the transit system, and it's just a recipe for disaster, unfortunately.
And Michael, we did learn that yesterday, LAPD, that they were ramping up patrols specifically for their public transportation. Is this something that you think we'll see other major large cities do as police continue to search for this person of interest and possible suspects?
I do. The NYPD Intelligence Bureau has a liaison unit, and they're in touch with detectives that we have overseas. They're in touch with law enforcement agencies all across the country. They'll get any information out that they feel could be useful to those, specific communities. They could call the Los Angeles Police Department and say, listen, tighten up on your security posture in your transit systems. They may have threats that people don't know about. So I do believe, I know Washington, D.C. also, their metro took some steps yesterday to broaden their security scope in the transit systems. So you'll definitely see it around the country. Not necessarily that there's threats to those communities, but just out of an abundance of caution.
All right, Michael Weiss, a retired NYPD detective. Michael, any final thoughts on the situation, again, as this manhunt continues?
Well, I will say that watching the videos yesterday that came out of the transit system, there were some heroes on that subway platform yesterday that stayed and helped some of the wounded. I would tend to tell your listening public that if you're ever on a train or you're ever in the area of a gentleman who puts on a gas mask, sets off gas canisters or smoke containers and starts to open up fire, sticking around to cell phone video is not the thing to do. That was a very, very scary situation. If there was a nerve agent or some type of biological agent in the air, a lot of people would have lost their lives yesterday. And, we live in a time now where social media is so important to everybody, but safety is really, 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 really paramount. And I always try to tell people to get out of those situations. You know, losing your life to get something on TikTok is not worth it. And just for people to be safe, be vigilant. If you do see something, say something. Don't be afraid of it. And thank God no one lost their lives yesterday. It really is a miracle.
All right, Michael Weiss, thank you so much. That's a really good point because, you know, the cell phone video that we are showing right now does show people standing around. Of course, you know, thankfully helping some of those victims, getting them carried away. But also, if somebody does put on a gas mask, that is a good indicator to move away. And we did see some people actually filming through that gas, whatever that canister was, that person, that the suspect I guess, broke open. People were standing around. So Michael Weiss, and retired NYPD detective with the Counterterrorism Unit, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and of course, offering your perspective on this ongoing manhunt.
Thank you for having me. Have a great, great day. Good to be with you.
Of course, Michael, thank you. You as well. And again, we do, of course, appreciate your perspective. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, April 13th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. It has been a busy morning for you as we continue to bring you all of the updates on the breaking news live events and all of the top stories that we are following here this morning. Now, there's been a lot of information to process about the New York City, or I should say Brooklyn subway shooting that we first broke to you right around this time yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. Well, new developments this morning. New York City Mayor Eric Adams saying that this man in front of you, identified by New York police as Frank R. James, 62 years old, is now a suspect, not a person of interest in the shooting that happened inside of that subway train in Brooklyn. He was believed to have acted alone. Now, we have had some tweets coming in this morning from not only Mayor Adams' press secretary. Now, important to mention that New York City Mayor Eric Adams has actually been handling this whole situation while he is quarantining for COVID-19. So I do want to first bring you this tweet coming in from the New York City Police Department, an update coming to us just about an hour and a half ago, saying Frank Robert James fired numerous gunshots inside an N-line subway car at 36th Street and 4th Avenue subway station, causing serious injuries to 10 people. Anyone with info about the incident or his whereabouts
about should contact the NYPD tips line or call 1-800-577-TIPS. We also did get this tweet coming in, like I just mentioned earlier. This is Mayor Adams' press secretary, Fabian Levy, saying that the New York City mayor just announced that Frank James is now a suspect in yesterday's subway shooting and no longer just a person of interest. We've also had our very own Fox 5 reporter Robert Moses join us on Live Now from Fox throughout the entire morning with all the latest developments, and this is him confirming that information as well. Now, we have had Lauren Blanchard and several Fox News correspondents right there on scene bringing us the very latest information on this investigation. So let's listen into her report here on Live Now from Fox. She did update this with the very latest information here.
Commuters continue to use the subway just a day after the violent attack here in Brooklyn, and police say the alleged gunman is still at large.
I think I've closed my eyes a few times already today. I see his face still.
There is still concern in the Big Apple after police say a man wearing a worker's vest and a gas mask threw smoke grenades before opening fire inside a crowded New York City subway train. Tuesday's morning attack happening in Brooklyn during the height of the morning commute with several children on board.
He then fired that weapon at least 33 times, striking 10 people.
But more harm could have been done. Law enforcement say the suspect's gun jammed during the shootings, preventing him from firing more rounds. Besides recovering a firearm and high-capacity magazines, police say the alleged gunman also left behind 2 non-detonated smoke grenades, gasoline, and a hatchet. But one of the main discoveries was a U-Haul key, which police tracked down to a van roughly 5 miles from the site of the shooting. That van is being linked to 62-year-old Frank James.
This was a sick act on innocent New Yorkers.
Police say security cameras at the 36th Street station were not working properly at the time of the shooting. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a suspect. James, who was initially named a person of interest in the case, has now been upgraded to a suspect. In Brooklyn, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News. Commuters continue.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. Now, important aspect of this story that Lauren did mention in her story that is now being investigated, the fact that the cameras inside of the subway system, which are actually operated by the MTA, not the NYPD, were not working at the time. So that is a resource that they will not have in this investigation. Well, Mayor Adams actually did join Fox 5 New York virtually just about 2 hours ago and was specifically asked about this exact really kink in the investigation, the fact that they will not be able to view any security cameras that were in that area at the time that this mass shooting occurred. So I do want to play that interview for you here really quickly on Live Now from Fox. It's about 5 minutes long.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see you.
All right, so let's talk about this manhunt. I know you have a lot of people on the case looking for Mr. James.
Yeah, please, can we roll?
He does not look like he is a marathon.
Okay, it does look like we've got some double audio working for you right here. I'm going to try to get rid of that right now and play this for you because this is some very useful information that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Here is a look at New York City this morning, the Statue of Liberty out there. It does look like we've got this interview for you back here this morning, so let's continue to listen in.
His home in Gracie Mansion. Mayor, nice to have you back on Good Day New York.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see you.
All right, so let's talk about this manhunt. I know you have a lot of people on the case looking for Mr. James.
Yeah, please, can we roll?
He does not look like he is a marathon runner. How close are you to finding him?
We are going to find him. It's clear that the net is going to decrease, and with the help of New Yorkers, if anyone see him, we're asking them to report to the police department immediately. You're going to see a complement of police officers in our subway system as well today. But the goal is this person clearly brought a level of violence and terror into our subway system. That was his intention. And when we apprehend him, we'll find out the exact cause behind this to make a proper classification.
Can we talk about the cameras? I think a lot of people are very upset that the cameras were not working in the subway. inexcusable. How long were they out for, and how many cameras were not working?
And that's a question that we're seeking as well. Of the New York City Police Department, we do not control the cameras. They're controlled by the MTA, and they have been extremely cooperative. And we want to dig into exactly how long they were out and how many cameras are out throughout the entire system. They're doing that analysis. The purpose of those cameras is to assist us in cases like these. And so we are concerned that the cameras were out. And we're also asking for answers to those questions.
I mean, they get a ton of money, the MTA. I mean, and they've taken a lot of our tax dollars and want more. I mean, we should at least know that security is, up and running in the subways.
Oh, and I'm sure that the MTA has been cooperating with the Nypd. We don't know if it was the feed or the lack of recording, but I'm sure by the morning hours we'll have a full understanding of what took place there.
I think people just want to know that someone will be held accountable for those cameras not being in a working condition. So maybe that's something that you could oversee, that someone may have to lose their job for that within the MTA.
Oftentimes that's one of the parts of being the mayor of this city. Although the system runs through our territory, it is really a creature of the state, and New York City. Our tax dollars may go to it, but we don't have any real oversight on what happens within our subway system.
Well, I want to ask you then, you work closely in step with Police Commissioner Keechant Sewell. Yesterday, the first press conference, she said that this was not an act of terrorism. You came on camera, after that saying this was an act of terror, that someone did terrorize our system. I just want to know, what is the definition of terrorism nowadays, especially when it applies to here in New York City? It seems like we may have differing definitions of this.
I know the police commissioner and I, we have the same definition. And as I stated, the individual created terror. A official designation of terrorism is when we apprehend him, and we're able to find out his motive and cause. We know he brought terror. He was intentionally using a smoke bomb type device. He put on a gas mask. He discharged over 30 rounds of ammunition. That is intentional terror, premeditated terror. And what she was stating, she wanted to be extremely cautious, and if to properly identify something as terrorism without having all of her evidence. And I commend her for the job she has done thus far. This is good old-fashioned detective work to piece together all the pieces, to find the van. We were really concerned about the van, to get his identification, to bring together the city, state, and federal agencies. She has done an amazing job in zooming in on this individual in such a short period of time.
And meanwhile, this guy has you supposedly, reportedly on his radar. Are you happy that you have to be in isolation right now?
No, I'm not. You know me. You know I want to be on the ground. I would be on the subway system today if I was not quarantining. It was very difficult for me not to be at 36th Street and at some of our command centers, but I have to listen to the orders from our healthcare professionals. But trust me, Saturday I will be back. And I will be riding our trains, talking to our passengers, because part of leadership is not only what we do actually, but it's symbolic as well. And I'm going to lead from the front our city out of this dangerous environment that we're seeing. And it's over proliferation of guns. We took 1,800 guns off our streets in the last few months. That is just unacceptable, that the continuous flow of guns and ghost guns, like the ghost gun that killed the 16-year-old baby in the Bronx. These are the rivers that I keep talking about damming, and why I have this level of urgency and fighting against the violence we're seeing in our city.
Yeah, well, we wish you luck, Mayor, because it seems like it's never ending.
Yes, thank you for having me this morning.
Mayor Eric Adams, thank you.
Again, that was New York City Mayor Eric Adams speaking on the mass shooting that happened inside of the subway station out there in Brooklyn just yesterday. The manhunt still underway for the suspected shooter, who was officially confirmed to be a suspect instead of a person of interest just within the last couple of hours. So that is what we are all about here at Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all of the latest updates and developments on breaking news situations, not only here in the U.S., but internationally as well. Speaking of internationally, I do want to let you know and give you a glimpse into what we've got going on here live this morning. That was actually not a weather story, but I can tell you that we are monitoring some severe weather here. This is a look at our XRAD radar, as we do know that 98 million Americans are under severe weather threats, as this system that has already brought thunderstorms, severe wind, hail to several parts of the Mid-South is starting to shift east. You could see that system kind of over Indianapolis, Illinois, Tennessee, and Louisiana as well. That is expected to impact millions of Americans. This is the fourth severe weather outbreak to happen in 4 weeks, and it will likely spawn several tornadoes, widespread damaging winds, and destructive hail. This outbreak kicked into high gear late yesterday when nearly 200 reports of severe weather were tracked by the National Weather Service. A tornado actually was confirmed to have touched down in central Texas last night, causing substantial damage and injuring at least 23 people. We are working with our Fox 7 Austin team, who has crews out there on the ground to bring you a live report here in just a little bit. But speaking of international news, we do want to bring you the latest when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, the invasion officially in week 6. This is a live look inside of a United Nations Security Council meeting for discussions centered around Ukraine. So we're going to monitor this feed for you here on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, it is another story that we have been bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is inside of the trial involving actor Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. It does look like that feed is a little bit frozen right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get that back for you here. And it is also a little past 10 a.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. And it looks like that just went from the stock market to the latest address from U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She's delivering a special address on the future of the global economy and economic leadership. So talk about a wide variety of events that we've got for you here on this Wednesday morning. When we come back, we will most likely be inside of this Johnny Depp trial. His sister was taking the stand right this couple minutes ago before that feed froze. So stay with us. We'll be right back with some more top stories from across the country. Fox. It is Wednesday, April 13th, and it is quite a busy one for you this morning. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. And before we head out to day 2 of the trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard, his sister is taking the stand as we speak. I want to let you know what we've got going on for you here on Live Now from Fox. So I'm going to take you out to Brooklyn, New York live right now, and that is where we are continuing to monitor any details involving the manhunt for a suspect, no longer a person of interest, in a shooting inside a train in Brooklyn that happened just yesterday. It was breaking news that we followed for you here all day long on our show. New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the NYPD now saying that Frank R. James, who is this man right here, we did get these pictures into our desk within the last 12 hours, saying that he is now a suspect, not a person of interest. They say that he was wearing a surgical mask, a construction helmet, and a safety vest before opening fire inside of that Manhattan-bound N train in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, just yesterday morning in the height of rush hour. This is a live look at that intersection right now. So we're going to continue to monitor any details involving that breaking news situation. We do also have the latest address from U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She is speaking right now on the future of the global economy and the U.S. economic leadership. So we are going to monitor that for you here on Live Now from Fox. And then I also do want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor a feed that I don't believe I have live for you right now at this very second, but the United Nations is holding a Security Council meeting for discussions related to the Russian invasion into Ukraine officially in week 6. We did hear from the mayor of Mariupol just hours ago saying that he believes at least 20,000 people in that port city have been killed by Russian forces. So lots going on here, but we do want to head out live right now inside of this courtroom. That is where Johnny Depp's sister is currently taking the stand regarding the lawsuit involving his ex-wife Amber Heard. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
I don't recall specific times speaking with Amber like that.
Okay. Did you become aware of an incident on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014?
Foundation objection. If you,
she's testified that she.
I'll sustain the objection. It's a foundation. If you can lay a foundation.
If something happened in your brother's life that was notable, you wanted to know about it. You testified to that, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, sir.
It's a foundation question. She's testified that she had insight into his daily life.
I don't see it as a foundation question, so I'm going to sustain the objection if you want to.
Okay. You were kept apprised of the goings on in Johnny's life, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday you saw him just about every day, correct?
What I testified to yesterday, saw him every day, was when he was with the family of Vanessa.
And you still saw him, or were in touch with him fairly frequently as his business manager and as his sister when he was with Amber, correct?
Less frequent.
Okay, but still with some frequency, right?
Yes.
And if an event had happened that was potentially harmful to your brother, you would want to know about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
all right, I'll sustain asked and answered. Next question.
You made an effort to make yourself available to Miss Heard to talk to you about issues she was having with your brother, correct?
Excuse me, I made an effort to talk to her anytime I felt she needed to speak.
Somebody's trying to call us.
It's kind of a pleasant ringtone.
I didn't answer it, so I don't know.
Ms. Dombrowski, in addition to just Amber believing it, you believed that your brother needed help, didn't you?
Objection vague.
Vague.
You believed that your brother needed help with drugs and alcohol, didn't you?
Overruled the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I believed on the one medication I was concerned about.
And you wanted your brother to get better from his addictions, right?
I wanted to address the medication that he was on.
And you understood that Amber wanted the same thing, wanted him to get better for both him and for her, correct?
Objection calls for speculation as to what Amber wanted.
I'll sustain as to what Amber wanted.
Now, do you recall meeting with Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014?
I don't recall.
Let's pull up Exhibit 234, please.
You said that was 234?
234, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The non-redacted version. No. Ms. Dombrowski, this is a multi-page exhibit that we can, we're not going to ask you about all the pages, but is this a text message chain between Amber and you on May 25th, 2014?
Yes.
And those are your texts in gray on the left, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard's texts in blue on the right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we have a version of this exhibit with Ms. Heard's text redacted and the personal identifiers redacted that I'd like to ask the witness about and publish to the jury. I'm happy.
First, you want to admit it to evidence before you publish it to the jury.
Correct,
So
right. So I'm just previewing that. Would you like me to go through the unredacted version with the witness first?
No.
Or
Well, if it's just her text, how is that probative if it's just her text?
because it's her text about what two things. One, it's her text about what she wanted for her brother. We'll get to those on page 2.
She still has the same hearsay problem.
I'm allowed to ask her about her own words and what her feelings sort
You
of
can
wrote.
ask her about it, but it's not coming into evidence.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay.
Ms. Dombrowski, did you reach out to Ms. Heard on May 25th, 2014,
Yes.
asking her if she wanted to talk?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I
Did you do that because you had been made aware of an issue about your brother's behavior on a flight earlier that day?
I
Or the day before?
I don't recall why I did that.
You don't recall why you did that?
No.
Or you have no awareness or memory of a flight earlier that day or the day before?
I don't recall all flights at all times. I don't have any specific memory of anything.
If you can turn to page 2, Heather. If you can look at your third text down, Your Honor, or Ms. Dombrowski, you say to him, or to Ms. Heard, you say to Ms. Heard, I love him so much, but he needs help, and I don't have all the information to help alone. Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor. This is all hearsay.
I'll allow that question. That's fine.
I do see that.
And what did you mean when you said he needs help?
I don't recall the actual timing of it, but I wanted to help him with that medication that he was on. That I know. And I know that I wanted to be able to be helpful in life because they were arguing all the time.
And I believe you testified earlier that you didn't actually have concerns about your brother's dependence on drugs, right?
No, I said that I did have about the medication.
Just the pain pills?
It was the pain pills.
Nothing else?
I didn't have concern.
So when you said he needs help, that's what you were referring to, is that you believe that your brother needed help with pills.
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, April 13th. If you are just tuning into our stream, good morning and thank you for starting off your day with us. We are live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, where Pirates of the Caribbean actor Johnny Depp's sister has taken the stand after her brother was accused of abuse by his ex-girlfriend. So why is Johnny Depp suing Amber Heard? So he's suing her for $50 million, alleging she defamed him in an op-ed piece that she published in the Washington Post, which is printed in Fairfax County. That's why this trial is taking place here. Back in December of 2018, in the column, she claimed to be a victim of domestic abuse, a claim she first raised during their corrosive divorce proceedings in 2016 in Los Angeles. Now, Heard never proved she was abused because their divorce was settled out of court in the midst of a media uproar, and the settlement statement they jointly issued said in part, actually, I have it right here for you, quote, "Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There were never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future." Now, the settlement called for Depp to pay her $7 million, which she promised to donate to charity. More than 2 years went by before Heard published her column, catching the wave of the 2017 Me Too movement, and the column left the strong impression, without mentioning Depp's name, that she was an abuse victim because she was beaten during her volatile 15-month marriage to the actor. So again, we do have his sister on the stand right now. It does look like they are waiting for her to get cross-examined. So in the meantime, we do want to let you know we are monitoring other top stories for you here on this Wednesday, April 13th. To the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that we are also inside of United Nations Security Council meeting regarding the Russian invasion into Ukraine. You can also see our XRAD radar there showing you that severe weather outbreak that is expected to impact 98 million Americans as these different systems could bring tornadoes, damaging winds, as well as a lot of rain, a lot of heavy rain to certain parts of the Mid-South. We also do want to let you know, as you can see to the side of your screen, we are monitoring the manhunt for the person that the NYPD and now the mayor of New York City is saying is a suspect in the Brooklyn subway shooting that happened just yesterday morning in the height of rush hour traffic. So we're going to continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to give you an update if you were just turning us on.
I didn't see anything that was happening necessarily in life to be concerned about others, me. It was him I was concerned about.
So you didn't see, your testimony today is that you didn't see any effect that your brother's drug problem was having on anyone else other than him.
My concern was him. I wasn't focused on anything beyond that.
Right. You weren't concerned about the effect that it could be having on anyone else. Is that your testimony?
Again, my concern was him.
Can you pull up page 937, please? And when you misheard the text at the top of the page at 9:20 p.m. on May 25th, 2014, and you said, "I just meant I will help in getting him help," what did that mean?
It's help with Dr. Kipper, I believe.
You were referring to getting your brother help for his drug addictions, correct?
I was referring to getting him help with the medication that he was on.
And if you go to page 938, please. When you told Amber at the bottom of that page at 10:26 p.m., "I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal," what did you mean by that? "I think you need to tell him you are scared and you can't deal." What did you mean by that? I'm asking her what she meant with one of her statements. It's no different from the statement I just asked her about.
I'm just not sure what the prior inconsistent statement would be for this, which was...
Well, that she's testified that all of Amber's concerns were overblown.
Okay.
drug abuse, you were concerned for your brother and your brother only. Is that right?
I was concerned for my brother, yes.
And only your brother. Is that right?
That my brother was my focus.
Now, you, as in your capacity as his personal manager, you were often apprised of your brother's performance on movie sets, right? Did you have occasion to communicate with studios, for example, about movies that your brother was shooting?
Yes.
And studio executives could feel free to contact you about your brother's work?
Yes, they mostly contacted the agent.
Okay. And who was the agent at the time? Was that Tracy Jacobs? And that's your brother, Mr. Depp, fired Miss Jacobs in or around 2017. Is that right?
I don't recall when.
How long was Miss Jacobs his agent?
20-something years.
And he fired Miss Jacobs at some point, right?
Yes.
After his divorce from Amber?
I don't recall exactly when he fired her.
Do you recall whether it was before or after he divorced Amber?
I don't recall. Sorry.
But in any event, you had frequent communications with Miss Jacobs about your brother's work, correct?
Excuse me. Yeah.
And you, in the course, in your capacity as his manager, it came to your attention that he was late to movie sets, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, hearsay.
You testified that you had frequent contact with Ms. Jacobs, his agent, right?
Yes.
And that contact included when he was shooting movies?
Yes.
And that contact included communications relating to his conduct on set?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'm laying the foundation.
Well, it sounds like your foundation is going to be based on hearsay, which is what we're going to be getting to.
Well,
If you can lay a foundation
Yeah.
without it being based on hearsay.
Did you have personal knowledge of your brother being late to a set? Movie shoots?
Would that be if I was physically there? Is that what you're asking? Or?
Your Honor, no, first I'd ask you to instruct Mr. Chu not to shake his head and nod his head to the witness. That's inappropriate.
All right.
I'm not shaking.
Okay.
Well, he was.
All right, well, I'll keep a lookout for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Dombrowski, your brother told you himself that he was late to movie shoots, didn't he?
Objection, hearsay.
Party admission.
I'll allow that.
I don't think he came to me and said I'm late to movie shoots. No.
You learned from your brother that he was late to movie shoots, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I don't think he would have come to me to talk about it.
I'll allow it.
You learned, so you never had any communications with your brother about issues that he had being on time to movie sets? Is that your testimony?
No, what I'm saying is I worked with him for years. You know, there was never really a continuous topic of whether he was late to a movie set, him and I having a conversation.
He told you he had been late to movie sets, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can you pull up
please.
348, please?
348.
If you can you blow it up so you just see the second email down, Heather? And that second email down is an email from you to Tracy Jacobs on February 27th, 2015, right?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll allow that question. We'll see where we go.
The second, all the way down in here?
The second one down from the top. Sent at 12:50.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's from me to Tracy.
Okay. Now, in the second sentence of that email, you write, he told me 1 to 1.5 hours, but not 2. Yes, he was 2.5 hours late one day and 7 hours recently. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And when you said he told me, you're referring to your brother, Johnny Depp, admitting to you that he was late to movie sets, right?
I don't know that I'm referring to him now.
In any event, it was a problem. As personal manager, you knew that it was a problem for the studios if he showed up late to set, right?
I knew that on this particular film, there were times when he was late to set.
You did know on this particular film?
On this particular film.
And this particular film is Pirates 5, correct?
Yes.
Pirates of the Caribbean 5? And he was filming that in Australia, right?
Yes.
And this email was sent on February 27th, 2015, right?
Yes.
So you knew that as he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5 in 2015, early 2015, that he had problems being late to the set, right?
I wouldn't call it problems being late to set, but he was occasionally late to set.
Okay. Late enough that Disney executives called you to discuss that, right?
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And you knew that this wasn't the only movie that he had been late to set for, correct? She's testified about her close involvement in his personal affairs when he was shooting movies.
If you can lay a foundation, not based on hearsay.
Well, have you talked to your brother when he was filming each of the movies that he filmed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Pirates 5, he told you that he had been late to the set, right?
No, I don't recall him telling me he was late to set.
Okay, so despite the fact when you said he told me, you don't recall whether that was him or not.
I don't know I don't know that the he in that refers to him.
Okay. You were also, I believe you testified yesterday that you were closely involved in the financial aspects of your brother's life, right?
I was closely involved in speaking with the representatives, but I wasn't really closely involved in, his financial world. That wasn't my thing.
And your brother's, the income that he made from movies or other commercial opportunities that he had, that funded both him and it flowed, or it came in through his companies, right? And then the money that your brother made came in through his companies, correct?
I don't really understand your question.
Well, you're the president of one of those companies, Infinitum Nile, right?
Yes.
So if your brother signs a movie contract, the money, is it paid directly to him or does it come in through a company that he owns?
Infinitum Nile is completely a separate entity, so how he gets paid that's the business managers.
Okay. You were involved with discussions of opportunities that he had to shoot movies, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And you were in close contact with others on Mr. Depp's team about opportunities that arose, right?
Yes.
Okay. Including Tracy Jacobs?
Yes.
His agent?
Yes.
Including, in fact, you would be in contact with studios directly as well. It's from time to time, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Jacobs, well, strike that. In your capacity as his personal manager, you became aware of financial distress that your brother was in, correct? Because you were familiar with his financial affairs, right?
I was somewhat familiar. That was the other representative's area.
Okay. Did you have occasion to become familiar with whether he was undergoing financial distress such that he needed to get movies, a certain number of movies a year?
Tracy had a certain number, a certain number of movies per year that she wanted him to do.
And the certain number of movies a year, to your understanding, the certain number of movies a year that your brother had to do was necessary to stave off financial distress, correct?
The certain number of movies per year, Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year because it was beneficial to her.
That's the only reason she pushed for a certain number of movies a year?
That's the main reason Tracy would push for a certain number of movies per year, yes.
Not because it was beneficial to Mr. Depp?
If it was beneficial to Mr. Depp, then it was going to be beneficial to Tracy.
Okay, but just because it was beneficial to Tracy doesn't mean it wasn't beneficial to Mr. Depp or his companies, correct?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, at some point, you became aware when he was filming Pirates 5 in Australia, you became aware of an injury that he suffered to his finger, right?
Yes.
And you were involved in trying to cover up how it happened, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You were involved in helping to cover up how the finger injury happened, right?
I don't understand cover up.
You were involved in making sure that people on Mr. Depp's team didn't say how he hurt his hand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if she can answer it.
You can answer.
We certainly didn't want any press to know about it. So that's, to keep it from that.
And because you didn't want any press to know about his finger injury, you told Mr. Depp's personal assistant to make sure that to say that he wasn't sure how Mr. Depp hurt his hand, correct? You instructed him to say that.
If it was someone that I would be concerned that the word would get out to the press, I would have done that.
So it was okay to you to tell people to lie to protect your brother, right?
It wasn't necessarily a lie. I didn't know how he hurt his finger myself at the time, because I'm pretty sure I know the time frame you're talking about is when it first happened.
And you have no personal knowledge to this day of how he hurt his finger, correct? Because you weren't there.
I wasn't there.
Heather, can you pull up Exhibit 210 redacted, please? Your Honor, this is the exhibit we discussed yesterday. If the court and Mr. Chu agrees with the redactions, I'd just like to publish it to the jury and admit it into evidence.
Well, if it's 210, it's already in evidence. That's the one you gave me this morning, correct? No, that's a different one.
Yeah, I think that was 214.
That was 214. I'm sorry. I got it backwards. This is 210.
And I believe that it's just one page. Or it's two pages, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's these 2 pages that we talked about yesterday.
Right. Reserving your objections, are the redactions correct?
The redactions are correct. We reserve our redactions.
Okay, that's fine. I will enter 214 into evidence.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. It is 10:47 a.m. here on the East Coast, and if you are just tuning into our stream, we are live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, for the trial involving Pirates of the Caribbean actor Johnny Depp, as he accuses his ex-wife Amber Heard of fabricating domestic violence claims against him in order to advance her own career, as this defamation trial gets underway in Virginia. Virginia. He's suing her for $50 million, alleging that she devastated his career when she revived her allegations against him in a 2018 opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post. They're located there in Fairfax County, Virginia, which is why this trial is taking place there specifically. Now, currently, we've got Johnny Depp's sister on the stand here. She is getting cross-examined by the defense, and some interesting points here that the lawyers have made. They were accusing her and asking her if she had covered up basically Johnny Depp injuring his hand while filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5 in Australia. They also questioned if he allowed his personal affairs to really impact his filming and his work schedule, saying that did you know that Disney called you? Disney called you to say that Johnny Depp was showing up late to set, that he was allowing his personal issues to get in the way of his career, a major movie, obviously the Pirates of the Caribbean series, grossing in billions of dollars. So very interesting to watch this unfold live, raw and unfiltered before our eyes. We're just going to continue listening in here, but wanted to update you on what we're watching if you just turned on our stream.
During Mr. Rottenborn's examination yesterday and again this morning, he spent a lot of time talking to you about your brother's alleged drug and alcohol abuse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're not denying that Mr. Depp ever used alcohol or drugs, are you?
Objection, leading.
It's redirect, Your Honor.
That's still leading. I'll sustain as to leading if you want to rephrase your question.
You also testified several times in response to Mr. Rottenborn's questions that Ms. Heard tends to say things in a more dramatic manner. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Why did you say that?
I've had my own interaction one-on-one with Ms. Heard, so I know a bit about her personality. She would present information to me that was not necessarily information that was supported by everybody else that was around. And I've spent a lot of years working with my brother. We have a close team. We've, it's many years of trusted people helping, make sure that everything in life, it works out and goes smoothly. But all those people where I would have a daily contact, whether it's about scheduling or just how the day's going for all the years, those people never said the same thing.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think it was responsive to the question.
Well, I'll sustain the last sentence.
Yeah,
Just the last sentence of it, that's all.
Understood, Your
Okay.
Honor. I think it goes to state of mind rather than the truth.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox as we continue to listen in to actor Johnny Depp's sister take the stand, being cross-examined by defense attorneys regarding her brother's personal whereabouts when it comes to him filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5. As we watch this, trial get underway out there in Virginia, Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million, alleging that she devastated his career when she claimed that he was abusive in an opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post. So we are going to head back live into the courtroom in just a minute here, but we do have some breaking news to bring you out of the Los Angeles, California area here. Really wild visuals to bring you on this Wednesday morning. It is only about a little close to 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Pacific time out there on the West Coast. But basically what you are watching now is crews working to rescue an elderly woman whose car went over the side of the hill in Griffith Park earlier this morning. So it looks like they did have one of these first responders going down there on a rope. According to the Los Angeles Fire Department, the 68-year-old woman is alert and speaking with firefighters. The extent of her injuries is unknown at this time, and details on how her car ended up at the bottom of the hill are not known right now, but it does look like they have her in this chopper, that it was her car that was down there in the valley there. So again, wild video to bring you courtesy of our Fox 11 Los Angeles chopper. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, April 13th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. But if you've been tuning into our stream for the last half hour, we have been live in Fairfax County, Virginia for the trial of Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. I do want to lower the volume there for just a moment, as we just had Johnny Depp's sister taking the stand, being cross-examined by both attorneys. They were talking about and asking if she had been involved in covering up allegations that Johnny Depp would show up to the set of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 with injuries related to what is alleged to be an abusive relationship with his ex-wife. Now, that's the whole reason that he is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard to begin with. Back in 2018, Amber Heard published an opinion piece in the Washington Post where she revived abusive allegations against the actor. He claimed that that ruined his career. So we are going to continue listening in live and raw, unfiltered feeds of this trial right there in Fairfax County, Virginia.
More or whatever, because, you know, we'd see each other at parties and clubs, nightclubs where the bands played. Yeah, like that.
And for how long were you both living in Florida and seeing each other somewhat regularly?
Well, we met in like 1980, so, and then we both moved away. He moved to California, I moved to New York. What was that, from 80 to 83? What's that, like 4 years?
What were your impressions of Mr. Depp while you were both living in Florida at the same time?
Oh, he's a sweet kid. A sweet guy.
Sir, wait, there's an objection.
Oh.
Thank you.
What his impressions were back then?
Or what's the relevance?
Just establishing the background and the relationship, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Mr. Bruch, did there come a time when Mr. Depp moved away from Florida?
Yeah.
And where did he move to, if you know?
Like I said before, he moved to California.
At some point in time, did you also move to California?
Yeah.
And did you reconnect with Mr. Depp when you got there?
Yeah.
Around what time was that?
Sometime during the first year, and Then afterwards, after the first year, more and stuff. Yeah.
About what year would you say that was?
Oh, I moved to California in September of '85.
And did you know if Mr. Depp was working when you arrived in California in 1985?
Well, I knew he was pursuing acting at that time. Yeah, he's looking for work because he's pursuing acting.
How often did you see Mr. Depp when you first moved to California?
Well, like I said, the first year, a few times. Afterwards, I had a friend who whose girlfriend lived in the same building as Johnny, and so then hanging out over there, I ended up seeing Johnny more often. And plus, my friend who I'm talking about, whose girlfriend lived in the same building, he was playing in a band, and they needed another guitar player, and Johnny ended up joining the band, so we were hanging out a lot more often.
What were you doing when you moved out to California?
I was pursuing music also, working retail jobs and trying to get a band, make a band, you know?
Did there come a time when you began working for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Oh, that's later on. That's like in 1993.
What were you doing for Mr. Depp when you started working for him in 1993?
Well, he owned a place called the Viper Room, and which is a music venue, nightclub, bar, and bands play. And it was already open for 6 months. And the girl who was working, the person who was working as office manager didn't want to work there anymore. So the guy who was running the place for Johnny, who was a friend named Sal Jenko, another Florida friend from back in 1980, when we all first meet, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Isaac, do you want to work this job?"
I don't think it's offered for the truth of the matter.
When we all first meet, he calls me up and he says, "Hey, Isaac, do you want to work this job?"
I don't think it's offered for the truth of the matter. That's fine. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
At some point in time, did you stop working at the Viper Room for Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah.
When was that?
Well, I worked from 93 to 98. In 98, I moved away.
Did you return to LA again at some point?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
You're watching Worldwide right here on Live Now from Fox here, just taking in some of the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard trial as Depp's friend is taking the stand right now. We'll check back in a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but we appreciate everybody always joining us here worldwide as we kick off a new hour. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. We really appreciate it. We got a lot going on right here. Coming up a little bit, just moments away here, there is a major multi-state racketeering arrest announcement happening in Florida here. Some big-time busts, including drugs and other things as well here. So it's a most in-demand news conference that we will have here for this hour. We'll feature it as soon as it gets going right here, but we do have another live event to get to, and that's courtesy from the National Hurricane Conference happening right now. It's just kicking off right now, giving us an idea of what to expect for this year's hurricane season.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dennis Felkin. I'm the Communications and Public Affairs Officer for the National Hurricane Center in Miami. And on behalf of the National Hurricane Conference, welcome to an event which we haven't had in about 10 years, where we've been able to have the FEMA administrator and the Hurricane Center director sitting side by side and answering some questions, which I know you have, regarding the upcoming 22 season. So the run of show we'll have opening remarks from both of them, and then we'll open it up for questions. My house rule is that when I call on you, please stand if you can, if not you're in place. Let me know who you are and who you're from. Okay, and we'll start with Administrator
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here today. It's a really important time, right? The National Hurricane Conference is a great opportunity for us to get together as an emergency management community and talk about what we've learned from the past, but I think more importantly, where we're at today is start to think about what it is we're going to experience in the future. I think what we have seen over the last several years is that the hurricanes that we're seeing are intensifying more rapidly out in the Gulf, which is giving our emergency managers less time to warn their constituents to make sure that they can put plans in place to get their families to safety. They are stronger, they're lasting longer at higher durations over land. Hurricane Ida last year was a Category 4 hurricane for about 4 hours over land, which is unheard of. And that these hurricanes don't just impact coastal communities, right? We saw, again, Hurricane Ida left damage from the Gulf Coast all the way to the eastern seaboard. And so all of those communities along the way experienced the impacts from that. And this is just going to continue. And so I think where we are at today as an emergency management community, and what is so important about a conference like this, is that we bring this community together so we can share ideas, that we can talk about what we think the future impacts are going to be, that we can learn about the new tools that are out there to help communities better prepare and plan for these events, but also warn their communities. And so I'm really excited to be able to participate in today's events. And one of the things that I would, ask all of you to help us with is help people learn that they need to understand what their risk is. What is the risk in the area that you are at, if you are on the coast or if you are inland? And then do you have a plan to protect your family against that risk? Do you know how you're going to evacuate? Do you know where you're going to go? Do you know how you're going to communicate to your family members that live outside of the area so you can let them know that you're safe? And of course, don't forget your pets. We want to make sure that we're taking care of our pets. Proud owner of my pup, Wilson, we want to make sure that they have the same supplies with you as you would for the rest of your family. And with that, I know that there's going to be a lot of questions. There's a lot to talk about. I'll turn it over to Ken or back to Dennis before we go to questions.
Thank you, Administrator. Director Crane.
Yeah, perfect. Administrator Criswell, I appreciate I think different times I've told you, you look at these federal agencies, it sure takes the team. And this whole conference, you really see that team in action. It's the federal agencies, it's the state agencies here, counties, parishes, the media. You're a big part of this team and getting that word out. And I don't know, I guess I'm getting older, Dennis. I don't know what's going on, but the older I get, the more sentimental I get with this whole relationship. And I keep saying it over and over. It's more than partnerships. There's friendships and family. It's hard to explain. Just you'd be really shocked how close we are behind the scenes and able to get this mission done. And that togetherness saves lives. I just think it's just amazing to be here in person and, just talking to everybody in the hallways, reflecting on the last few years. I mean, we're talking about hurricanes at this conference, but there's been a few fires, there's been a few floods, there's been a few tornadoes, all in a pandemic. It's been a heck of a couple years. It really has. So some of the messaging here today is just being prepared for the future, just as the administrator just said. And one of the things I'm really keying on, and you did mention it, the timeline part of it. And, I really, message you'll hear at the keynote today is, I'll tell you what, hurricanes don't care about your timelines. And it's interesting to say that sentence, and we started looking back at history, and you really look at the strongest storms that have ever hit this country. I'm talking 150 miles per hour or greater. We could only come up with 9 of them. So the greatest storms, you know them, Laura, Ida, Michael, Camille, Andrew. You can come up with those big famous type storms. And I'm really trying to make it clear this week, and I'll hit it again later today, is the fact that when you really examine those, every single one of those big storms, 150 miles per hour or greater in the last 100 years, they were all tropical storms or less 3 days out. It's a sobering comment. It's real. So these timelines are short, and that's why this conference is so important, to talk about those type of things and making sure everybody has a plan. You can't make your plan during the storm. You got to do it early. You got to do it early, because if the timelines are that short, you got to have that plan ready to go, ready to implement, and have your kit ready and ready to go. So that's just one of the big messages we have here. So I really don't want to take a ton of time, because I really want to hear your questions today and really open this up to what's on your mind. So Dennis, I want to throw it back to you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, we'll open up for questions. We'll start there.
Marley Martinez with Western News, the FGC station here in Orlando. Both of you have been doing this for a very long time, but Florida's seeing a lot of newcomers, first-time home buyers, people who haven't been in the South before. So it might seem like basics to you, but what would be your advice, your concrete advice for newcomers to Florida about what they should keep in mind as far as coming up with a plan?
Yeah, I think that is a great question, and I actually talked about this earlier, right? It's no matter where you go across this country right now, you are facing new risks. And so I think it's incredibly important if a family member or a family is relocating to a new area, learn what your risks are. Here, whether it's a hurricane risk or you're in the Midwest and we're seeing tornadoes. I mean, today we're having blizzards, wildfires, and tornadoes all in the same day while we're at a hurricane conference preparing for hurricane season. So individuals need to be deliberate about that. You need to understand what your risk is, and if you have not been in that situation before, there are a lot of resources out there. You can go to ready.gov, and there's a lot of information about the things that you can do to build that plan to protect your family. But your local emergency managers also, they have great information about how to harden your homes and the things that you need to do. And I think the biggest piece, and really important for this group here, is know how you're going to get your messaging. Right, so when threats are coming your way, where are you going to get that information from? Are you going to get that from your local news station? Are you going to get that from your local emergency manager? You can download the FEMA app, but many of our local communities also have apps that put warnings out there. You really do have to know how you're going to get the information so you can then act in an appropriate and timely manner.
And the only thing I would add to that is, if you don't know, ask. And I think it just amplifies this. And it sounds so simple, right? But if you don't know, ask. There's so many resources like was just talked about. I mean, just websites. The counties have information, the states, and the FEMA website. And there's information on the FEMA website about preparedness. Lista.gov, it has information, basically para información en español. So there's so many resources out there. If you don't know, ask. Neighbors, friends, resources, ask. Know that risk. So just a great answer. Just being prepared is everything. Yeah.
Next question. Yes, sir.
Hey, this is John Sardine with the Disaster Tough podcast. So I've had three former FEMA administrators on the show, but you and I both shared the unique experience of being former national IMAT. Love the experience of being in response. With your unique experience being an IMAT and being back in FEMA, what do you think is the role of emergency management in response?
I think that emergency managers have really demonstrated their value, especially over the last couple of years with their response to COVID-19. I think that, our profession has continued to mature and grow, and it's really now being recognized, the skill set that they bring to the table about solving problems with limited information, about the ability to embrace risk and not be afraid of it, but understand that you're going to have to make decisions oftentimes with very limited information, but you're going to want to make the decisions that are going to err on the side of safety for the citizens that are involved. And so I would always rather really be aggressive in moving in and having emergency managers push resources in and be ready and then not need them versus, I'm not quite sure, I want a little bit more information, I'm going to wait, and then it's too late to respond. Because the biggest thing in this, the biggest resource and the most valuable resource we have is time. And you just can't get that back. And so you have to be able to be comfortable with that. And so our emergency management community, our profession continues to grow, and they are more aggressive, I think, than we have been in the past. And I think it's just a sign of where we're going as a profession as well.
Can I do a follow-up with that real quick? So with that, if you're going to give advice to emergency managers, there's a specific skill set and style to having to deal with response, especially in that massive coordination aspect. If you're going to give advice to them, and maybe both of you, really, what do you think are like some of the tenets or some of the overarching things like, I need that to be able to do response in an effective way?
I think the biggest advice is really the embracing risk piece, right? We have to be comfortable. We are in the business of risk, and we can't be risk averse to the point that it's paralyzing our ability to make decisions. But that also has to be translated into our leadership, right? Our elected leadership, our appointed leadership at the state, local, and federal level. We have to be able to communicate that so they can understand the types of decisions that are being made. And so emergency managers bring that skill set, right? They bring that critical thinking skill set, that problem-solving skill set, but they also have to be able to bring, I would say, that translating skill set that brings agencies together, but also helps the leadership and the policymakers above them understand why they're doing the things they do so they can protect their communities.
Thank you.
Next question. Yes.
Yeah, hi, George Siegel. I directed a documentary film called The Last House Standing, and we interviewed a lot of victims of hurricanes and fires and every kind of disaster. And the general pattern is people just don't think it's going to happen to them. So they do absolutely nothing to prepare. And how do you change that mentality?
Yeah, it's a hard mentality to change, right? I think that we get the most increase in the level of preparedness in community.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, everybody, we are going to go directly out and keep it really in Florida, though. But we're going out to Polk County, where we do have the sheriff there, Grady Judd. He is going to be announcing a multi-state effort, a huge racketeering bust. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Entering into our most in-demand news conference here of this hour, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Taking you out to Polk County, Florida, where the sheriff there announcing a multi-state racketeering bust that netted a lot of criminals. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
First and foremost, our attorney, Ashley Moody, for the state of Florida. Simply the very best. Her goal is, when she wakes up every day, to make sure this is the safest place to live in the entire United States, and she does that. And to cooperate, because she believes, and you'll hear her say this, like I do, that nothing's more important than your safety and security. If you're not safe and you don't feel safe, you don't flourish, you don't thrive. And then we have today our Department of Corrections Secretary, Ricky Dixon. He's going to speak second. Ricky Dixon is a dear friend of mine. His dad was a warden. He started at an entry-level position and is now the Secretary of Corrections for the entire state. He is a professional in the greatest sense of the word, and we are fortunate that the governor appointed him as our Secretary over Corrections. I can't say enough about Brian Haas. He's going to speak third. Brian is our state attorney, and Brian is our teammate. He is the one that prosecutes all of our cases locally. He is the one that works side by side with me and our chiefs that are here today to make sure that the people of Polk County are safe, and they are. Our crime's at a 50-year low. You're going to hear us speak of some horrible things by some horrible people. But that doesn't represent the safety and security of the county as a whole or the different cities, but it shows our energy to make sure everyone is safe, and we're not going to allow these horrible people to hurt other people in their gangs in the community. The next speaker is Mark Brutnell with Florida Department of Law Enforcement. He's a special agent in charge for this area. Mark is a good friend of mine and is a dedicated crime fighter. If it weren't for the Attorney General, if it weren't for FDLE and our police chiefs, we could not have successfully done this investigation. It just couldn't have happened. Normally when you hear me talk about gangs and gang activity, we never mention the name of the gang. And the reason for that is we don't want to market for them. But sex, money, murder, which is a subset of the United Blood Nation gang, is so violent, they're so ruthless, they're so dangerous. We need to bring to the community's attention what they are doing. Now, they're focusing on those who sell drugs, trap houses. They're focusing on other gangbangers. They're focusing on other criminal elements. But let me explain something to you. You're going to see today a group of people, young people, some of them in their teen years, some of them in their 20s, but all young people. And it's never all right to rob, shoot, kill other young folks. Sex, money, murder prides themselves in creating fear in the gang communities and in the drug communities. Pistol Pete, who started this gang in the 90s, is currently serving a life sentence in prison. But here's what he said, and I think the gang name of Sex, Money, Murder says it all. He says, we get sex because we get money. We murder anyone who F's with our money. And they're not just saying that, they're killing people. There's home invasion robberies of our drug dealers, drive-by shootings in neighborhoods, and murder. So you might ask, well, how violent are they, Grady? Well, think about this. They went into one home invasion and pistol whipped an 8-year-old child. Did you hear what I said? They pistol whipped an 8-year-old child. And if that's not bad enough, they did a home invasion at another place that sold drugs and placed their gun to a 3-month-old head and told the parents, give it up. And you know what's next if they didn't. They think nothing of having drive-by shootings in the streets. Nothing of it. They don't care about the neighbors. They don't care about the danger that they create. So in 2018, 2019, we saw a lot of these gangbangers rolling out of state prison. They had already done terms in prison where Brian Haas's assistants had prosecuted them in past years for robbery, for use of a firearm, possession of a firearm. The moment they're out of prison, they're doing the same thing again. And that's why it's important for you to understand why we undertook an investigation I'm going to explain to you of such magnitude. If they're not in prison, they're robbing, shooting, and killing. They're just going to. They've shown that all along. So when we talk about our investigation today, it's not just the Lakeland, Auburndale, Eagle Lake, Winter Haven, Haines City, Lake Wells area. Sex, money, murder is a nationwide gang. So in 2018 and 19, for example, there was a guy that sold dope, cannabis, you know, that low-level nonviolent drug. They went to his house to rip him and shot and killed the mother of children who was simply cooking dinner that night. Why? Because she was there and she got in the way of the bullets as they shot up the house. And then in May 2020, there was another person shot down in the street. That's right. Those 2 cases we haven't made any arrest on. Those were the first 2 cases in over a decade that our homicide team was not able to solve. Do you know why? No one's talking. They're either gang related and or they're scared to death of the gangsters. And then there was the shootings in the neighborhoods throughout the cities across this county. So despite our best efforts to solve those 2 homicides, to get people to talk, they were afraid to. Despite our ability to infiltrate, we were unable to. So we did intensive investigative efforts to put people in jail, and we were arresting people and sending them to prison all along the way, but we weren't slowing down the problem. So in May of 2021, we asked our top cop in the state, Ashley Moody, our Attorney General, and her team, can you help us out? For the first time in the history of Polk County, we did a gang wiretap. We call them T3s. That's right, where we listen to social media apps, where we listen to cell phones and their communications through court orders. This is a very complicated process, and it only could occur because of wonderful people that Ashley has working with her, such as our prosecutor on this case, Michael Filto. So when our detectives, working with FDLE, started writing the probable cause, it took not just weeks, but months of articulation to show this ongoing gang activity. And in September 24th of 2021, we began to intercept telephone calls and social media. Oh yeah, gang members, listen up. We can intercept your social media. You can't pay attention to all that hype you hear. We got it, and we got them because of it. As a result of intercepting 9 court-ordered intercepts, we were able to obtain 12 racketeering charges with gang enhancements against the sex, money, murder members. That first-degree felony of racketeering is 30 years. When you do a gang enhancement, it's life. Our goal is that they never breathe air outside of a prison again. But if that was not great enough, because of the work of this team, we were able to obtain racketeering warrants and criminal charges on the entire hierarchy for the state of Florida. That's right, from the top gangster and sex, money, murder, all the way through the hierarchy, we were able to get racketeering life felony charges. In addition to that, we were able to get a life felony charge on the head of sex, money, murder from North Carolina, who we hooked up in this investigation. Now, while all this is going on, we began a gang task force in Polk County to include the Auburndale Police Department, the Haines City Police Department, Lake Wells Police Department, FDLE, and of course the State Attorney's Office and my detectives. Why did we do this during the same era? Because there are other gangs, I like to call them baby gangs, who are also shooting and robbing in the streets. Why did we start that game? Because in 2021, Haines City PD made an arrest after a young man died. He died swimming in Lake Apopka. When they buried him here, gang members danced on his grave while they videoed it. there was arrest made. That would have upset anybody, and it certainly set off the gangsters who didn't like each other to begin with. January 30th, we had the murder of a 20-year-old in a running gun battle just outside the city of Winter Haven. Our state attorney, Brian Haas, just indicted 3 of them for first-degree murder, and that investigation's also underway. As you can see, we've already made 7 arrests with our gang task force, and we have just begun to arrest gangsters in this particular operation. We're blessed in that no innocent bystanders have been killed yet, but their houses and their cars have been shot up, and bullets have missed folks who didn't deserve to be shot at. They simply happen to live in the area. We're going to make more arrests. But before I go through my cards, I want to introduce you to, or reintroduce you to, a dear friend of mine and simply the best Attorney General in the United States, Ashley Moody. She and her team are why we were able to do this. General?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sheriff, and we really appreciate you being here to shine a light on some really, really courageous, brave, talented, experienced, motivated, mission-driven law enforcement officers without whom our communities would not sleep as well at night. And one thing should be clear before we begin: evil lurks in our communities. There is no doubt about that. And I'm not just saying that because I've seen it firsthand as a federal prosecutor or as a judge or even as a mother. Evil lurks in our communities, and the folks here standing with me today can attest to that. Evil is a person who holds a gun to the head of a 3-month-old. Evil is a person who pistol whips an 8-year-old. Evil is a person who would take the life of another with no regard for human life. Evil indeed lurks in our communities, and without the brave men and women of law enforcement who dedicate their lives to these careers, we could not contain it. And evil must be contained. And that means taking dangerous people out of our communities and putting them behind bars where they cannot hurt anyone else. And the people here in this room who have seen and will never forget unconscionable acts, evil acts, know that without that containment, without removing those dangerous people from our streets, people will be hurt. And so because of that, as Attorney General, I will never make an apology, and I will never stand down from supporting these brave men and women that do this hard work day in and day out and separate our communities that want to live in peace and stability from evil. Hollywood and other people will glorify gang membership and gangs, and I'm so supportive of not using the names of gang leaders or the names of gangs, because I refuse to give them any credit or glorify them in any way, and I appreciate the sheriff agreeing with that. But this gang is particularly dangerous and insensitive to human life. Gang members are merchants of death. They sell poison, they traffic drugs, they murder, they harm, they break into homes, they rob people at gunpoint. And no one in our community should have sympathy for people who would inflict that harm on a community. And while they are sometimes glorified, it is not a life that anyone should seek. None of the people here will ever let up until they are in prison. Many will die in prison because we refuse to let them harm or murder people in our communities. Those that do not will oftentimes run in fear, as they should, because we won't stop hunting them down. These cases are about collaboration between city law enforcement, county law enforcement, state law enforcement, statewide prosecutors, and specific circuit prosecutors. The great thing about this victory today, and I would call it a triumph of good over evil, is that this was not about any pride of any one particular agency or any one particular prosecutor. This was a collaborative effort, and the pride comes from the success of that joint operation. No one has any pride standing up here. The pride we have is that we have taken dangerous people and removed them from the communities, and that they will not plague the state of Florida any longer. It was detailed work, and I'm going to thank somebody. Where's our investigator? What, you want to introduce your investigator? Is she here?
Christy Dolan.
Christy?
Yes.
Christy, come up here. You're hiding. This investigator right here, Christy Dolan, is one of the reasons that this case came together. And we're all trying to figure out how we can hire her away from the Department of Corrections. But she is indeed a shero. She's one of the good guys, and we appreciate you. Thank you for doing this important work.
Yes, ma'am.
Those in the Department of Corrections are sometimes overlooked for the important work they do. But they are just as important part of this operation and the safety apparatus within Florida, and you are a shining example of that.
Thank you.
But this was detailed work, and let me just say, Sheriff Grady Judd stands up here and with all his heart and with all his passion tells you about what they are doing, not just to make Polk County safe, but our state safer. And folks know him from standing here in front of cameras and delivering good news, sometimes hard to hear, but good news about the efforts that they're doing here. But that passion and that heartfelt love and mission to protect his community does not stop here. And I often think the Polk County Sheriff's Office doesn't get the credit behind the scenes for the intricate, detailed, sophisticated crime work that they are doing that allows Sheriff Grady Judd to stand at this podium. I have never seen such great collaboration like this, and so much is due to Sheriff Grady Judd, and not just his support for his law enforcement officers, but he's in the details. He's talking to the chiefs, he's talking to the prosecutors, he knows the line prosecutor, he reads the affidavits. It's very impressive, and Polk County should be extraordinarily proud. He's one of the good guys, and I could not do my job as Attorney General as well as I do to protect Florida, to ensure that it is safe and strong without sheriffs like Grady Judd. We launched last year Star Tips. It was the first in the nation, a one-line, very easy to remember for the whole state of Florida. Anywhere, if you are in a community and you feel like your community is being ravaged by gangs, if you don't feel safe in your neighborhood and you know who is the root of that fear, you can report that anonymously. I would ask anyone that is in a community throughout the state of Florida that is watching this today and wants to be part of the solution to ridding our state from gangs like sex, money, murder, ridding our states from folks that would hold firearms to the heads of young children, to rid our state from evil that should never be able to take root and thrive in a state such as Florida. Join us in our effort to make this state stronger and safer, and dial Star Tips. You heard the sheriff say how this investigation that took down a statewide gang started. It was from one incident. If we have one report from one mom that's concerned about her community, think about what we might be able to do with that information. So thank you so much for those of you that are here today that took the time to come out and join us for this important announcement. You are also a part of the reason we will make Florida the strongest and safest state in the nation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, for the opportunity to be part of this today. I can tell you at times, unfortunately, criminal activity, organized criminal activity, often involves individuals in the general public working in concert with individuals in our custody and communicating on various crimes. You may ask how that happens, and if I could reach over here, I'll show you an example of a small communications device that we repeatedly combat, trying to keep these type of devices out of our secure perimeters and through various means. But I can tell you that disrupting these criminal networks requires effective communications and strong partnerships, as you see here today, with our law enforcement community. When it comes to working collaboratively with the Florida Department of Corrections, I can think of no better example than the consistent commitment that is offered by the Polk County Sheriff's Department. They just continue to draw the line in the sand when it comes to criminal activity, both inside of our fences and outside of our fences. We're extremely appreciative. I'd like to especially thank Sheriff Grady Judd for his leadership and his commitment to and dedication to public safety. We're also very appreciative of our partnerships with Attorney General Ashley Moody, our state attorneys, our statewide prosecutors, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and I would once again like to recognize Senior Analyst Christy Dolan. Just a remarkable job she does, specifically in this case, her support in providing actionable intelligence contributed greatly to an arrest, and I would just appreciate her hard work. Also, as many of you know, there's thousands of men and women across Florida working for the Florida Department of Corrections who do a remarkable job every day on behalf of our communities. I'm proud to represent them as their secretary and stand here today and thank them for the work that they do. But specifically as it relates to this case, this would not have happened without strong partnership, strong collaboration, and with the men and women standing here. And we're proud to be a part of it in the Department of Corrections, and we look forward to continuing partnerships with you all as we continue to advance our public safety mission. Thank you.
Good morning. I just want to say that I'm very honored to be here with our Attorney General, Ashley Moody, and our Sheriff Grady Judd, and all the great folks that are up here. You know, I think it's pretty safe to say that the criminals don't respect jurisdictional boundaries. They're not concerned about where the one agency's responsibilities start and another one's end. And that's why this task force and our working together, not just across our jurisdiction here in Polk County and in the 10th Circuit, but across the state. And it's because of the strong leadership of our Attorney General, Ashley Moody, that allows that to happen. And putting the absolute best folks on this has been critical to having the success that we've had. And locally here, to have the partnership that we have not only with FDLE, but with our Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Judd and all the wonderful people that work for him, our local police departments, that's what matters. We've got to realize that it is a team effort, and that's what the criminals are not counting on us doing. And when we do these types of things, it sends a message to them, and the work continues from here. This is a great accomplishment, but there's a lot more to be done. So thank you all for being here.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you, Sheriff General Moody and Secretary Dixon. FDLE is pleased to join our partners here today to announce the arrest of members associated with the criminal street gang known as Sex Money Murder. This gang has been a thorn in the side of Central Florida communities for years. The crimes including conspiracy to commit murder, racketeering, aggravated battery on law enforcement, trafficking and sale of narcotics, possession of firearms, just to name a few. We became involved in this case, as the sheriff said, in May of 21 when we were asked to assist them with targeting this gang. We brought both investigative and analytical assistance and resources to this multi-jurisdictional public safety threat. This investigation included coordination with the Florida Department of Corrections, as Secretary Dixon mentioned, which allowed us to confirm gang affiliations within the correctional system. On April 8th, the investigative team executed simultaneous search warrants in Orlando, Mount Dora, Lake City, and Polk County. These warrants allowed us to seize narcotics, gang paraphernalia, firearms, and U.S. currency. This evidence confirmed the statewide footprint of this gang. FDLE is committed to working with our partners like the Polk County Sheriff's Office, Attorney General Ashley Moody's office, the Office of Statewide Prosecution, to eradicate these criminal street gangs who quite honestly wreak havoc on our communities. I've been in this business for 26 years, and this investigation utilized almost every imaginable investigative tool that we have. I'd like to personally thank the guys in the back and the folks up here, this investigative team. You guys showed great dedication, patience and professionalism while investigating this gang. Sex, Money, Murder thought they were a very good gang, but I can assure you the folks back there and up here, we're a much better gang. Much better. Thank you, Sheriff.
We stand up here today as leaders of this organization and talk about the great work of the men and women in law enforcement. But they are the ones that had to face these guns to get them off the streets. And the police officers and deputies and agents around this state and nation are facing guns from folks like this that don't mind shooting, because obviously they don't mind staying in prison for very long times. This gun will never be used again by a sex, money, murder person to rob, to kill, to point at our deputies, because some one of these great guys took the risk. But let me go through the organizational chart, because as we've talked today, I want to once again emphasize how remarkable it is that we took down the entire hierarchy for sex, money, murder in the state of Florida. Now let's talk about Hernando Thompson. He's 36. He's called the commissioner of sex, money, murder for the state of Florida, or he's also known as the High. What's his nickname? His AKA? T-Murder. Isn't that appropriate? T-Murder. He's charged with racketeering. Oh, by the way, he's running. He's on the lam. He's wanted. So as folks look at this guy, understand he's going to prison for the rest of his life. You might as well call Crime Stoppers and turn him in and make some cash, because we're going to catch him and we're not going to stop looking for him until we do. So the sooner we get him actually in jail, because he's already charged with racketeering, the better. But he is the head guy in Florida. And then there's Jonathan Fleming. We arrested him in North Carolina. He's the commissioner for the entire state of North Carolina, the #1 guy in the state. He's the High there. That's right. What's he known as? His name is Pistol. You see a trend here with their names? He's in for no bond. This guy doesn't even have a criminal history. He was pretty darn good. He was pretty insulated by other people in the sex, money, murder. He's got a criminal history now. We plan to put him in the state prison system for the rest of his life. Then there's James Roundtree. He's the second in command. They call him the Low, but he's the second in command for the entire state of Florida. His AKA, or his nickname, is Damager. We've also charged him with RICO, conspiracy to RICO, 3 counts of direct criminal activity. He's in the Columbia County Jail. He's from Lake City, Florida. He's got a long criminal history, and he's been to prison before. Then there is the Florida prison leader. He's currently in prison. He's called the High behind the G wall, or the gangster wall. He's the High in the prison. What's his AKA? What's his nickname? Murder Guns. That's right. Well, he was scheduled to get out. He's currently in the Santa Rosa CI in North Florida. He was scheduled to get out in 2030. Newsflash, we're going to do our best to give you the rest of your life in prison so you can be the leader High or the gang leader in prison. And Mr. Dixon's folks are probably not going to be happy with that, but he runs the gang in the prison. And then there's Tanisha Fisher. She's 36. She's the First Lady of Florida. That's right. That's what they call her. You know why? Because she's the significant other of Donahue Thompson, known as Murder Guns. She's called Lady Guns. That's right. We've charged her with RICO 2 counts, enhanced. She we hope, stays in prison for the rest of her life. She is the one that was collecting the dues. There is an organized hierarchy and structure and business administration to sex money murder. She also booked the national gang meeting that happened in Osceola County during our wiretap. They call it the Whoop. Now, it's nice of them to have a national meeting. It's even better if they hold a national meeting while we're up on a T3 monitoring you. Oh, and we got this nice picture of them where a bunch of the gang members from all over were smiling. I don't know if they'll be smiling after they get their life sentence. We'll see. She was also known as smuggling K2 into the prisons. That's right. She would take religious material such as this, spray K2 on it, and smuggle it into the prison so that they would have narcotics in the prison. She's from Mount Dora. Then we got Andre Romayas. He's 30. He's the Polk County leader. They call him the fifth floor. He's the highest level leader in the county. And I go to my gang experts, why the fifth floor? He said, that's as tall as their organized gang is. So, heck, who knows? Maybe they'll grow to the sixth floor now. I'm certain they're going to be fighting over position as these guys are arrested. He's charged with conspiracy to RICO and 3 counts of directing criminal activity. He likes to sell high-grade cannabis to help float the organization or the gang. He flies to California. And you know why he does high-grade cannabis? Because he says, hey, man, that stays under the radar. You know, that stays under the radar. You get into that cocaine stuff, people get to watching you. Andre, we're watching. Then there's Serena Mixon. Serena Mixon is or was the secretary of Polk County. We're not sure. She may not now be because they got on to her about partying too much, drinking too much, and running her mouth too much. But what's her AKA? Murder Bay, Kodak Bay, baby guns. Really sweet kind of girl, you know. Now that everybody else is in prison, you know, she may be looking for another boyfriend. Well, we hope that the next one she finds is also locked up in prison forever. She's from Lakeland. But she was kind of wild. Now, you got to be wild to be too wild for sex, money, murder. You know what I'm saying? They just didn't trust her. Loose lips sink ships. Just saying. Then there's Horatio Walker. He's 24. He's known as Dumbway or Slime Baby. Now, that's, you know, couldn't the dude get like something that's more trendy than that? But old Slime Baby here is charged with RICO with a gang enhancement, conspiracy to RICO, and he's also charged with witness and gang tampering and violation of probation. He's from Lakeland. See, these folks intimidate witnesses. That's what makes it difficult, because we're trying to prosecute cases where the victims are scared, the neighbors are scared, the witnesses are scared, because these people have established themselves as, we really will kill you. That's not just idle talk. That's what makes them so dangerous in the community. And then there's Tyrese Cruz. He's known as Cooley. He's charged with RICO and 2 counts of directing. He's currently in the processing center in custody. He's from Bartow. Antonio Taylor, his nickname is Red Rum. Think about that, Red Rum. Well, spelled backwards, that's murder. We've arrested him for 4 counts of recruiting gang members. He's in Jackson CI for armed burglaries. He's from Winter Haven. And then there's Rodney Street. We've got him charged with RICO, conspiracy, no bond. He's already in jail for another home invasion. He's got a previous 125 felonies. and he's only been to prison one time. And you say, how can that be? I haven't researched all 125 felonies, but I can tell you how that can be, because they've scared and intimidated the witnesses not to talk against them. He's from Lakeland. And then there's Xavier Ulysses. He's still wanted. We've got charges of conspiracy to commit murder against him. And here's the deal. We're up on the wire monitoring, and Xavier has gone through the chain, and we've listened to it, to get permission to hit a victim. That's right, to kill a victim, to kill him. Well, obviously, ethically and morally, we can't sit there and listen to a murder about to occur without intervening. So we've already planned of how to intervene. So we came upon the victim, who is another gangbanger, and he's actually a member of Sex Money Murder. They'll even turn and eat their young. They don't care. And as a result, he blew us off. Well, we continued to get calls, and the next thing we know, they're on him again. And the guy said, I almost got him at a red light last time. I'm on him. I'm going to kill him. We're going to take him out. Well, we ran him down again, our victim, not him. We ran our victim down, tried to stop him, to warn him. He rammed our patrol car. So our victim has now committed an aggravated assault against us while we're trying to keep his butt alive. So we at least had a reason to arrest him. So we arrested him and thought, he's safe. Xavier's outside, he's inside, we're okay. Well, they got him in jail. We got him in jail. They tried to kill him in jail. We got more communications. So we had to put him in what we call a safer environment to keep anybody from killing our victim, because they were after the guy. He's not cooperating. He's not. We're trying to keep the dude alive, keep this guy from killing him, and he's not cooperating. I can't thank Chief Jim Alinsky, Chief Andy Ray from the Auburndale Police Department, Jim Alinsky from Haines City, or Assistant Chief David Black, who are with us today from Lake Wales, enough for their cooperation on the task force. But as I close today, I want to make sure everyone understands clearly and unequivocally, our gang task force is alive and well. We've started going to the homes of the gangbangers and sitting in the living room with mom and or dad or both. One mother said, I am so pleased that you're out here trying to arrest my son, because I would rather have him alive in jail than dead in the streets. And he's going to be dead in the streets if something doesn't change. Even though he's a juvenile, he's a grown man. I can't control him. We've had others, parents, slam the door in our face when we tried to tell them, help us control your kid so we don't have to arrest him. Well, make sure you understand, if you slam the door in our face, we're going to make your son a top priority to go to jail, because we're going to keep him alive. We're not going to let other kids shoot him up in the street. So we're talking and educating and investigating, but at the end of the day, this gang task force is a priority, because we're not going to let kids kill kids in this county. Anything else? Any parting words, General?
No, I would just say we've been warning all through the last month about some of the more deadly drugs that are flooding into Florida, laced with some of the traditional drugs. I mean, you'll see here the number of, firearms that were recovered. The types of drugs span from cocaine, crack, methamphetamine. You're seeing cannabis here, but I also can tell you there were synthetic cannabinoids involved. There was fentanyl involved, enough to kill thousands of people. What is important about this gang, it was particularly violent. You always see drugs connected to violence like this, so don't let anyone ever tell you that drug trafficking is harmless. It kills people in communities in Florida every day. But I would close by saying, in addition to the traditional drugs that we're recovering, we are now seeing these deadly synthetics. And these synthetic opioids, a very, very small amount can kill. They're being laced with traditional drugs, and you can see as we're recovering it with the traditional drugs that it is not contained, and we're going to keep recovering it as we infiltrate more and more organizations like this in Florida. Our warning goes out again. Do not take illicit drugs. What is in a drug? You will never know. They are flooding into our country now, and they are deadlier than ever. So thank you again to the law enforcement officers here today who are taking down some extraordinarily dangerous people, and there's no doubt that you are saving lives as a result.
Any questions before we go?
Sheriff, I just kind of an obvious question. I just want to clarify so we use the right language. Is this sex, money, murder based in Polk County, or does it have a strong presence in Polk County?
It is not based in Polk County. In fact, the head of the organization is from Orlando. But what we did with these court-ordered intercept is we were looking to take the hierarchy out. If in fact they were committing the crimes that we suspected, but we could not get to them any other way. So this is a statewide operation. This is not a Polk County centered. If it were just Polk County, FDLE has a lot of other cases they could have worked on. We couldn't have done this without.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. As that news conference continues on, we are going to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break and then get you the very latest caught up on the New York City subway shooter. What's the latest in that manhunt? We'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Obviously, one of the big ones here is we're following the yesterday's tragedy with the New York City subway mass shooter. This is who police say is the suspect right now. And they are continuing that manhunt right here for him. Frank James is the suspect. They say he purchased the gun used in the mass shooting back in 2011 at an Ohio pawn shop there. A law enforcement source confirmed to Fox News that Brooklyn subway shooter suspect Frank James purchased that gun that he used at a pawn shop in Columbus, Ohio, back in 2011 there. So this is a story that really just rocked New York City and really the country and, of course, around the world. Earlier today, the New York City Mayor Adams floated new tech, bag checks on subway system to detect weapons, floated that idea as well. The FBI is also investigating social media posts and videos investigators believe are linked to Frank James. A senior law enforcement source told Fox News just today that some of James's posts were critical of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Fox News Digital viewed a string of rambling, profanity-laced YouTube videos in which a man who is apparently James decries the United States as a racist, violent place. This nation was born into violence. It's kept alive by violence or the threat thereof, and it's going to die a violent death. There's going to be nothing to stop that, James said in one of the videos there. So that is interesting to say the least there. James remains on the loose, and authorities are trying to track him down based on his prior contacts in Philadelphia and Wisconsin, according to the source there. And of course, we will keep you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do, bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Another one that we are following right now, it is a special delivery here as some of the first buses are dropping off migrants in D.C. That is something that the governor promised to do, and a week later, he did it. A bus from Texas arrived today in D.C. transporting dozens of illegal immigrants as part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's new plan to counter federal immigration policies during an ongoing border crisis. Abbott announced last week that he was directing the Texas Division of Emergency Management to transport migrants released from federal custody in Texas to the nation's capital and other locations outside his state. The bus pulled up at approximately 8 a.m. local time, blocks away from the U.S. Capitol building. Fox News has learned that they came from the Del Rio sector in Texas after coming to the U.S. from Colombia, Cuba, and Venezuela. Upon the bus's arrival in Washington, D.C., individuals disembarked one by one, except for family units who exited together. They checked in with officials and had wristbands they were wearing cut off before they could be told to go there. So what a moment that was there in our nation's capital to see that there, as now it is not just a border problem, but now D.C.'s problem as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you always joining us here worldwide. Let's go out to the UN right now. We do have a live news conference going on right now. Let's bring it to you.
Of the year. At the same time, Russia is a top energy supplier. Oil prices are up more than 60% over the past year, accelerating the prevailing trends. The same goes for natural gas prices, which have risen by 50% in recent months. And fertilizer prices have more than doubled. As prices climb, so does hunger and malnutrition, especially for young children. Inflation is rising, purchasing power is eroding, growth prospects are shrinking, and development is being stalled, and in some cases, gains are receding. Many developing economies are drowning in debt, with bond yields already on the rise since last September, leading now to increased risk premiums and exchange rate pressures. And this is setting in motion a potential vicious circle of inflation and stagnation, the so-called stagflation. The report also shows that there is a direct correlation between rising food prices and social and political instability. Our world cannot afford this. We need to act now. And that leads to the second point, clearly demonstrated by this report. We can do something about this three-dimensional crisis. We have the capacity to cushion the blow. And the report offers more than a dozen recommendations, but I would boil down the messages to three fundamental points. First, we must not make things worse. That means ensuring a steady flow of food and energy through open markets. It means lifting all unnecessary export restrictions, and this is not the time for protectionism. And it means directing surpluses and reserves to those in need, and keeping a lid on food prices and calming the volatility in food markets. Second, we can maximize this moment to push for the transformational change our world needs. Look no further than the energy crisis. In the immediate term, countries must resist hoarding and release strategic stockpiles and additional reserves. But now is also the time to turn this crisis into an opportunity. We must work towards progressively phasing out coal and other fossil fuels and accelerating the deployment of renewable energy and a just transition. And third, we need to pull developing countries back from the financial brink. The international financial system has deep pockets. I've been strongly advocating for its reform, but developing countries need help now, and the funds are there. So we need to make them available to economies that need them most, so that governments can avoid default, provide social safety nets for the poorest and most vulnerable, and continue to make critical investments in sustainable development. This is not a crisis that can be solved piecemeal, country by country. This global and systemic emergency requires global and systemic solutions. And the report includes concrete recommendations for international financial institutions to increase liquidity and fiscal space. As we approach the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, we need political will and leadership. Resources are available. We must speak with one voice. Action today will prevent suffering tomorrow. Dear friends, above all, this war must end. The people of Ukraine cannot bear the violence being inflicted on them, and the most vulnerable people around the world cannot become collateral damage in yet another disaster for which they bear no responsibility. We need to silence the guns and accelerate negotiations towards peace now, for the people of Ukraine, for the people of the region, and for the people of the world. Thank you. Rebecca.
It's on.
That's on. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your words, and most importantly, for raising your voice for the developing countries and the people that are suffering the consequences of this consecutive crisis, and for establishing the Global Crisis Group on Food, Energy, and Finance, and the Steering Committee, the DSG, and the task team. So, as the Secretary General have said and already established, this is a far-reaching crisis, and I want to go with you through the recommendations that we are given to cushion the blow, as the Secretary General have rightly said. In terms of the food crisis, the most important thing that the Secretary General has already said is to keep markets open. We urge all countries to keep their food markets open and to cease any restrictions that will maintain the international trade and food, in food and fertilizers not flowing to the countries that need them. Hoarding and speculative movements threaten food supplies, and we need solidarity in these times of crisis. So the first thing, let's keep markets open. Second, let's help countries help their poor. Countries will need help and support to be able to establish the safety nets and be able to support the households that will suffer from this crisis. Poor households dedicate most of their income to food. And so the increase in food prices really hurt them the most. We need to help countries to help the poor households and vulnerable households that will suffer from this war. And for that, they will need financial support. Third, let's help the small farmers, because the small farmers will be hit by the prices of fertilizers. So we need to prevent from production going down in the next cycle. So let's try to support livelihoods, not only lives. And livelihoods will be important for small farmers and food producers and local food processors we need them to have adequate access to seeds, to fertilizers, and to fuels. And the last recommendation is to keep the freight prices stable and predictable, because part of the cost and the rise in prices in food and in energy comes from very steep increases in the freight cost for trade. And obviously, dear Secretary General, as you have always insisted, food purchases by the United Nations World Food Programme, the world's biggest provider of humanitarian assistance, must be exempt from any food restrictions with immediate effect so they can continue to perform their duties. With respect to fuel, we know that gas and fertilizer prices have more than doubled, as the Secretary General already explained. So we urge governments to continue a coordinated approach to make strategic reserves available to the global market. And where possible, we must reduce the use of wheat for biofuels, because we will need wheat for food. We must ensure support for the vulnerable countries and vulnerable populations who must be able to afford fuel. But let's try to support them by giving to people the resources they need to be able to have access to energy, because universal subsidies to fossil fuels will be very difficult to bring down afterwards. So let's help people and households, and not, people that not necessarily will benefit from it. In finance, and let me go for another very important recommendation, and is that we demand more efficient energy consumption that will help drive the energy transition. We demand more ethical behavior from all of us so we can push and use this opportunity for the energy transition, and not, like the Secretary General said, see regress in terms of more sustainable energy sources. We can do more with less. We can have more sustainable behavior to accelerate the transition. So now let's go to finance. As the Secretary General said, we are on the brink of a global debt crisis. We already have seen that in several countries already. Yesterday, we had the default of Sri Lanka, and other countries are already asking for help for their debt crisis. We have to prevent another lost decade for developing countries. So we need to enact immediately in the international financial system, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, to do everything possible to ensure more liquidity to the countries, making use of the already windows that they have for fast disbursement, for emergency. Let me say that they have done that before. They have done that in the crisis of the pandemic of COVID-19. So we need them to do it again. We need them to put those windows very quickly to be accessed by the countries that really need them. We also call on the International Monetary Fund to increase and maintain access limits for rapid financial assistance, increase the annual access limits to the rapid credit facility and the rapid financing instruments to crisis levels, and extend the existing cumulative access limit towards 2024. Because many countries already use a lot of their quota in the former pandemic. You said precisely, Secretary General, that this comes on top of climate change, and this comes on top of the pandemic, the crisis that these countries suffered with the pandemic. So they have exhausted a lot of the possibilities and the space that they had with the international organizations. So we need to increase the access limit that they have so they can have access to those resources. And we need to suspend interest rate surcharges for at least 2 years, because this is a global pandemic. It doesn't make sense to charge countries a surcharge in interest on a global crisis that they didn't enact. That is not bad behavior. That is not their immediate responsibility. So it doesn't make sense to have these surcharges that are a factor that deepens the problem that these countries are going through. And for sure, we need to operationalize very quickly the resilience and sustainability trust that the IMF has proposed. And let me be clear on this, because these are instruments that are already there, that they can use immediately, that only need flexibility and political will to be, for them to be put into operation very quickly. So the RST, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that the IMF has proposed, is a very important instrument. So we need that to be operationalized immediately. And we need to raise our voices for the countries that have the special drawing rights and don't need them, to give them to the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. There are 400 billion equivalent.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here while we have it. Let's take it, and we'll be back here in just 2 with top stories and headlines from across the country.
Indeed, it is all absolute obligation to work together, to help survivors, and do all we can to stamp it out. And as Nadia said, we must work together to provide the routes and avenues to see justice for survivors. To perpetrators, we must send a very clear message. A clear message not just from the Security Council, but every person in every society must be determined to send that same unequivocal message in all its clarity. You will be found. You will face justice. You will be held to account. And finally, to the survivors, to those who are here and the courageous survivors around the world, thank you. Thank you for the hope that you provide in the face of such challenge, in the face of unimaginable consequences you have faced. Thank you for your courage and conviction to carry on. Sexual violence is not just a crime against you, it's a crime against our common and shared humanity. We stand for you, and we will always stand with you. Thank you. I now resume my function as President of the Council, and I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Linda Thomas-Greenfield, Permanent Representative of the United States and member of President Biden's Cabinet. Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you so much for convening this very important discussion today. I also want to thank Special Representative Patton for your remarks. The United States is proud to support the important work of the SRSG's office. And most of all, thank you to the three briefers. Thank you for sharing your powerful stories. Your courage and your strength is an inspiration to all of us. As we all know, sexual violence is a horrific and deliberate tactic in conflict. It is used to terrorize, to destabilize, to break communities and people down. Its impact ripple out far beyond survivors, and it fuels instability. Unfortunately, this unspeakable practice is not new. I was recalling as you all spoke in the early 90s, attending meetings with Somali women who were victims of violence in Somalia and hearing their horrific stories of rape and their plea to all of us to support them. And here we are today, hearing those same pleas from all of you. The same acts of violence are still being committed around the world today. And women like those Somali women that I spoke to in the 1990s are sitting here listening at us today. On Monday, we outlined the threats to women and girls in Ukraine from Russia's brutal and unprovoked war. And we cannot forget or look away from the way rape and sexual violence have been used as a weapon of war in Ethiopia and Syria and other conflicts around the world. This council has spent a great deal of time discussing these issues, noting them with great concern. Well, now it's time for us to act. As we heard today, expressions of concern are not enough. First, we and all governments need to hold perpetrators accountable. We must do more as a global community to actually implement the international commitments we've all agreed to, as Ms. Patton said to us today. Governments, instead of denying these acts, must acknowledge them and they must address them. They have to stop intimidating victims, silencing their voices, silencing those who raise concern and advocate for them, and hold those responsible accountable. We must explore ways to use the diplomatic tools we have as both individual member states and as a collective to do everything we can to ensure perpetrators do not get away with these acts of conflict-related sexual violence. And that means strengthening quality, ethical, and effective documentation efforts. We caution against any action that would duplicate or dilute the efficacy of our existing Security Council mandates and legal frameworks. We have the tools we need. We just need to use them. We cannot let ourselves get distracted from the urgency of accountability, especially in those settings where we continue to receive reports of conflict-related sexual violence. After all, holding perpetrators accountable is not only the right thing to do, it deters others from enacting this violence in the future. It strengthens the rule of law. It makes reconciliation more likely, and it makes inclusive and democratic transition possible. Second, we must defend and empower survivors through a survivor-centered approach. That means listening to survivors, responding to their unique needs, and providing the resources and legal support they ask for and that they need. We have learned just how important it is to create a supportive environment to avoid re-traumatizing those who have experienced conflict-related sexual violence and to ensure that they are treated with dignity and respect. When we provide survivors with the resources they need to heal and to recover, we help them tremendously, and we help break the silence and the stigma surrounding sexual violence and conflict as well. Centering our support around survivors while securing justice for them is the clearest and the most powerful way to empower survivors to become agents of peace and voices of change, as we see from our colleague Nadia across this room. And again, Nadia, thank you so much for bringing your voice to us today. Third and finally, because all gender-based violence is rooted in gender inequality, we must advance the empowerment of women and girls in all of their diversity. To that end, the United Nations and all member states should apply conflict-sensitive and participatory gender analysis to our interventions and to our work. We need to ensure we are addressing the underlying societal norms and power relations that, when combined with weak or absent state institutions, lead to gender-based violence. We need to advance gender-sensitive early warning and response, and we must persevere in our promotion of the meaningful participation of women in decision-making roles, especially in conflict prevention, resolution, and peacekeeping processes. When we integrate women and girls into atrocity prevention efforts, we do more to prevent those atrocities. It is that simple. In the long term, the best defense against conflict-related sexual violence is an equal and just society, one where all women and girls have respect for their human rights, and where we enjoy equal protection under the law, where we have timely access to justice, and where we have the educational opportunities we all deserve. As the late Secretary Albright used to say, democracy is a parent to peace, and common sense tells us that true democracy is not possible without the full participation of women. So let us make democracy possible. Let us build those just and inclusive societies. And in the meantime, let us hold perpetrators accountable, take a survivor-centered approach, and integrate gender equity in everything we do. And as Nadia said, survivors don't want our pity. They want justice. They all have made, all of the women who spoke today, they all have made recommendations to us today. Let's pay homage to them and follow their lead. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ambassador Ms. Thomas Greenfield for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway. Madam Ambassador.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Special Representative of the Secretary General, Pramila Patten, and to the civil society briefers for your very valuable statements. Time and time again, we hear in this chamber how sexual violence is being used as a tactic of war. And every year, these reports put into stark relief how we continue to fall short in effectively addressing both the immediate effects and the root causes of conflict-related violence, a grave violation of international law. This is completely abhorrent. I therefore wish to thank the UK for focusing this year's open debate on accountability as prevention. And I want to thank especially Nadia, Marina, and Helena for your very powerful interventions and for sharing your recommendations. Your testimonies remind us how participation and protection are inextricably linked. We see in Syria, as Mariana so strongly have testified, conflict-related violence in detention settings, the heightened risk of sexualized violence against displaced women, and negative coping mechanisms such as child labor and early and forced marriages. These are of particular concern. In Ethiopia, we are horrified by the numerous reports of, and from what we heard from Helena, systematic rape and gender-based violence. And we welcome the Commission of Experts established by the Human Rights Council to investigate allegations of human rights violation and abuses by all parties. This is essential for accountability, prevention, and reconciliation. And in Ukraine, we are deeply shocked by the atrocities committed against civilians in places that have been held by Russian forces, as well as the disturbing reports of conflict-related sexual violence. Ukrainian women and girls are placed further at risk by targeted Russian attacks against civilian infrastructure, forcing displacement and family separation, and depriving victims and survivors from access to essential health services. President, in this Council, we are still discussing what a comprehensive human rights-based and survivor-centered approach means. To make the move to actual implementation.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break, and then we got some other top stories here to get to right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Live now from Fox. Well, new video coming in right now from D.C., where a bus from Texas has arrived this morning transporting dozens of illegal immigrants as part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's new plan to counter federal immigration policies during an ongoing border crisis. Abbott announced just last week that he was directing the Texas Division of Emergency Management to transport migrants released from federal custody in Texas to the nation's capital and other locations outside his state. The bus pulled up at approximately 8 a.m., just blocks away from the U.S. Capitol. Fox News has learned that they come from the Del Rio sector in Texas after coming in to the U.S. from Colombia, Cuba, and Venezuela. Upon the bus's arrival in D.C., individuals disembarked one by one, except for family units who exited together. They checked in with officials and had wristbands they were wearing cut off before they were told that they could go. According to Abbott's plan, he says it's already working. The agency told Fox News on Monday that they have many of the communities that originally reached out for support from the Rio Grande Valley to Terrell County say the federal government stopped dropping immigrants in their town since Abbott's announcement just on April 6th. Some have questioned whether Abbott's plan to bus migrants was genuine. The White House dismissed it as a publicity stunt. Even Texas State Representative Matt Schaefer, a Republican, called it a gimmick. And then, well, now we have the video to prove it here that Abbott was not calling it a gimmick at all. Still, the governor's legal authority to transport busloads of migrants to the U.S. Capitol remains in question. The 2012 Supreme Court case, Arizona versus the United States, prevents states from making their own immigration policies there. Abbott insists that the federal government is failing to adequately address the situation. President Biden recently announced that he would be rescinding Title 42, which was used to expel migrants swiftly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll see what the White House has to say about all of this a little bit later today at their briefing. In a tweet today from Greg Abbott, he said, first Texas bus drops off illegal immigrants blocks from U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. Biden refuses to come see the mess he's made at the border, so Texas is bringing the border to him there. That is from Greg Abbott, just tweeting that out moments ago right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We got some updates here with the manhunt that continues for that New York City subway mass shooter there. This is who police say they are looking for, and they continue to try to get the public's help. The suspect's name is Frank James, and law enforcement right now is investigating Frank James' social media posts. A senior law enforcement source has told Fox News just today that some of James's posts were critical of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Fox News Digital viewed a string of rambling, profanity-laced YouTube videos in which a man who is apparently James decries the United States as a racist, violent place. This nation was born into violence, it's kept alive by violence or the threat thereof, and it's going to die a violent death. There's going to be nothing to stop that, James said in one of his videos. Despite some reporting from other sources, the law enforcement source said the FBI did not open a prior file on James out of New Mexico. James remains on the loose, and authorities are trying to track him down based on his prior contacts in Philadelphia and Wisconsin. According to the source, on Wednesday morning, Adams confirmed to Fox News that James was now the lone suspect in that attack. And of course, we'll keep you updated on any developments or any updates that New York City is going to be doing here in the next couple of hours here on Live Now from Fox. Well, if you take public transit, CDC says, well, you're still going to have to wear a mask there because the Biden administration will extend the nationwide mask requirement for public transit for at least another 2 weeks. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention extending the order, which was set to expire this coming Monday. A CDC spokesperson says there has been a rise in COVID-19 cases since early April, and out of an abundance of caution, they are extending the mandate so they can assess the impact as cases rise in parts of the country. The Transportation Security Administration has decided to keep the mask mandate in place through May 3rd. And a lot of people wondering, okay, well, what's going to happen in the fall? Is every mask mandate going to come back in major cities? Well, we'll be waiting for that one come the fall. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Stay right here with us as we bring you more top stories just 2 minutes away. Through Arkansas right now, you can see the strong thunderstorm warnings that are pushing right through Little Rock as we speak here. So we're going to be definitely keeping an eye on this one. Really, there's a strong severe weather threat Wednesday, today through Thursday, even in the Northeast as well. Let's go out right now to Fox Weather as they are breaking that down for us right now.
Temperatures there are in the mid-60s in the Big Apple. We're following the last 3 hours of the radar. Look at the lightning detector. All right, it is now thundering and thunderstorms are likely southeast of Buffalo. We continue to monitor for today the isolated possibility of severe thunderstorms. Now, it's not level 3, it is level 1, but that still exists and that's still problematic. Eye to the sky for threatening weather later this afternoon and this evening in that area. And as we take the future track out in time, we notice that the computer model has a thunderstorm cell west of Harrisburg, scattered north of Syracuse, and we monitor the way they progress to the east in time through the Poconos and through portions of northwest Jersey, into the suburbs of New York City and to the north, and up through the areas of Watertown, Messina, New York, and Burlington, Vermont. That issue will move north and east with the warm front. That will put us into an air mass that will be unstable for tomorrow. Thursday, the possibility, level 1, again, of isolated thunderstorms that could be severe from Albany, New York, all the way down about, let's say, 1,100 miles southwest to Albany, Georgia. The reason why that jet stream, that river of air that guides our weather systems, it's still active, but it's going to lose its energy source a little bit. And Thursday, the area of low pressure giving portions of the North Dakota area a blizzard, area high pressure down to the southeast. It's our friend, it's a Bermuda high. Temperatures in the southeast up through New York City, folks, will be June-like, into the 80s. A southerly wind ahead of that cool front and around that cyclonic area of high pressure will push that warmth up. Look at New York City for tomorrow, 81 degrees. Folks, the average high is 20 degrees colder, 61. You get the idea. A warm air mass, cooler to the north and west, and that's the severe weather threat isolated in nature for tomorrow along the I-95 corridor, south and west to Atlanta and Tallahassee. Right now, as we look at New York City, the Big Apple, lightning is likely for tomorrow's storms. Damaging winds and flash flooding is a possibility. Notice the large hail and tornado outlook is unlikely, which is a bit of good news. Let's take it ahead 24 hours out. This is our future track. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll be in the 80s for much of this area. There'll be plenty of sunshine. Up comes that front. It makes the air rise, and the front moves from west to east. By 4 o'clock, Sussex County, Orange County, western New Jersey gets in on the action. Take a look at this storm right here for 5 o'clock. So dinner hours, you may want to take that dinner back inside, because I know you're going to be outside if you're home much of the day, because it's going to be that gorgeous. But just be aware, tomorrow evening could be a bit rough in the New York City metropolitan area. Over 15 million people can be affected by these storms as we continue to monitor the situation. Amy, we're here for you guys, and we're going to monitor the radar and the warnings as they come out.
Yeah, John, I'm happy to see that much of that day tomorrow along 995 corridor is nice.
It's gorgeous. 80-degree
beautiful
temperatures, absolutely.
Yeah, it won't be until dinner time. We have to be heads up and eyes to the sky. Look at this near Akron, Ohio. You know what that is? That's the Fox weather beast. It's on the road, headed into the threat zone. This is near Akron, Ohio. Fox Weather's Robert Ray behind the wheel targeting the worst weather. We'll keep watching the updates from the Fox weather beast as we move. Can you see the hood of the car there? Yeah, he's taking us into the zone. We'll be right back on Sky Dome.
That was just some coverage there from Fox Weather. We always appreciate them giving us the very latest, what they're seeing across the country when it comes to severe storms. Live look right now outside of President Biden's Oval Office as we are expecting a White House briefing at 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take our last break here of the hour. Talking about what to expect and what they are forecasting for possible hurricanes this season here and just how many they might be expecting. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And answering some questions, which I know you have regarding the upcoming 22 season. So the run of show we'll have opening remarks from both of them, and then we'll open it up for questions. My house rule is that when I call on you, please stand, if you can, if not, you're in place. Let me know who you are and who you're from. Okay, and we'll start with Administrator Criswell.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here today. It's a really important time, right? The National Hurricane Conference is a great opportunity for us to get together as an emergency management community and talk about what we've learned from the past, but I think more importantly, where we're at today is start to think about what it is we're going to experience in the future. I think what we have seen over the last several years is that the hurricanes that we're seeing are intensifying more rapidly out in the Gulf, which is giving our emergency managers less time to warn their constituents to make sure that they can put plans in place to get their families to safety. They are stronger, they're lasting longer at higher durations over land. Hurricane Ida last year was a Category 4 hurricane for about 4 hours over land, which is unheard of. And that these hurricanes don't just impact coastal communities, right? We saw, again, Hurricane Ida left damage from the Gulf Coast all the way to the eastern seaboard. And so all of those communities along the way experienced the impacts from that. And this is just going to continue. And so I think where we are at today as an emergency management community, and what is so important about a conference like this, is that we bring this community together so we can share ideas, that we can talk about what we think the future impacts are going to be, that we can learn about the new tools that are out there to help communities better prepare and plan for these events, but also warn their communities. And so I'm really excited to be able to participate in today's events. And one of the things that I would, ask all of you to help us with is help people learn that they need to understand what their risk is. What is the risk in the area that you are at, if you are on the coast or if you are inland? And then do you have a plan to protect your family against that risk? Do you know how you're going to evacuate? Do you know where you're going to go? Do you know how you're going to communicate to your family members that live outside of the area so you can let them know that you're safe? And of course, don't forget your pets. We want to make sure that we're taking care of our pets. Proud owner of my pup, Wilson, we want to make sure that they have the same supplies with you as you would for the rest of your family. And with that, I know that there's going to be a lot of questions. There's a lot to talk about. I'll turn it over to Ken or back to Dennis before we go to questions.
Thank you, Administrator. Director Crane?
Yeah, perfect. Administrator Criswell, I appreciate I think different times I've told you, you look at these federal agencies, it sure takes the team. And this whole conference, you really see that team in action. It's the federal agencies, the state agencies here, counties, parishes, the media. You're a big part of this team and getting that word out. And I don't know, I guess I'm getting older, Dennis. I don't know what's going on, but the older I get, the more sentimental I get with this whole relationship. And I keep saying it over and over. It's more than partnerships. There's friendships and family. It's hard to explain. Just you'd be really shocked how close we are behind the scenes and able to get this mission done, and that togetherness saves lives. I just think it's just amazing to be here in person, and just talking to everybody in the hallways, reflecting on the last few years. I mean, we're talking about hurricanes at this conference, but there's been a few fires, there's been a few floods, there's been a few tornadoes, all in a pandemic. It's been a heck of a couple of years. It really has. So some of the messaging here today is just being prepared for the future, just as the administrator just said. And one of the things I'm really keying on, and you did mention it, the timeline part of it, and I really, message you'll hear at the keynote today is, I'll tell you what, hurricanes don't care about your timelines. And it's interesting to say that sentence, and we started looking back at history, and you really look at the strongest storms that have ever hit this country. I'm talking 150 miles per hour or greater. We could only come up with 9 of them. So the greatest storms, you know them, Laura, Ida, Michael, Camille, Andrew. You can come up with those big famous type storms. And I'm really trying to make it clear this week, and I'll hit it again later today, is the fact that when you really examine those, every single one of those big storms, 150 miles per hour or greater in the last 100 years, they were all tropical storms or less 3 days out. It's a sobering comment. It's real. So these timelines are short, and that's why this conference is so important, to talk about those type of things and making sure everybody has a plan. You can't make your plan during the storm. You got to do it early. You got to do it early, because if the timelines are that short, you got to have that plan ready to go, ready to implement, and have your kit ready and ready to go. So that's just one of the big messages we have here. So I really don't want to take a ton of time, because I really want to hear your questions today and really open this up to what's on your mind. So Dennis, I want to throw it back to you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, we'll open up for questions. We'll start there.
Marley Martinez with Western News, the FTC station here in Orlando. Both of you have been doing this for a very long time, but Florida's seeing a lot of newcomers, first-time home buyers, people who haven't been in the South before. So it might seem like basics to you, but what would be your advice, your concrete advice for newcomers to Florida about what they should keep in mind as far as coming up with a plan?
Yeah, I think that is a great question, and I actually talked about this earlier, right? No matter where you go across this country right now, you are facing new risks. And so I think it's incredibly important if a family member or a family is relocating to a new area, learn what your risks are. here, whether it's a hurricane risk or you're in the Midwest and we're seeing tornadoes. I mean, today we're having blizzards, wildfires, and tornadoes all in the same day while we're at a hurricane conference preparing for hurricane season. So individuals need to be deliberate about that. You need to understand what your risk is, and if you have not been in that situation before, there are a lot of resources out there. You can go to ready.gov, and there's a lot of information about the things that you can do to build that plan to protect your family. But your local emergency managers also, they have great information about how to harden your homes and the things that you need to do. And I think the biggest piece, and really important for this group here, is know how you're going to get your messaging. Right, so when threats are coming your way, where are you going to get that information from? Are you going to get that from your local news station? Are you going to get that from your local emergency manager? You can download the FEMA app, but many of our local communities also have apps that put warnings out there. You really do have to know how you're going to get the information so you can then act in an appropriate and timely manner.
And the only thing I would add to that is, if you don't know, ask. And I think it just amplifies this. And that sounds so simple, right? But if you don't know, ask. There's so many resources like was just talked about. I mean, just websites. The counties have information, the states, and the FEMA website. And there's information on the FEMA website about preparedness. Lista.gov, it has information, basically para información en español. So there's so many resources out there. If you don't know, ask. Neighbors, friends, resources, ask. Know that risk. So just a great answer. Just being prepared is everything. Yeah.
Next question. Yes, sir.
Hey, this is John Scardino with the Disaster Tell podcast. So I've had three former FEMA administrators on the show, but you and I both shared the unique experience of being former national IMAT. Love the experience of being in response. With your unique experience being an IMAT and being back in FEMA, what do you think is the role of emergency management in response?
I think that emergency managers have really demonstrated their value, especially over the last couple of years with their response to COVID-19. I think that, our profession has continued to mature and grow, and it's really now being recognized, the skill set that they bring to the table about solving problems with limited information, about the ability to embrace risk and not be afraid of it, but understand that you're going to have to make decisions oftentimes with very limited information, but you're going to want to make the decisions that are going to err on the side of safety for the citizens that are involved. And so I would always rather really be aggressive in moving in and having emergency managers push resources in and be ready and then not need them versus, I'm not quite sure, I want a little bit more information, I'm going to wait, and then it's too late to respond. Because the biggest thing in this, the biggest resource and the most valuable resource we have is time. And you just can't get that back. And so you have to be able to be comfortable with that. And so our emergency management community, our profession continues to grow, and they are more aggressive, I think, than we have been in the past. And I think it's just a sign of where we're going as a profession as well.
Can I do a follow-up with that real quick? So with that, if you're going to give advice to emergency managers, there's a specific skill set and style to having to deal with response, especially in that massive coordination aspect. If you're going to give advice to them, and maybe both of you, really, what do you think are like some of the tenets or some of the overarching things like, I need that to be able to do response in an effective way?
I think the biggest advice is really the embracing risk piece, right? We have to be comfortable. We are in the business of risk, and we can't be risk averse to the point that it's paralyzing our ability to make decisions. But that also has to be translated into our leadership, right? Our elected leadership, our appointed leadership at the state, local, and federal level. We have to be able to communicate that so they can understand the types of decisions that are being made. And so emergency managers bring that skill set, right? They bring that critical thinking skill set, that problem solving skill set, but they also have to be able to bring that, I would say, that translating skill set that brings agencies together, but also helps the leadership and the policymakers above them understand why they're doing the things they do so they can protect their communities.
Thank you.
Next question. Yes.
Yeah, hi, George Siegel. I directed a documentary film called The Last House Standing, and we interviewed a lot of victims of hurricanes and fires and every kind of disaster. And the general pattern is people just don't think it's going to happen to them. Mm-hmm. So they do absolutely nothing to prepare. And how do you change that mentality?
Yeah, it's a hard mentality to change, right? I think that we get the most increase in the level of preparedness in communities immediately after a disaster, but the longer that time goes in between, the more they wane from that, right? And they get more comfortable with, hey, I'm going to be able to withstand this. But it worries me because we are seeing right now these natural weather events that are getting more severe. They're stronger, they're lasting longer, they're intensifying more rapidly. And so where in the past maybe communities and individuals would wait things out, I'm actually seeing individuals, and I saw this during Hurricane Ida, down on Grand Isle, you know, the mayor evacuated for the first time because he recognized that the threat was worse than something he had seen in the past. We as an emergency management profession and a community, we have to continue to help people understand what these threats are, and we need to provide the resources for them to learn about their threats as well.
It would just seem to be such a reactive society instead of proactive. It's like nobody's preparing today for a hurricane on a nice day. I mean, that you really have to change the whole thinking.
Well, and I would say maybe they are preparing, right? So preparing for a hurricane today means, do you have your plan? The things that are going on here at this conference are helping emergency managers find the tools and resources that they can use to help communicate with their communities, to help them build those plans. Developing the tools for how they're going to communicate. Those are all levels of preparation. And when they have to implement those levels of preparation, that's where we want to make sure that they're taking that action that they need. And I mean, I remember clearly Ken, and he can talk about this, the type of words we use to help people take it seriously makes a difference too. And I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit.
You know, it's you know, just listening to the question and, you know, thinking about this a little bit, and we at the Hurricane Center, we have 9 social science projects going on at the same time. You can have a perfect forecast, but it doesn't do much good if it's not understood and it's not actionable. And one of our meteorologists, you talk about future generations of types of people that we hire. We have a meteorologist and a social scientist right there, Robbie Berg. So we have these diverse different professions to help us through those type of things, and words matter. You go back to Hurricane Laura and you think about, you know, getting feedback that not everybody was getting out of those areas. We had a storm surge warning for 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. And we got feedback that not everybody was getting out of those areas. And we all looked at each other and was like, wow, this is, we don't even know the origins of where the word came from, but we came up with unsurvivable. And once we don't take that lightly. I get goosebumps now. You talk about unsurvivable, and the last of the group got out. There were no storm surge fatalities from that 15 to 20 foot storm surge. So words matter. It's in the heat of the battle and how we message. It's how we prepare. It's getting out there to people base their risk on their previous experience. So there's a you know, Hurricane Ida was not the worst storm for New Orleans. Move it 15, 20, 30 miles to the east. So we have to communicate that risk. We have to talk openly in things like this, town hall meetings, and say, you know, right after the fact, to say that wasn't the worst case. Those small changes make such a big difference in the storm surge, the winds, the tornadoes, and the flooding. So I think it's getting out there, it's communicating that risk frequently, and I think we constantly got to keep talking about this and involve social science. It's not just the physical science, it's the social science that we do, the behavioral science on how people interpret that information. I think it's absolutely critical.
And I just want to add one more piece to that too. I think the other part that we have recognized at FEMA is that we can't have a one-size-fits-all type message. Mm-hmm. People receive information differently, whether it's in the medium that they receive information from, but also culturally specific. And so for the first time last year, we actually created a culturally specific preparedness campaign for Preparedness Month that focused on our Hispanic community and the ways that they would act and how they would take the steps to prepare for their family. We had a big difference in the amount of information that people were able to access from our website than we had in the past. And so it did make a difference by making culturally specific messaging to help individuals prepare. We're going to continue on that so we can broaden that across more communities. Again, we want to speak the way that they want to hear it, the way they're going to understand it, the way they're going to interpret the information so they can take the steps that they need to prepare.
And I'm excited to talk about something too. So I did want to introduce Maria Torres over there, and Maria's going to be taking over for Dennis when Dennis retires. And we have so many opportunities. We translate our products into Spanish, and more than half of the folks that we serve at the Hurricane Center are Spanish speakers. We have to do more. So we're actually building a whole area at the Hurricane Center just for Spanish media, and just wanted to introduce that, having Maria as a big part of the team. That's just an example of how we have to, you're right, get that message out in ways that's understood in these communities from an equity standpoint, and we're really trying to make those differences to get the word out. Yeah.
And I'm anxious to pass the torch. Next question. Yes.
Hi, I'm Emily Speck with Fox Weather. You guys kind of just talked about this a little bit, but diversity is very important with messaging and as well as your staff. 2 days ago, there was a panel for women in emergency response, and they were singing your praises as the first female administrator. That's very exciting. What are some other ways both of your agencies are making sure that people on the ground are diverse and they're represented?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do want to bring this to your attention because we are getting word that soon there will be an update to the manhunt that is underway in New York City. So as soon as we get that, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But New York Police Department has put it out there that they will have new information in the subway shooting. And of course, we will bring that to you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. That's what we always strive to do, is bring you the biggest events live, raw, and always unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. So what we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break, everybody, and then we'll reset things, get your other top stories, and we'll be ready to go when that news conference does get going, everybody. Now, Live Now from Fox, always appreciate you joining us here in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we bring you these top stories and headlines all over the country right here. Here's what we have our eye on right now. New York City subway shooting, a suspect there. We are going to learn more information soon, as we are learning from New York Police Department. There will be another update. We don't have the time yet, but we know it is coming pretty soon. So we'll bring that to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, that was a horrible situation that played out yesterday for that subway. So we'll bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox when it happens. In the meantime, let's go out to Philadelphia, where they are addressing violence in their city and what to do to try to combat it this summer. We all know in the summer months, violence does creep up there, not only in Philadelphia, but Chicago as well. So they're doing something similar to what Chicago did. Chicago initiated this program where they're trying to get the youth, the teenagers, to get summer jobs, to get them off of the streets and into summer jobs where they'll earn some money and be able to have some disposable income for themselves for positive things. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Which are city blocks on any block across the city that they have signed up for it. And they not only do you get to play and there's organized activities, but they will receive nutritious meals. We will be ensuring that food is delivered and that all the children are able to be served meals. You can go to phila.gov/food to get additional information once we do all our confirmations. And we're starting our play streets a little earlier. They will begin on June 21st. And then also under Parks and Rec will be Camp Philly. Camp Philly is an overnight camp that is a 2-day or 2-night camp that allows experiences and partnership. And we run this in partnership with the YMCA. It's hosted over 2 weeks in August 14th and August 21st. The Free Library of Philadelphia Summer Wonder. We also have a bunch of activities that will be occurring at the Free Library. Just wanted to highlight a few. Summer Wonder encourages reading during the summer. We know reading is fundamental for our young people. It is an in-person programming that will start on June 6th and run until August the 12th. But you can also go online from June 1st to August 31st and receive the same type of programming. To enroll, please go to the website freelibrary.beanstack.org or download the Beanstack Tracker app on your mobile device, and it will help you sign up for this. Free Library will also be offering Science in the Summer. It's a partnership that we do with the Franklin Institute. It will be in addition at 33 libraries this summer. Being a biologist is sort of 4 hours hands-on summer fun and application type activity. It's going to be taught by trained educators, and it will take place over the course of 1 or 2 days. Students from 2nd to 6th grade are eligible for the Science in the Summer program. And again, enrollment will be signed up by sort of a lottery registration. That lottery will begin on May 9th and run until May 27th. And you can sign up at scienceinthesummer.com. Next slide, please. Camp Challenge is another program that's going to be run by our free libraries for summer camps and programs. Free library staff will actually train existing camps and summer programs in summer programming and also provide them with materials. Those virtual or in-person trainings will provide everything from books for students to share. It will provide curriculums, activity trackers, games, prizes, and a myriad of other activities. If you have a summer camp program and you're interested in receiving some of this information or signing up to be part of Camp Challenge, again, please go to the Free Library website. You can sign up from now until April the 30th. DHS, Intensive Prevention Services. DHS is yet another division under the Office of Children and Families. And the Intention Prevention Services supports youth. It's a community-based prevention program that's offered to youth that are between the ages of 10 to 19. And this program is important as we are experiencing the violence that we're experiencing in our city. It supports youth who are either at risk of delinquency or already involved with our juvenile justice system. IPS provides meaningful programming. Not only do they provide fun activities and experiences and work on community engagement, but they also provide some core services such as conflict resolution, mentorship, life skills training, amongst other things. They also provide group support and counseling, and they provide field activities, and we also take the young people on cultural trips. So if you know anyone who is in need of perhaps some services, or you see someone that you are trying to prevent from becoming delinquent or getting further involved in the juvenile justice system, this may be an appropriate program for them. DHS is also going to be providing community evening resource centers. The resource centers offer very structured activities. These centers, the 2 community evening resource centers that we have right now, were established to support Philadelphia youth who have come to the attention of the Philadelphia Police Department for curfew violations. However, I want to be clear that our commitment is to serve all young people, and that remains unwavering. So youth who are also looking for a safe space to either relax, unwind, or to be able to have a place to do some positive activities in the evening hours, then they can also get connected to critical services here, and we will accept walk-ins at these sites as well. The hours of these sites are during some of our critical hours, which are 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. The 2 sites are one in the South Division, which is being run by Diversified Community Services, or Dixon House, as many of us refer to the site. And then the other one in Southwest is being run by Community of Compassion Incorporated. The centers are free of charge. And they are located in those neighborhoods where we feel that there is a critical need to serve the youth and families in those particular hours. Currently, these 2 centers are open, but we are hoping to add 2 more centers, hopefully by the end of the summer. Connecting with youth. Wanted to put this slide in to just emphasize the level of collaboration and connection that is taking place between the Philadelphia Police Department, all of the offices over here, the Office of Children and Family that serve youth, as well as our anti-violence work that's being done out of the Managing Director's office under Erica Atwood. And I wanted to just spell out some of the youth activities that the police department have as offerings for young people this summer. The Police Athletic League, or PAL, many of you are familiar with. It provides youth development programs that also offer educational, athletic, and recreational programming, as well as character building type activities. PAL programs are fun, safe, and they are also free. They're open to children between the ages of 6 to 18. They'll be open daily during the summer daytime hours. There may be some extended evening hours. For more information, though, please go to phillypal.org. In addition, the Philadelphia Police Department has a Youth Advisory Commission, or YAC as we call it. It's a youth-led initiative. That commission meets once a month on weekends and also after school hours, and it's for youth ages 14 to 18. It works alongside police staff, and these young people kind of serve as liaison between the communities and members of the police department. They certainly help further the commitment that our police department has to community policing, and they will help with bridging some of the gaps that we may see in that area. And then the police also have the Philadelphia Police Explorers Cadet Program. The cadet program introduces older youth and young adults to careers in law enforcement. The goal of the Police Explorer Cadet Program is to try and teach young adults the values needed to succeed in a law enforcement career. So if you know anyone who's interested, or if you yourself are interested, please go to the website ppdexplorers.org / for more information about that. And then the next is actually programming that is being run out of our Managing Director's office under the Office for Criminal Justice and Public Safety. And the city will be relaunching that citywide youth leader networking series this summer. These events focus on bringing together young leaders from across the city to both network, collaborate, sort of get together, fellowship, break bread. These young leaders come from all sectors of various types of work and are encouraged to attend and bring other young leaders with them. We are interested in their ideas and what they think the type of activities they would like to see and what might help them as we try and work together to face the challenges that are facing us this summer for young people. A large part of the summer planning that we do over here is the summer meals. Meals are part of full-day summer programs at parks and recreation camps, and they're also being run out of the Office of Children and Families out of school time summer providers locations. We want to make sure that all of our young people stay healthy, in addition to safe. The free summer meals will also be provided, as I said before, at all Play Street blocks. You can apply to be a volunteer or a Play Street supervisor if you're interested in doing that on the block that you live on. For more information, please go to phila.gov/programs/Play Streets /. And for a list of places where you can get summer meals or other food resources, please go to phila.gov/food. And you can search by address, and we'll tell you various sites that you can go to in your area to be able to either get food or food opportunities for other young people in the area. Lastly, again, remember our motto this summer is play it safe. PHL, we want all of our young people to have an enriching, enhancing, fun, but also opportunity to learn, and most of all, be healthy and safe throughout the summer. Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Police Commissioner Outlaw.
We are going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come.
I just want to, before I get started, I know there's a lot of questions about what's going on in New York and the Philadelphia Police Department's involvement in that investigation. Commissioner Ben Nash, Deputy Commissioner of Investigations, who will provide a brief update on a number of cases that we wish to highlight for this week. DC Dales.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you pull up the slides, please? Can you make it a little larger? Can you make it a little larger? Okay, I will start with the citywide homicide and shooting victim stats. Looking at the top of the chart, year to date as of April 10th of this year, Philadelphia had 129 homicides and 561 shooting victims. In comparison to last year, homicides are down 7%, 129 this year versus 138 last year, and shooting victims are up 1%, 561 this year versus 555 last year. Looking at the bottom left of the chart, it shows the motives for the homicides. Again, the top three: arguments, drugs, and domestic. And also want to note that we are maintaining that close range in reference to clearance rates. We're still at 50%. Next slide, please. All right, in this line graph, the blue line represents homicides and the orange line represents shooting victims in the pinpoint grids. If you look at the right side of the graph, you will see that as of April 10th, homicides are up 27%, and shooting victims are down 13% in the pinpoint grids when comparing 2022 year-to-date total with 2021. As you can see, we are continuing to see a downward trend in both homicides and shooting victims in the pinpoint grids. In reference to the shooting victims, if you look at the left side of the graph, it shows that the shooting victim percentages, which again is the orange line, significantly dropped from the week of January 3rd through the week of January 17th, and stayed relatively flat from the week of January 24th through the week of February 28th. During the week of March 7th, the shooting started declining and continued to decline through the week of April 4th. In reference to the homicides, if you look at the right side of the graph, it shows a steady decline from the week of March 21st through the week of April 4th. Next slide, please. This slide shows the total VUF arrest year to date for 2022 from January 1st to April 10th. So far this year, we have made 638 VUF arrests. This time last year, we had 949 VUF arrests and 425 VUF arrests in 2020, which shows an increase in VUF arrests by 50% when comparing 2022 year-to-date total with 2020, and a decrease in VUF arrests by 33% when comparing 2022 year-to-date total with 2021. Next slide, please. As of April 11th, 1,600 crime guns were seized in our city. From January to March of this year, we actually seized 1,449 crime guns, which is an average of 483 guns seized a month. Next slide, please. And lastly, in reference to the privately made firearms, also known as ghost guns, that were seized in our city year to date as of April 11th, we are now at 134, which is more than the total number of ghost guns recovered by the end of 2018 and 2019 combined. And with that, I will now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Ben Nash, who is the Deputy Commissioner of Investigations, and he will speak about cases we wish to highlight.
Thank you, Deputy Dales. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'll be providing a homicide arrest updates as I normally do during these press conferences. And since our last press conference, police arrested 9 individuals wanted for committing homicides. I'll be featuring fugitives currently wanted for recent homicides and finally be highlighting 2 recent carjacking arrests. If you can start the slideshow, the following slides are individuals recently arrested for homicides. I will be listing the incidents chronologically by the date of occurrence, from the earliest to the most recent, starting with an incident that occurred in 2011. That's a photo of Ramarvin, Canada. And on April 7th, 33-year-old Ramarvin Canada, was arrested in Delaware by our homicide fugitive squad, along with the FBI task force. He was wanted for the homicide of 22-year-old Kristen Freeman. The incident occurred on July 30th of 2011 on the 100 block of East Garfield Street. This case was originally cleared with the arrest of Chad Reynolds on September 23rd of 2011. Then in November of 2019, Michael Blackston and Ramarvin Canada were indicted for murder and related offenses in reference to the murder of Miss Freeman. Michael Blackston was arrested on November 2nd of 2019, and Canada was placed in fugitive status. The arrest of Michael Blackston in 2019 also cleared the murder of 50-year-old Kevin Drinks that occurred on May 22nd of 2018. This case is an outstanding example of how our dedicated investigators from homicide never stop working cases. The next slide is a photo of Leon Harris. And on April the 8th, 48-year-old Leon Harris was formally charged for the murder of his mother, 62-year-old Victoria Harris. The incident occurred July 17th of 2018 on the 2700 block of Ruby Terrace. Next is Brian Martinez. On April the 4th, 24-year-old Brian Martinez was arrested for the murder of 25-year-old Justin Arquinzoni and a second shooting victim who survived. The incident occurred on July 4th, 2021 on the 3300 block of H Street. This case was previously cleared with the arrest of Carmelo Ocasio on November the 1st of 2021. Next is Eric Graham. On April 11th, 35-year-old Eric Graham was arrested for the shooting murder of 43-year-old Rashida Palmer. The incident occurred on November the 9th, 2021 on the 3600 block of North 21st Street. Next is Kamira Marshall. On April 7th, 32-year-old Kamira Marshall was arrested for the murder of 33-year-old Jonathan Grimes. The incident occurred on January the 1st, 2022 on the 100 block of East Luray. I previously spoke about Ms. Marshall being wanted in a press conference back on March the 2nd. Case was previously cleared with the arrest of Davon Hunt on March 9th, and that arrest was announced during our press conference on March 16th. Brashear Giles remains wanted for this homicide. Next is Nazir Sims, and on April 1st, 24-year-old Nazir Sims, whom I spoke about being wanted during our last press conference, was arrested for the murder of 21-year-old Imad Selaman. The incident occurred on February the 7th of this year on the 5900 block of Bennington Street. Case was previously cleared with the arrest of Dacia Sims on March 7th, which I announced during our press conference on March 16th. Next is Quadir Dickens, and on April 8th, 17-year-old Quadir Dickens was arrested for homicide of 30-year-old Stephen Hostin, who shot and killed while walking down the street carrying his 1-year-old niece. The incident occurred on March 15th on the 4900 block of Hawthorne Street. Next is Jamel Taylor. On April 5th, 30-year-old Jamel Taylor was arrested for the homicide of 34-year-old Grant Miles. The incident occurred on April the 4th on the 4800 block of Frankfurt Avenue. Mr. Taylor was apprehended by police shortly after that murder. Next is Gary Taylor. On April 10th, 17-year-old Gary Taylor was arrested for the shooting murder of 18-year-old Steve Green. Incident occurred on April 9th on the 1900 block of North 60th Street. Next, I'm going to feature several individuals who are wanted for homicides. The first is a wanted photo of Jameer Mickens. 23-year-old Jameer Mickens is wanted for the homicide of 24-year-old Andrew Rodriguez Rivera. That incident occurred on February the 28th of this year, 2022, on the 200 block of West Lehigh Avenue. The arrest warrant was obtained on March 31st this year. Next is Raymond Harkin. 32-year-old Raymond Harkin is wanted for the shooting murder of 26-year-old Khalil Harris. Incident occurred on March 19th on the 1100 block of North 41st Street. The arrest warrant was also obtained on March 31st. And next is Ryan Matthew. 28-year-old Ryan Matthew is wanted for the murder of 33-year-old Eric Sampson, who was shot multiple times. The incident occurred on March 25th of this year on the 3500 block of Kensington Avenue. The arrest warrant was obtained just this past week on April the 7th. If anyone has any information pertaining to these suspects' whereabouts, we urge you to please call our homicide unit at 215-686-3334, or as always, call our tip line 215-686-TIPS. That's 686-8477. And finally, I'll finish up with a couple of recent carjacking arrests. The first incident is from 400 South 45th Street, and on March 30th, on the 400 block of South 45th Street, at approximately 7:53 a.m., the complainant stated that while exiting his vehicle, the offenders approached him, punched him several times, causing him to fall to the ground. While on the ground, the suspects began to kick him in the head and his body. The suspect took his vehicle keys, got into the car, and fled. That's the complainant's car. Further investigation led to identifying a 15-year-old male as one of the offenders. The male was arrested on April 1st and was charged with carjacking, aggravated assault, and related offenses. And finally, from the 400 block of East Haines Street on April the 5th at approximately 8:50 a.m., also in the morning on the 400 block of Haines Street, the complainant was seated in his vehicle waiting for an Uber passenger when a male approached the vehicle, opened the driver door, pointed a handgun at the complainant, demanded the complainant get out of the vehicle. The offender got into the complainant's vehicle. The complainant then retrieved his firearm from his waistband and shot at the offender. The offender fled in the complainant's vehicle. And approximately 10 minutes later, while speaking with police, the complainant observed the offender walking on 200 Haines Street, pointed him out to the officers. The male was stopped, and the complainant positively identified him as the male who had stolen his vehicle, point of gun. The offender was identified as a 17-year-old male. And now I'm going to turn it back to the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Nash. We'll now move to Q&A for members of the press. Because of limited time, only one representative from each media outlet is permitted to ask questions. Reporters are asked to limit their questions to 2 or fewer for the first round. And today, given the time and a hard stop at 2 o'clock, we are limiting topics to the questions related to the presentations today. Armando is also available for Spanish interpretation as needed. If you would like to ask a question, please use the raise your hand function under reaction. So with that, I'll move to Kelly Rule of Fox 29. Kelly?
Commissioner Alla, I know you can't say much more about the Brooklyn subway shooting suspect, but obviously there's a lot of concerns because of his ties to Philadelphia. So I just wanted to see if you can say anything about, have police had any contact with him? I'm sure you guys have looked at his record at this point. Are you able to say if he's, known to police in this area?
I am not.
Okay. And we were also hearing that a separate storage facility in North Philly was searched in addition to the U-Haul. Are you able to say, if that search led to anything?
I am not. Sorry, Kelly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. We'll now go to Chris Palmer at the Inquirer. Chris?
Hi, I'll try one more. James himself, the suspect himself on a YouTube video seems to be saying that he was going to stop in Philadelphia on March 22nd on his way to New York, maybe stay in a hotel in New Jersey. Have police done any investigating whether he was in the area at that time or recently?
I appreciate that you guys have to ask the questions, but I really am unable to answer any questions related to this investigation, as it's 1, ongoing, and 2, it is the NYPD and the FBI's investigation.
Thank you. On another topic, this relates sort of to the clearance rates that came up earlier, but we're a few months now into the launch of the shooting investigations group, Commissioner, and I'm just wondering if you can say early on your impression of how things have gone in the launch of that unit and how things are going with it.
Sure, and before I turn it over to DC Nash, I'm pleased to say that I'm happy not only with the fact that we put this group together at the beginning of the year, but they're doing some really, really good work and they're making some strong arrests. And I'm hoping that, again, later on down the road, not only do we kind of eliminate some of the redundancy that we're seeing in some of our suspects being shooting suspects, but also homicide suspects, but also the arrest that we're making for some of these non-fatal shootings to be serving as deterrents. And obviously only time will tell. But DC Nash, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Thanks, Chris. It's a really good question, and it's really pertinent to what's going on. As Deputy Dales indicated, we're seeing a downward trend in our homicide numbers, and while our non-fatal shootings are relatively flat, we're making a lot of progress as a result of the start of our non-fatal shooting group, our shooting investigation group. We call them the SIG unit. They've had some tremendous successes. In the next press conference, I expect I'll be providing some updates on some significant investigations that they've been a part of that have resulted in arrests. I know you asked specifically in terms of clearance rates, and as Deputy Dales reported, the clearance rate on the homicide is up from where we were last year at this time. And I can tell you with on a very positive note, that overall our clearance rate on our non-fatal shootings is up significantly from where it was last year at this time. The group started at the very end on the 31st of January, and their success has been really tremendous. Non-fatal shootings, I've often talked about, are very difficult to clear and to bring in for numerous reasons. I'm not going to necessarily get into them, but at this point, we're seeing double-digit increases in where we were on our clearances from non-fatal shootings in the past. So we're on a really positive track, and a lot of credit goes to the incredible detectives. And to the question about what's different, they're just approaching it from really a homicide perspective. They're doing a great job of recovering video, which is really critical in bringing about identification of suspects. And also, they're just getting more to the bottom of cases through really incredible follow-up, relentless follow-up on these investigations. And it's really helping us to solve these. And what we are seeing is that a lot of these are involving, we're seeing a significant number of young individuals that have been responsible as well as victims in these shootings. And we're making some great progress. So thanks for that question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
And thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to let everyone know we have quite a few events that are still to come right here that we'll be covering for you on Live Now from Fox. Not only will we be hearing from New York police as they're set to give another update on yesterday's subway shooting, but also coming up, the White House going to be doing a press briefing. Not only are we going to be waiting to hear about those immigrants from Texas that were bused to D.C., but we also just got word that the president did have a phone conversation with President Zelensky on the support the United States has been giving to Ukraine. They spoke for nearly an hour on the phone, so we'll be expecting some details on that as well. A lot to come here. Good thing you're watching right here on Live Now from Fox, where we monitor all of these events, bring it to you in one place. That's right there on your screen, at home, at work, on the go. We are going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in with our Philadelphia city leaders.
That there's only so much I can say to this, but I will tell you
It wasn't unmuted, I apologize. First, do we have any updates on the killings of 13-year-old Trey Thompson, I should say, or 15-year-old Juan Carlos Robles Corona, or any on Sean Toomey, the other 15-year-old?
Mr. Hansen, I can tell you that we're making significant progress in those investigations, that we have really good direction. I'm just not able to share exactly where that investigation is leading us. But I'm hopeful that we'll be having arrests in the not too distant future. And that's where we are with those investigations.
And while I have you, Deputy Commissioner, I was in a preliminary hearing this morning, and basically it was for a pregnant woman who was shot and killed, and her baby, and she both died obviously in the car. But one of the two suspects' brother was actually in the courtroom, and basically what happened was that she all of a sudden didn't remember anything, couldn't identify. And she said that she kind of alleged, and I'm not specifically talking about this case, but she kind of alleged that the statement was made up by police and that she didn't really sign it, whatever, and it became kind of obvious to the courtroom at the time that there were some issues with maybe intimidation. And I wanted to kind of get from you what efforts are made with the homicide unit and detectives as far as when statements are made, and then what efforts are made for intimidation purposes when they have to testify at a preliminary hearing.
So it's a really good question. As best as we can, when we're taking statements, if we can, we audio and visually tape the information, statements that we're getting from witnesses, so that anyone will have an opportunity down the road to see how those statements were taken without coercion and of free will. We are familiar with situations where individuals have changed their mind about their level of cooperation, which is very discouraging and challenging for us. And at times they often go to the excuse that they were coerced into making a statement. The homicide investigators and all of our investigators that work on shooting investigations, they're incredibly professional and thorough. And that's why the advent of the audio-visual taping on statements is really important these days. And as pertaining to any questions about possible retaliation or intimidation, whenever our investigators are alerted to that, they jump into action and will do anything they can to uncover who's responsible for making any overt or covert types of threats or anything that will interfere with the criminal justice system. And when we can, if we can make an arrest for intimidation, we always will. And it's just very frustrating. The homicide investigators are working so hard to bring justice to the families of these victims. And at any time when we have people that change their stories from what is almost certainly the response based on no worrying about anybody else, and it may harm the future criminal case, it's very frustrating for all of us involved, but it's also unfortunate for the families of the victims. So we do our best to try and make sure that there is ample evidence about how those statements are taken.
Thank you. I do have one more question. This is for Vanessa Garrett Harley. You spoke a lot about the lifeguard training courses, but is the city providing any courses, I think training courses itself, because it does take a few weeks to get certified? And also, can you speak about how much kids are being paid per hour?
Hi, thanks for that question. I'm going to defer to Catherine Ottlevel, who's on from Parks and Rec, who can give you more details about the lifeguards.
Hi, yeah, sorry, this is Catherine, Commissioner for Parks and Rec. Can you repeat that again? I heard the second part, just not the first.
The first part was just, as the city, it takes weeks to become a lifeguard, to get certified as a lifeguard. And so is the city offering any courses for these kids? It's April 13th, and where can those kids go to maybe get that training course, and is the training course free?
Sure, yes. The training, all the first individuals have to be screened. The screening is provided every single day at 5 different locations in the city. Once you're screened, and that means you pass, you can go through a certification process. For young people ages 16 to 24, that certification process is completely free. So they don't have to pay for that. The certification process is being held by our water safety instructors, so by city staff. They are certifying, walking those young people and any applicants through the certification process at those pool locations. All of that can be signed up for online, so people can choose the times when they want to come in and begin their certification process. Some of it is done in person and some of it is done online. But again, that is free for young people ages 16 to 24, and it's completely provided by the city.
And then when is like the last date that they're going to sign up for? Because it does take weeks to become a lifeguard.
Yeah, it actually, the certification process takes a little less time than the actual hiring process through the city. So we do want kids to get anybody, young people, as well as any adults who want to apply. We want them to apply as soon as possible. We are, putting as a soft deadline early May in order to get staffed at a pool for sometime during the beginning of pool season, which will be the 3rd week of June, we hope. But again, we're going to keep hiring so long as people are interested, and fill them in the pool season as they come online. But the sooner the better, if we want pools to open on time this summer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen.
And they can visit phila.gov/lifeguards.
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do have a couple different shots I want to bring to you here as we continue to wait for more of these press conferences to take place. We do expect to hear from New York Governor Kathy Hochul as well as New York Police on the latest with their manhunt for the suspect in the subway shooting that happened just yesterday. We are expecting that to take place. It's scheduled to take place in about 10 minutes, but of course, if we hear any updates on the exact schedule, if it gets pushed behind, we'll try to keep you updated as well. Also, that White House press briefing going to be coming up here soon, and we're going to be expecting to hear from Press Secretary Jen Psaki not only on the latest of the war in Ukraine, especially since today President Biden had a phone conversation with President Zelensky. That phone conversation nearly 1 hour long. So we will be hearing more about that, as well as hearing a little bit more about gun safety across America. And finally, the migrants that had been sent from the Texas border up to Washington, D.C. It was something that Texas Governor Abbott had talked about before. He said that he was going to be busing them to the D.C. area. When Jen Psaki was asked about it, she thought it was all publicity stunt. Well, this morning, they did drop off busloads of those individuals there in the D.C. area. So we'll expect to hear a bit more from them about that as well. You can see my shot just changed here. That's going to be inside of the New York police station. So you can see here this live picture showing us that we still have quite a few more media personnel as well as officials who are going to be stepping up to this podium. They're obviously got to get all their microphone checks and everything done. Also, just starting moments ago, we did have our Governor Kathy Hochul event kicking off. So we'll be taking you into all of these events right here for you on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. Don't forget, if you feel like you missed out on anything, you want to get more information on news, you can always follow Live Now on our social media platforms. So once again, we'll be getting into all of these different updates for you right here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox again. We are expecting here at the top of the hour a press conference with New York City Police and other officials on the latest with their massive manhunt for that subway shooter that did shoot 10 people, injuring many others during that incident yesterday morning. We brought you full coverage all day long, brought you those press conferences live, and we will once again do so once this does get underway. So until that time, I'm going to take us into that double box again. We'll listen in into our event taking place with Governor Kathy Hochul, but as soon as we see those police officials step up to the podium, we'll take that in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So let's go ahead, join in with the Governor Hochul event. They are talking about hate crimes as well as racism, anti-Semitism. It's all happening at the Queens College, and you're going to be listening in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
The engine of the American dream. This enables colleges such as Queens College to prepare leaders committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to stop that virus of bigotry, anti-Semitism, and discrimination from infecting our great community here in the world's borough. I met Governor Hochul a year ago in downtown Flushing when she led off a rally against all of the hate that we've seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that gave me hope to see the wide array of elected leaders there on that occasion. Governor Hochul began her career in public service on her local town board, serving as the Erie County Clerk, and then as a member of the United States Congress, and finally as Lieutenant Governor before assuming her present role. Since being sworn into office, Governor Hochul's confronted the pandemic head-on to prepare for our great post-pandemic future. She has worked with the legislature to craft a budget that invests in public safety, clean energy, affordable housing, public higher education, and which strengthens the healthcare system we all depend on. Born and raised in Western New York, Governor Hochul and her husband are the proud parents of 2 children. Please join me in welcoming to the podium the 57th and the first female governor of the great state of New York, Kathy Hochul. Thank you for doing that.
Great to be here, and Mr. President, thank you for such a warm welcome, and what an authoritative voice he has. That's a voice for radio and being president of a college. Can we agree with that? So great to see you again, Frank, and to make us feel welcome on this spectacular campus, and to the students who've joined us. I know there are a number of students here as well, and I want to thank them for joining us, high school students. I want to acknowledge some of the people in the audience before I tell you why I'm here and what's really in my heart. And first of all, to our Congresswoman, Grace Meng. She has spoken up on behalf of the people of her community, all communities who face discrimination, hatred, so eloquently on the floor of the United States Congress. She is a champion and advocate for everyone. Let's give a huge round of applause to my friend, Grace Meng. Our borough president, who is so proud to represent the most diverse place, I think, on the planet. If not, I'm going to declare it, okay? Donovan Richards, a great friend and ally as well. And a Senator, Toby Savitsky, who I got to know way back in 2014 at many rallies, and she took me to meet the individuals in her district, the small business owners who were suffering even back then, and she's a great champion for our businesses as well as our community. Senator Toby Savitsky. Assemblymember Neely Rosick and Assemblymember Dan Rosenthal. I'm sorry the budget is a little late, but it's definitely worth it. But you are great champions for both of your communities as well, and I want to thank you, Assemblymembers, for the work that you do, as well as we have Rabbi Joe Potasnik, the New York Board of Rabbis, who is at every significant event in the city. I see him more than I see my husband because he is everywhere. I don't know if you've heard this, Rabbi, but my husband actually says the only difference between me and God is everywhere. I'm everywhere but home. So that's pretty much an accurate statement. So great to see Rabbi. And of course, a true champion for the Asian community, someone I've met under good circumstances and very painful circumstances, and that is Joanne Yu, the Executive Director of the Asian American Federation. So, and you'll have a chance to hear from these great individuals. We continue this rally of hope. Yes, we use the word hate, but to me, this is a rally of hope. It's a rally that shows our true values as New Yorkers, that we wear them out there. And it's not just for us. It's for little girls, like this young woman in the front. What's her name? Your little girl? What's her name? Hi, sweetheart. Look at her End Asian Violence sign. I want her to grow up in a world where she'll look back at pictures of this event and say, what was that all about? because I never experienced that in my life going forward. My children never do experience this going forward. That is the New York that we are striving for, so little girls like this can grow up in a hate-free state and hate-free country. So it is amazing to be here to see New Yorkers of every race, gender, religion, ethnicity, sexuality, all in solidarity against hate. And this is what New York looks like. Look out the audience. This is New York. This is New York at its greatest. And this sends a message across the United States that we embrace our diversity. This is what makes us so fascinating. This is why we're such a beacon of hope to people from all over the world, because we can live in coexistence peacefully and stand together. When one community is under attack, we stand united and we stand strong. And that is what's going on here today. And that's why I'm so proud to be your governor. And say, when we see acts of hate, it hurts all of us as human beings. It doesn't matter the victim. These are all children of our state, people of our state, and we care about them deeply. So many of our neighbors have been attacked or degraded simply for the act of walking down a street, being on a subway, worshiping in a synagogue, going to school in a yeshiva, going out to just conduct their everyday lives. Too many of our Jewish brothers have had to suffer the indignity of torment or being spit upon.
All right, guys, we've been listening in here. Kathy Hochul speaking about a number of different issues happening in New York, but I do want to let all of our viewers know that we are on top of some reports that they have arrested Frank James, who is 62 years old. He is the suspect that they were looking for after he had injured 29 people. 10 of those had been shot. We are hearing multiple reports again from our Fox News channel and other destinations like New York Post that they do have him in custody. So again, here we are waiting for police and officials to step up to the podium, give us more details into what unfolded in the last 24 hours, especially since we had heard reports after he had shot on the one subway train, he may have jumped on another to get out of that area. So hopefully some of those details are ironed out here today, especially as we are all anticipating them to make this announcement that they do indeed have this suspect in custody. It was just yesterday when we had reports of this incident happening around 8:30 in the morning. He had entered onto a train in a gas mask. He had a helmet on, a neon construction vest, threw 2 smoke grenades and opened fire on those who were riding on that Manhattan-bound N train. Now, he had also rented a U-Haul van that was linked to the attack. This is all according to those authorities. We even just heard some of our Philadelphia officials being questioned about it. They didn't have any comments on it at the time, but they had said that they will be, he had rented it from Philadelphia. It had been taken into police custody just yesterday. Now, Frank James also had posted several rambling, conspiracy-laden YouTube videos. He was rallying against the city's mental health services, complaining about race issues, speaking about people he believes wronged him. So again, we are hoping to learn even more details behind the motive, as well as some details surrounding the arrest that took place. And as you can see, we have 2 different shots here inside of this briefing room at the police department, expecting those officials to walk up any moment. So as soon as that does happen, this is what will be in full for you, for all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Since I don't see any movement, doesn't look like people are anticipating them to walk out here in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to slide in that quick break. We'll continue listening in with Governor Kathy Hochul, and as soon as we see our officials step up here, of course, we'll be jumping into this live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
crime grants. And today, I'm not naming the organizations because they need to have their security protected. But of that, we're allocating $16 million today, and you'll be notified if you're one of those recipients. 80% of which is going toward the Jewish community. We have $20 million directly for the Asian American communities, $10 million for hate crimes, $10 million for additional social services so we can help people heal. Let's focus on them. So we'll see what happens. These are investments to protect our vulnerable venues, especially as we enter the beautiful time of Passover and people come together and gather. And as we did during the Lunar New Year celebrations, as we had a chance to be there and celebrate. So I'm just going to say one more thing. We can do this. You know we can do this. We can go forth from here today and start to change the hearts and minds of other New Yorkers by our example. By our example. We lead fearless from here. I come from a tough part of our state, I got to tell you right now. I'm used to a good fight if anybody ever questions the spirit in me. And when anyone attacks a fellow New Yorker, any one of my 20 million family members, they're attacking me personally. And I don't like to be attacked. I'm coming after them. I'm going to continue to work with our law enforcement. Our district attorney, Melinda Katz, couldn't be here today, but she wanted to be here. She's here in spirit, as well as all of our members of law enforcement who are helping protect our individuals in our streets. So, are we ready to end hate in the state of New York? Are you ready to stand up against hate? Are you ready to stand up against anti-Semitism? Are you ready to stand against bigotry? Are you ready to stand up for New Yorkers? Let's do this, my friend. Hate has no place in our home. Hate has no place in our state. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Well, breaking news. There are reports that the suspect has been arrested. The NYPD is providing a briefing soon, and we are so deeply grateful to the law enforcement members that I saw yesterday afternoon, and then after I took a subway ride because I wanted to show we are not afraid to take our subway. I did that last night, and I went to the hospital. I want to thank the first responders, NYPD, FDNY, the MTA workers who are so brave and so courageous, and also the medical teams at the local hospitals for doing what they did. They literally saved people's lives. So if this is the case, this is a beautiful day for New York. We begin to heal, we turn the page and say no more hate in our state ever. Grace Meng, our great member of Congress. Let's give it up for Grace Meng and welcome her to the podium.
All right, so you just heard Kathy Hochul announce it as she was handed that piece of paper saying that they do indeed have that shooting suspect in custody. Again, we've been hearing those reports now all confirmed. And again, Frank James, who is 62 years old, was named by police as the sole person of interest after he was seen in a gas mask, a helmet, neon construction vest, and had thrown 2 smoke grenades and opened fire to all of those riders on the same train that was Manhattan bound. It was the N train. This all happening yesterday just before 8:30 a.m. local time. Now, again, there was a lot of different YouTube videos and other social media posts that they had found from James that had rallied against Mayor Eric Adams, also had cried out about the city's mental health services, complained about race issues. And of course, we had been on top of this story right here for you ever since that news broke just yesterday. The scenes that we saw coming from that area showed just the heavy police presence and the massive amount of response that it took to go there. The pictures showed people coming together to those who had been injured by those bullets, working together to administer aid until first responders could get to that scene. And now here today, we're going to be hearing from New York Police Department. Their briefing going to be set to take place any moment. It was scheduled to happen at the top of the hour. Looks like like they may be getting a few finalized details together here, but they are going to be giving a briefing again as that shooting suspect has been arrested. So thank you again to everyone who's been here with us on Live Now from Fox. A few last-minute mic checks being done here as we continue to wait for our officials as they are set to step out here any moment now. I don't want to take a break because, you know, as soon as that happens, well, then they might have them step out. I don't want any of our viewers to miss any of these moments. So we're going to stay in our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, a lot of different sources had been speaking this morning about how they had indeed found that suspect, Frank James, after the massive manhunt. Now, there was 3 people who had, or there was multiple people, 10 of them, who had suffered from those gunshot wounds, and a lot of bullets had been flying through that car. Amazing, again, that no one had life-suffering injuries. So everyone who had been taken to the hospital had said there were a couple who had been in critical but stable condition. So that was some good news that had happened again. Just from yesterday. So New York City Mayor Eric Adams, he had said that they are going to try to be rolling out some new technology and periodic bag checks to help prevent some of these future terrorist attacks. He had spoke with some of our different news entities, including MSNBC's Morning Joe today, just about the previous day's terror attack on the city's subway system. The mayor had touched on the possibility of new technology on public transportation to help prevent any similar acts in the future. That's something we've heard from police time and time again. Sometimes when we have these big events like a shooting that took place in a very public area where multiple people were injured, again, 29 people injured from this incident, 10 of those had those bullet wounds. But there's a lot of concern then from police. There could be copycats out there who think this got a lot of attention. Maybe if I do something similar, it'd get me attention too. So obviously they want to try to put a stop to that. That's where New York City Mayor Eric Adams was talking about some of this different ways that they're going to try to prevent similar acts from happening in the future. He said, with the gun detection device, oftentimes when people hear of metal detectors, they immediately think of the airport model. Those are not the only models that are available. There are new models that are being used at ball games or parks, hospitals, where you're not stopping to go through your belongings. You're simply walking through a device. So that could be possibly something that could be coming to help keep some of the transportation facilities and areas a little bit safer, especially when we've had recent different incidents happening on subway systems, not only across the U.S., but also in New York City. Recently, we had a couple different incidents happen where people had been stabbed. There's also been shootings. So, of course, this obviously was a much different event than some of those isolated situations. But again, a lot of work now needs to come to help prevent these from happening in the future. So, of course, right now, police do say that we have been hearing those reports. We're expecting police to come out here and say the same thing. We've been hearing that Brooklyn shooting suspect has been arrested. Also seeing our Fox News channel saying that Crime Stoppers tips may have helped track down this suspect. I do want to just show that video of that suspect once again, because I know that there was a lot of people who are watching right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Here's the photos that we had released to us of James. Now, again, he's 62 years old, and after police identified this suspect, they then, of course, have a number of different processes that they have to go through to try to really look into their background, look into where are they familiar with as far as areas go, where could they possibly be heading, especially since in a case like this, that individual had gotten away after this incident happened. And just want to go back to just some of those aerials where we had been showing you just yesterday. Look how many different response units were out at this